Good morning, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here to bring you more live coverage of the situation in the Middle East. You can see we have some smoke in Beirut, in Lebanon. In recent hours, there have been some more Israeli airstrikes there. So we are here to bring you the latest updates on the situation. And this is what we will be bringing you. Let me just really quick do something real quick here. We actually have a couple different shots there from the Beirut area. There's a second one there. Oops, that's a little confusing. Let me fix that shot. And Lunatic Fringe says, will Israel retaliate on Iran today? We will have to wait to see that as well. It's a Jewish holiday today. It's the Jewish New Year until tomorrow at sundown. So I don't know if that'll affect anything. Hey, thank you so much, UV, for your support, and Mr. Blanks a lot. I appreciate it, UV and Mr. Blanks a lot. Also, thanks so much to our moderators. We have moderating right now. The camera's getting dusty. Danny James. Hey, thanks so much, Danny, for moderating. I appreciate that, Danny James. Hey, that looks like a plane taking off from the airport. They are still coming and going from the airport. They tend to be the Lebanese airline MEA. According to Flight Radar 24, that plane is Beirut to Baghdad. MEA flight just took off. Look, I'll show you on Flight Radar 24. See, it's Beirut to Baghdad. It's just taking off from the airport. That is Flight Radar 24. MEA is a Lebanese airline, the Lebanese flag carrier. So they are still flying in and out of there, MEA, even though there are airstrikes going on fairly regularly. The airport right there, you can see. Right next to the southern suburbs where a lot of these airstrikes have been. Hang on a moment here. So we're going to get you caught up here. We will get you caught up. Hold on a moment here. I also want to thank our Twitch moderators. We have moderating on Twitch. I got that fire, Papa Bear and Surly Dev. Thank you. We have our Facebook mods and our X mods. Linda Belk and Larry moderate for us on X. Over there on Facebook, we have hold on a minute. Kay Lowry Body is moderating. Thank you, Kay. Valerie Gale Griffin, thank you so much for moderating there. All right, let me just make sure I'm not missing any updates the last few minutes here. Oh. The Israeli army says that, let me confirm this. Oh, guys, announcement from the Israeli army. They just made an announcement that they struck Hezbollah's intelligence headquarters in Beirut, I believe in the southern suburbs of Beirut. That might be what you're seeing the smoke come from. They said they just did that. They just put the statement out a few minutes ago. Hang on a second here. So that might be what this is. They say a short time ago, fighter jets of the Air Force, under the intelligence direction of the intelligence wing, attacked targets of the intelligence headquarters of Hezbollah in Beirut, including the unit's operatives, means of collection, headquarters, and other infrastructure. The intelligence headquarters is the central intelligence body in Hezbollah that is responsible for building the intelligence picture about Israel and the IDF. The headquarters leads the direction of the organization's intelligence activities against Israel and centers its strategic collection capabilities of the terrorist organization Hezbollah. This is another attack on the targets of the intelligence body of the terrorist organization Hezbollah. So Israel says a short time ago they targeted Hezbollah intelligence-related targets, and that may be what you're seeing here. I wasn't watching exactly when those strikes happened, but these look pretty fresh. So you may be seeing here the results of the recent strikes Israel said it did on the Hezbollah intelligence targets in the southern suburbs of Beirut. Now, one of our viewers, ResProGro, thinks that some of these strikes, if not all of them, were hours ago. Again, I don't know which specific ones these are, but I can tell you that the Israeli army just came out with a new announcement saying a short time ago they targeted different sites in the southern suburbs of Beirut, which is what you're looking at. Let me get further caught up here. Sorry, I'm just getting caught up here. All right, I have a camera entire Lebanon I'm keeping an eye on. Also remember, we are waiting for Israel to strike back at Iran after Iran's large ballistic missile attack on Israel, which happened on Tuesday. So when the timing on that is, no one knows. Thank you, Craig Alicious. Yes, Craig, I just posted about that new solar flare reported by NOAA Space Weather Prediction Center. I posted it on my X account. I'll let you know if I have updates on that. Thank you to PZ Papa Zulu for the gift memberships. Thank you, Sham, for the gift memberships. Saint Benedict, new member. Lookner 1, thank you for the gift memberships. Marnie, thanks for your support. Reuters' Timur Azari reported about an hour ago that Lebanese army soldier killed in Israeli strike on military post in South Lebanon, and army says they shot back at source of the fire. That's from the Lebanese army. I'll try to get you an update on that as well. Also, new evacuations called for in southern Lebanon. Israel's called for a bunch of evacuations in southern Lebanon. I'll show you something about that. Hang on a moment. And I have some video to show you too. Give me a moment. So you can see here, Israel calls for evacuations from South Lebanon as explosions heard in Beirut. This is an update from Reuters. They say Israel's military urged residents of over 20 towns in South Lebanon to evacuate their homes immediately on Thursday as it pressed on with an incursion after suffering its worst losses in a year of fighting the Iran-backed armed group Hezbollah. The call for evacuations from southern towns included the provincial capital of Nabatea, suggesting another Israeli operation designed to further weaken Hezbollah is imminent. Israel, which has been fighting with Hamas in Gaza for almost a year, that's Gaza. This is Hezbollah in Lebanon. Israel sent its troops into Lebanon after 2 weeks of intense airstrikes, escalating tensions in a conflict that risks drawing in the United States and Iran. In Beirut's southern suburbs, which you're looking at, 3 explosions were heard on Thursday, and several large plumes of smoke were rising after heavy Israeli strikes. Hezbollah said it detonated an IED against Israeli forces infiltrating a southern Lebanese village. We'll have to see if there's more reporting about that. Overnight, Israel bombed central Beirut in an attack the Lebanese health ministry said killed 9 people. Reuters witnesses reported hearing a massive blast, which a security source said had targeted a building in the Beirut district of Bachura, a few hundred meters from Parliament. The closest an Israeli strike has come to the central downtown district of Beirut. That was overnight. UN Special Coordinator in Lebanon, Jeanine Hennis-Plashert, said, another sleepless night in Lebanon, in Beirut, counting the blast shaking the city, no warning sirens, not knowing what's next, only that uncertainty lies ahead. Anxiety and fears are omnipresent. Hang on one moment here. Let me just read you more of this update from Reuters. If you give me one moment here, then I will continue with it. Just need to find something real quick here. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Why can't I find this? There it is. Okay, Reuters continues. A Hezbollah-linked civil defense group said 7 of its staff, including 2 medics, had been killed in the attack overnight, the Israeli airstrike in central Beirut, which Israel said was a precise airstrike. Israel also said it had targeted a municipality building in the southern Lebanese town of Bint Jbeil, killing 15 Hezbollah members, while more than a dozen Israeli missiles also hit the southern suburb of Dahia. I believe you're looking at Dahia right now, where Hezbollah leader Nasrallah was killed last week. 8 Israeli soldiers were killed in ground combat on Wednesday in South Lebanon as its forces thrust into Lebanon. As it pushes into South Lebanon, Reuters says, Israel is also weighing its options for retaliation against its arch-foe Iran. Israel and U.S. vowed to strike back. Iran launched its largest ever assault on Israel on Tuesday in what it says was retaliation for Israel's assassination of several figures, including senior Hamas and Hezbollah leaders and Israel's operations in Gaza and Lebanon. They're zooming in. Camera is zooming in right now. Today, Israel's military today said it had eliminated Rouhi Mushtaha, the head of the Hamas government in Gaza, along with senior security officials Sameh al-Siraj and Sami Udeh in strikes 3 months ago. Iran said its attack was over, barring further provocation, but Israel and the U.S. have promised to hit back hard. Iran's president said any type of military attack by Israel, terrorist attack, or crossing our red lines will be met with a decisive response by the Iranian armed forces. More than 300 many people in Hezbollah in Lebanon are now displaced. I've seen reports of about 1/5 of the population displaced in the last several weeks. More than 300 of the displaced have taken shelter at a Beirut nightclub, says Reuters, once known for hosting glitzy parties, and where staff are now using their guest list clipboards to register residents. Let me show you a quick thing here. From Reuters about, I believe this is about the strike overnight. Yeah, I'm going to show you a quick video from Reuters now about this airstrike that happened overnight in central Beirut. It is rare for Israel to hit central Beirut, but they did once again overnight. Hang on one second here. So let me just show you this real quick. Here, check this out. So there is that article I've been showing you from Reuters. Oops, hold on. Hang on. You know, it says, Israel has called now for several rounds of evacuations in southern Lebanon over the last several days. Elint News, who I follow, said it's now up to over 70 towns and villages that have been ordered to evacuate, many of which are far from the border with Israel. See Elint News here? Over 70 towns and villages in southern Lebanon are now ordered to evacuate by the IDF, many of which are far from the border with Israel. So Israel has said that its ground operation is going to be limited. But, you know, when you see how many of these villages and towns they're ordering to evacuate in southern Lebanon, including ones far from the border, not close to the border, that makes you think maybe it's going to be a bit of a bigger ground operation. I don't know, though. I don't know. But hold on a second here. What is this? Okay. So I want to just show you here. I want to show you here. I don't have at hand right now the exact distance to the border from of some of these evacuation orders. I'd have to look it up. So, but maybe I can do that a little later. I don't have the exact number at hand. But they're still in southern Lebanon. They're just not right on the border. And also residents, as Elint News says, the residents are being asked to move. And I have the actual post right here. This is one of these posts from the Israeli Defense Forces. That's translated from Arabic. It's posted in Arabic. Evacuate your homes immediately. Be careful. You are prohibited from heading south. We'll let you know when it's safe to return home. You must evacuate homes immediately and head north of the Awali River. The Awali River is like 18 miles north of the border. There's some, I think, a rocket alert. I think maybe a rocket alert right now. Hold on. Maybe a rocket alert. Yes, this is northern Israel. Northern central Israel, no. Northern Israel east of Haifa. I don't have a camera there right now. There's Haifa. This is the so far red alert map. There's Haifa, and there are the alerts right there. So I don't have a camera. More alerts. Hold on. I need to fix this. I'm seeing more alerts. Yeah, it's same area. Actually, one at the northern border, and most of them east of Haifa, according to so far red alert. So again, I don't have a camera in these areas right now, so I will need to let you know what I hear about these. No, I do not have any cameras from Iran. I am not aware of any cameras that I can get you from Iran. So again, some more rocket alerts here. So I will see what I hear about the rockets, because I don't have a camera where they are, so I'll see what I hear and let you know. We also have this shot right here. Keep an eye on that one too. I like that one a little better right now. I was going to show you this video. Let me show you this video. I was talking about this Reuters story. Israel calls for evacuations from South Lebanon as explosions heard in Beirut, and it says that overnight there was an Israeli attack in central Beirut. Again, the story says overnight Israel bombed central Beirut in an attack the Lebanese health ministry said killed 9 people. Reuters witnesses reported hearing a massive blast, which a security source said had targeted a building in the district of Bachora, a few hundred meters from Parliament. The closest an Israeli strike has come to the central downtown district. So let me show you this Reuters video about the explosion overnight in central Beirut. Give me a moment. I just want to do this. Okay, here's the Reuters video about the explosion overnight, the airstrike overnight in central Beirut. Why am I still hearing something? Oh, there. Here, hold on. It's a building in central Beirut.
On the borders, members of Hezbollah kill Israeli soldiers. But Israel comes and kills people here. Wherever there is a building, they damage it. This is what they are able to do.
You know, when we were on last night, we did hear one of the explosions we heard, there were a number of them last night, was an explosion where Israel then said we carried out a strike in central Beirut. So it might have been this one. I believe this is the only strike in central Beirut last night. There were a bunch in the southern suburbs. All right, let me get back to the video here. Get the volume back up for you. And I believe Israel commented about that strike, but let me go check the IDF for that. I can't find the comment about the strike overnight. See, let me just check a couple things here. I have something else to mention about the evacuation warnings. Yeah, here is that building targeted in Beirut there, picture from AP. I think that's the picture of the building that we just saw in the video. And let me see here. Blah, 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 blah. The AP says Lebanon's health ministry raises death toll to 6 from airstrike overnight near central Beirut. Lebanon says it was an Israeli airstrike on an apartment building near the center of Beirut late last night. It said 7 people were injured and 6 died. The airstrike hit near the residential Bashura district. Residents reported a sulfur-like smell following that attack. And Lebanon's state-run national news agency accused Israel of using internationally banned phosphorus bombs. I don't see a comment from Israel here on that. But again, that was a strike overnight in central Beirut, which has not been attacked very often. There was no warning issued ahead of that strike. Also, I want to mention this as well. This is what I was just talking about. Israel extends evacuation warnings in Lebanon, signaling a wider offensive. I was just talking about that. This is from AP. The Israeli military today warned people to evacuate a city and other communities in southern Lebanon that are north of a UN-declared buffer zone, signaling it may widen a ground operation launched earlier this week against Hezbollah. Israel has told people to leave Nabatea, a provincial capital, and other communities north of the Litani River. So I'll show you where that is, actually. Let me show you where that is on a map. Nabatea. Nabatea is all the way up here. So people have been ordered to leave Nabatea, which is about 22 miles from the border. That's north of the, it's north of the Litani River, right? Hold on. There's Nabatea there. The river is, now I'm getting, the river is down here, isn't it? Anyways, the river I think is 18 miles from the border. It's a little hard to see there, but there's Nabatea up here. Oh, actually, it's not as far from the border here, because the border is down here, but the border is also up here. But over here it is, it's still 7 miles from the border. Even at the closest point, which would be up here north of Metula, it's still 7 miles from the border there, Nabatea. So it's not right across the border. That's 7 miles in. But AP says that Israel has told people to leave Nabatea in a provincial capital and other communities north of the Litani River. And it signals a wider offensive. Nabatea and other communities where people have been told to leave now by Israel are north of the Litani River, which form the northern edge of the border zone established by the UN Security Council after the 2006 war, in a resolution that both sides accuse the other of violating. So the ground offensive seems like it could definitely expand. All right, I'll take some comments from you guys and questions from you guys. Just wanted to get you update on some of these recent developments. Thank you so much to Bruce Kaiser for your support. Thank you, Bruce. Jane Ann for your support. Tina Brown. Context Clueless. Keith Lewis. Jason Doolin. Sham. Thank you. PZ Papa Zulu. Craig Olicious. Thanks for your support. Also, thanks so much to Sweetums for your support on Twitch, and Anonymous Gifter, who gave us up on Twitch, and Psyops, They Call Me Taj, Lux Exteriors, the BB88, thanks for your support on Twitch. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, so Higher Standard mentions strikes in Syria. I had posted about that on my social media, but I haven't talked about it. Give me a moment here. By the way, that strike in Beirut that I was telling you about overnight, that Israeli strike in central Beirut, that is the second strike inside central Beirut since the hostilities began last October. I think there was one either a few days ago or last week, but again, before that, since this round of hostilities began last October, there had not been a strike in central Beirut, but two in the last week or two, including one overnight. So, as Times of Israel reports, overnight there were reports of Israeli strikes. And some of the reports claim that the strikes targeted like an Iranian shipment in a Russian airbase. Now, that has not been confirmed, and also Israel doesn't usually comment when there's strikes in Syria that it carries out. But to give you a little perspective on this, so, for example, if you look here, Kataiba Edibi with the Atlantic Council had posted last night reported Israeli naval strikes against warehouses inside the Russian-controlled Hamadim base in Latakia, West Syria, shortly after an Iranian shipment arrived at the base. And then Joe Truzman, who I follow, who's an expert on the Middle East, says, I can't confirm this story. However, Israel warned Iran that it would not tolerate arms transfers to Lebanon. If this report is true, the Israelis identified arms, headed to Lebanon, and the Iranians thought the Russian-controlled base would offer protection. Apparently not. Now, that hasn't been confirmed. That's what happened, but it very well might have. YouTube Accounts is wondering, is tonight the night when Israel launches its response to Iran? That we don't know. It is still the Rosh Hashanah, New Year's holiday, is being celebrated in Israel until tomorrow at sundown. I don't know if that'll affect the timing at all. Thank you to Keith Lewis for the memberships, and Stephen Mundis for the gift memberships, and Aloha Tarantula. XP says Israel is now fighting on 3 fronts. Also, thank you to thanks so much to Baron Lataken for your support. I really appreciate that, Baron. Thank you. And also our new member, Ret Kimuna. And Steph Tone's our new member. Thank you. And our moderators who are here. I know Danny James has been in here. Thank you, Danny. Donnie Davio. And over on Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, DeBears, Good Luck Duck, I Got That Fire, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev. Thanks also on Twitch to Mudmore for subscribing. Our Facebook moderators, Kay Lowry Body, Valerie Gale Griffin. Big thank you to you, Linda Belk and Larry on X. Thanks to our moderators. As I mentioned, I'm not sure if this is what we're seeing is from that, but Israel recently said that a short while ago they attacked some Hezbollah intelligence targets in the Dahia southern suburb of Lebanon. I don't know if they said it was Dahia, but it's been reported it was Dahia. And so you may be looking, the smoke you're seeing may be from that. I'm not sure exactly. They have been conducting a number of airstrikes since last night. Number of new airstrikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut. You know, I didn't see this yesterday. I'll post a link in the chat. There's some satellite photos that show some damage to Israel's Nevatim air base, apparently from the Iranian missile attack. So it's not totally clear the damage to this Michael Biesecker, and I posted this on my social media on my X account @Lookner, and I'll post a link to it in the chat. It's not totally clear if the satellite photos are showing damage from the missile attack, but it kind of looks like it with the timing and everything. An aircraft hangar at this air base, Nevatim, was hit. Seems like it maybe was hit. I'll post the link in the chat for you right now. And I don't have the rights to the footage of the photo, but there's definitely roof damage. And then Michael Biesecker from AP says, it is not clear whether any aircraft were in the hangar when it was struck. That base is home to Israel Air Force's most advanced aircraft. Maybe I do have access to the photo. Hold on. Give me a moment here. I don't know. Not seeing it here. Yeah, look, I can read you this right here. Look. Satellite images appear to show damage to Israeli air base after Iranian attack. Satellite images of an aircraft hangar at a key Israeli military air base, taken after a massive barrage of Iranian missiles, appear to show a large hole in the roof. Again, I posted that in the chat. Images of the Nevatim air base in southern Israel on Wednesday show the damage to the roof in a row of buildings near the main runway. Large pieces of debris can be seen spread around the building. It was not clear what caused the damage. Israel's military did not immediately respond to a request for comment about the satellite images. Nevatim is home to Israel Air Force's most advanced aircraft, including U.S.-produced F-35 Lightning II stealth fighter jets. It is not clear from the satellite imagery whether any aircraft were in the hangar when it was struck. Nevatim also sustained light damage during the Iranian missile and drone attack in April. So that is from Associated Press. Wanted to update you on that. Patricia Grace says there were no casualties on the bases, and that's what matters. The only serious casualty I heard of from the missile strikes was that person who was the Palestinian person who was very unfortunately had a giant missile fragment fall on him and kill him. And I believe it was Jericho in the West Bank, which I'm sure some of you have, I know some of you have seen that horrible video. MT Jen says Lebanon is looking like Gaza already. Now, obviously, way more damage in Gaza than Beirut at this point. But it is just really striking. I mean, look, Beirut is a major city with millions of people. As of a couple weeks ago, I don't think people in Beirut anticipated warfare coming there anytime soon. And now you have in Beirut this going on. This is not central Beirut, but central Beirut is a pretty small area. I mean, I'll show you on a map, but when you hear suburbs, you shouldn't think, you shouldn't think like, 10 miles away. It's basically a big city, and the central part is called Central Beirut, and outside that is called the suburbs. But, you know, it's smaller than like New York City. So basically it's greater Beirut, and you're looking at these, you know, it's been days of explosions. Overnight there were a number of explosions, a number of strikes in Beirut, and, you know, the greater Beirut, including the southern suburbs. But if I show you this here, see, central Beirut is right in here, and distance-wise, I mean, it's like roughly, what, a mile by a mile or something? Yeah, there's Beirut, the dark area right there. It's not that big. Yeah, you know, 2 miles by something, roughly 2 by 2 miles, but the southern suburbs are right here. So these are called the southern suburbs, but basically it's a big city. And then the airport is here. So you're seeing video right now from the southern suburbs. You know, 2 miles is about 40 city blocks in Manhattan. Thank you to Home Media. I appreciate it. Hope and Rob, thanks so much for your support. Also, Cindy Lou. Thank you to our new member. Also, Reggio is wondering if these events could trigger a world war. Well, we're a ways from that, but I mean, look, there's a lot of worry around the world that if Israel and Iran start fighting, or, you know, for example, that could draw other countries in. So there is concerns that it could grow into a bigger war. That is a big reason why, like, the U.S. is reportedly trying to moderate how big a response Israel will have to Iran. Thank you also, Dennis, the one and only me, for the gift memberships. UK Aussie says Israel and Iran fighting could draw in Russia and US. You know, I did read something interesting in the Wall Street Journal today, where they were talking. There's an article in the Wall Street Journal called Iran Exposed to Israeli Attack After Blows Against Its Allies. But it talks about how the article for the Wall Street Journal says that any direct confrontation between Israel and Iran would be primarily an air and missile battle. And it says Iran has a rudimentary air force and outdated air defenses. And it also said, the article talked to an expert that said, the only country that would realistically be able to transfer more air defenses and missiles to Iran would be Russia. But the experts said that Russia needs those air defenses and air defense missiles for its fight against Ukraine. So the expert the Wall Street Journal talked to said that if Iran started fighting Israel, then they would run out of air defenses and missiles. There's also talk that Israel might actually, in this response, attack Iran's air defense systems. You know, maybe Israel does something like they target the air defense systems, and the message there is next time, if we want to, we can target whatever we want. There's also questions about whether they might target oil facilities or even nuclear facilities, which is seen as a bit unlikely. Certainly the U.S. does not want that to happen. President Biden said he did not want that to happen. But it's an interesting idea that they could go after, say, air defenses as a warning for next time, if there is a next strike. Tony Stark says, I think they will take out their oil fields. Pulsehammer thinks Israel doesn't want oil price to go up much close to an election. Well, I'm guessing the U.S. might not want to do that. One of our viewers asked about election before. Certainly, I think, given that there's an election coming up, the Biden administration would be very concerned about, some kind of big economic shock before the election. Look, Israel gets a lot of support from the U.S., so it is going to carry weight what the U.S. says. I mean, ultimately, it's up to Israel to do what it wants. Bill Hollywood thinks they won't go after the oil. B&O News says the solar flare today, the X9.0, was the biggest since 2017. Martin, I don't know about that right now, about whether you'll see northern lights from it. It's a little off topic for this stream, so I'm not going to get into it. I haven't honestly looked it up today. I don't know. There was another one recently, a 7.1, I think, yesterday. I just don't know about the northern light stuff. Thank you, Martin Gingerich. Yeah, one of our viewers had mentioned this. The Jerusalem Post said that Lebanese army said it fired on Israeli troops after second soldier killed in strike. Where is that? Where's the original report here? Oh, I have it. I have it right here. Remember, the Lebanese army is different from Hezbollah. They're not fighting against Israel. The Lebanese army. So the Lebanese army said, one of our soldiers was martyred as a result of the Israeli enemy targeting an army center in the Bint Jbeil region, the south of Lebanon. The center's members responded to the source of fire. So they're saying that one of their soldiers died in an Israeli strike and they responded to the source of fire. They also said a few hours ago, the Lebanese army, one of our soldiers was martyred and another was injured as a result of an attack by Israel while carrying out an evacuation and rescue mission with the participation of the Lebanese Red Cross in the town of Taiba Marjayoun. Now, I don't know the exact circumstances of all that. I'm assuming Israel wasn't directly targeting Lebanese army. Yeah, here's a little more about that here. Israeli airstrike hits Hezbollah's media building. An Israeli airstrike struck the Beirut southern suburb, on a Beirut southern suburb, struck today the building housing the media office of Lebanon's Hezbollah group. The airstrike destroyed the building housing the media relations office of Hezbollah in the Mawad neighborhood on the southern edge of Beirut. Hezbollah, an official, told the Associated Press, employees of the group's media office are fine and no one was hurt. In southern Lebanon, Israel fired at a Lebanese army post in the town of Bint. Israel fired at a Lebanese army post in the town of Bint Jbeil, killed a Lebanese soldier, raising to 2 the number of members of the Lebanese military killed on Thursday. The Lebanese army said in a statement that troops opened fire at the source of the attack. It did not elaborate. A Lebanese security official said that the army post was hit by artillery fire. So, look, the Lebanese army has forces in the border area. I believe they do. But that could have been, Bint Jbeil is in southern Lebanon. But, for all I know, I don't have any information that Israel is deliberately targeting the Lebanese army. Let me do a quick check and make sure I'm not missing any more recent updates. So in the last few minutes, Al Mayadeen, which is a Lebanese news outlet, they say there was an Israeli airstrike on Bint Jabil in southern Lebanon. They also say there was an Israeli strike on somewhere else in Lebanon. We don't have cameras of those places, but getting reports of strikes elsewhere in Lebanon. Just checking some other sources here. Oh, there were rocket alerts like 45 minutes ago. The Security Policy Cabinet, two Israeli reporters on Telegram, said about 10 rockets were launched into the Carmel area. Some were intercepted and the rest fell in open areas. That's an update on that rocket alert from about 45 minutes ago. Camera moving a bit. Camera zooming in. The camera is zooming in, maybe on a particular smoky area. Smoke coming from multiple locations, as you can see, even in that shot. I saw this quote from Biden in the last few minutes. Where is this coming from? Biden says, discussing Israel striking oil facilities. I'm seeing this report, guys. This report just came out. I'm seeing this right now. Bloomberg is reporting it. Carl Quintanilla posted it from CNBC. Biden asked if he would support Israel striking Iran's oil facilities. Responds, we're discussing that. That's what Bloomberg reports. Now, I'm not surprised they're discussing it, but it's interesting that he said it. As Bloomberg says, some of the options for Israel are targeting oil facilities, targeting military bases. The Wall Street Journal talks about how Israel could target air defense of Iran. Also, in what Bloomberg says would be the most extreme scenario, they could target nuclear facilities. I wonder if the oil price is going to go up based on this new news. I mean, I don't think it's like huge news, but just on this new report from Bloomberg that Biden, when asked if he would support Israel striking Iran's oil facilities, responds, "We're discussing that." I mean, I know oil has been going up, but here, look, I have an article about oil for you. Oil jumps 2% on Middle East supply fears. That is from Reuters. Oil prices rose today on investor concern that a widening Middle East conflict could disrupt crude oil flows from the region. Though a stronger global supply outlook kept a lid on gains. Market fears are mounting over the possibility that Israel might target Iranian oil infrastructure, raising the specter of retaliation from Iran. Oh, I have a video on this for you too. Hold on, can I show you this? I can show you a video too. We'll do that. Brent crude futures were up about 2% by about 8 this morning, about 2 hours ago. West Texas crude futures were up over 2%. An analyst, Tony Sycamore, who Reuters spoke to, said, from here, it's a waiting game to see what the Israeli response will be, and I suspect that comes after the conclusion of the Rosh Hashanah holiday tomorrow. Remember, Jewish New Year is a 2-day holiday. Jewish New Year doesn't end until tomorrow at sundown. Sundown Israel time. So roughly, what, noon? Roughly noon Eastern time tomorrow. Now, that's not to say Israel won't do anything tonight, but if you think that Israel is going to do something after Rosh Hashanah, that would be sundown Israel time tomorrow, in about 24 hours or so. Fears have been tempered by OPEC oil output capacity and the fact that global crude supplies have yet to be disrupted by unrest in the key producing region. OPEC has enough spare capacity to compensate for a full loss of Iranian supply if Israel knocks out that country's facilities, says Reuters. Let me show you a little video about this. What do you think? This is a video from Reuters that goes with that article.
Oil prices rose on...
Here. So you can see oil jumps 2% on Middle East supply fears. All right, let's watch a little video. Little business news coverage here on Agenda Free TV. Let me just do this. All right, here's the video. Here's the video from Reuters.
Thursday as markets... Oil prices rose on Thursday as markets worried about a potential widening conflict in the Middle East. They fear further tensions could disrupt crude oil flows from the key exporting region. Both Brent and US West Texas Intermediate crude benchmarks were up more than $1 or over 1%. Israel bombed central Beirut early Thursday, killing at least 6 people. Its forces saw their deadliest day on the Lebanese front in a year of clashes against Iran-backed armed group Hezbollah. The strike on Beirut happened a day after Iran fired more than 180 ballistic missiles at Israel in an escalation of hostilities. One leading analyst warned investors will look out for any upcoming Israeli response. They added the question for oil now is whether Iran's energy infrastructure will be in Israel's sights. The Middle East tensions overshadowed a stronger global supply outlook. US officials said crude inventories rose by 3.9 million barrels to 417 million barrels in the week ended September 27th, well above forecasts. One analyst said growing US inventories added to evidence the market is well supplied and can withstand any disruptions.
There you go. Little oil market coverage here on Agenda Free TV. Let me go back to this. Hey, so one of our viewers mentioned this. I think it was, who was it? Asa. I saw, Asa said that Biden said he's not expecting Israel to attack today. I thought I saw something about that too, but I couldn't find it. Let me just see if I can find it now. I'm seeing some reports of it, but I can't find where it originally came from. That's the thing. So I need the original source. By the way, we told you earlier how the Lebanese army said that one of their soldiers was killed after fire from Israel hit, a strike from Israel hit a Lebanese army post in South Lebanon, and that they fired back at the source of the fire. NBC News says that is the first time Lebanon's army has returned fire at Israeli forces. Ooh, I have an interesting update also from NBC. NBC says they said that Israel has been conducting more strikes at night in Beirut. I mean, there's been 2 in central Beirut, but I do feel like the last couple nights there have been a bunch of airstrikes in the greater Beirut area. That is true. Heart for God sent me this. Where did this come from? So, Heart for God mentioned that AFP is saying that Biden says nothing is going to happen today in Iran. So apparently, thank you, Heart for God, by the way. Yes, I have it right here. Natasha Bertrand from CNN asked if Asked if he would support Israel striking Iran's oil reserves in retaliation for the missile attack, Biden said, "We're in discussion of that," but also said there's nothing going to happen today. We'll talk about that later. So Biden claims there's nothing going to happen today in Iran. Now, it is the Rosh Hashanah holiday in Israel. Lola says, "We'll see." Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it did. It could. Maybe it's going to happen over multiple days. I don't know. Annette thinks Israel will wait till October 7th. Hey, thank you for the gift subs, Mountain Man. Thank you also, IndyCar. I appreciate it, IndyCar, for your support. John Flick, thank you. Shaft, thank you. IndyCar thinks that the issue is not Iranian output of oil, it's their ability to interfere with other nations' sales deliveries. Well, if there's a wider conflict in the Middle East, that could certainly impact other nations. True. Other nations, you know, the larger oil picture. I'd like to get maybe an article about that. That'd be interesting. You know, because that Reuters article claimed that OPEC has enough. Oh, sorry, that wasn't a flat. That was just the camera. I think that was just the camera we saw, some kind of camera adjustment. OPEC has enough spare capacity to compensate for a full loss of Iranian supply, said this Reuters article. But yes, actually, I'm sorry. You know what? We read this Reuters oil article and I missed a very important part of the article. I don't know why I missed it. I just missed it. Listen to this. This is from this Reuters article. Oil jumps 2% on Middle East supply fears. By the way, that is the airport there. You're looking at the Beirut airport. Reuters says there are concerns that such an escalation could prompt Iran to block the Strait of Hormuz or attack Saudi infrastructure as it did in 2019, said an analyst to Reuters. The Strait of Hormuz is a key logistical choke point through which a fifth of daily oil supply passes. So again, there are concerns that if Israel targets Iranian oil infrastructure, Iran could block the Strait of Hormuz or attack Saudi infrastructure, which could further limit the amount of oil coming from the region. Interesting. About a fifth of daily oil supply passes through the Strait of Hormuz. I'll show you where that is on the map. Thanks, IndyCar, for mentioning the oil. Maybe go back to the article and see that part I missed. The Strait of Hormuz is here. Oops, sorry. I'm hearing something. I got to find out what I'm hearing. Oh, hold on. I think the AFP... Hold on. I think the AFP camera switched. Hold on. Sorry. Here is the Strait of Hormuz. It's in here. It's next to the Persian Gulf. There's the Persian Gulf, and the Strait of Hormuz is in here. In there. Strait of Hormuz. You can see it's next to Iran. So about a fifth of oil exports flow through this strait here, which is what, about how wide? 50 miles. So it's an interesting, this idea that if Israel targets Iranian oil facilities, could Iran lash out and take some action which makes the price of oil go up for the world? Oh, I have video of the Biden comments. I have video of the Biden comments. I can play this too. Hold on a second. If this is working. Says it's working. Is this going to replay? Hold on. This is from AFP. I think it might replay here. Hang on. This is where he said nothing is going to happen. Let's see if it replays. If not, I can download it. But hang on. Let's see. It might replay. It might replay. Let's see. If not, I'll have to download it. Hang on. Hang on a moment. Oh. This is a moments ago. This is not a live shot. This is not live. This is from a few minutes ago. All right, here it is. Let's see what it says. Tape turn. I think we just hold on. Is it going to replay or not? I think I'm going to have to download it. Anyways, he said nothing is going to happen today with Iran. So I'll have to download that. But I told you what he said. Sorry, I got to it a little late. Oh, hold on.
How much progress, sir? Any updates? We'll find out soon. Any updates? Are you considering on Iran? What kind of sanctions are you considering? I'll tell them before I tell you.
Did Tim Walz lose the debate? Did Tim Walz lose the debate?
No, he didn't. And by the way, the other guy lost the debate. He represented everything, including... Anyway,
Sir, the hostages in Gaza, sir. The hostages in Gaza. Do you have any updates on them?
not right now.
And on the election, sir.
We're in discussion with that. I think that would be a little... Anyway.
Do you believe that Donald Trump was acting as a private candidate and not as president when he sought to overturn the 2020 election, as Jack Smith laid out in his filing?
I'll let Jack Smith make that clear.
Are you surprised that the Americans
in retaliation? Will you let Israel retaliate? What are the plans to allow Israel to strike back against Iran?
First of all, we don't allow Israel. We advise Israel, and there's nothing going to happen today. We'll talk about that later.
There'll be Americans in combat to help Israel, sir.
I'm sorry?
Kind of hard to hear, I know. So,
Now when the food will show up. Are you surprised the race between Harris and Trump is so close right now? Surprised? No, I'm not.
so I know it was kind of hard to hear, and the volume in the video and the audio are a little off sync. But anyways, He did say that that nothing's going to happen today with Iran. That's what he said. That's what he said. So. Yeah, people in the chat keep bringing up this Russian Syria-based thing. I talked about it earlier. I'll talk about it again, but I wouldn't make too big a deal out of it. I think people think it's like, you know, some huge thing. And so it's not exactly clear what happened. It seems like Israel might have targeted an Iranian shipment, maybe intended for Hezbollah, when it was sitting at a Russian-controlled base in Syria. I haven't heard any big talk from Russia about it. You know, I don't hear analysts saying, oh my gosh, this means World War III. So I would not overly react to it at this point. But I'm the one that tweeted about it. Well, just because I tweet about something, I tweet about things all day. It doesn't mean they're all World War III. Like I said, it's something to keep an eye on. I think people assume it's World War III. So I'm just saying I wouldn't overreact to it. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. My guess is that maybe Israel only does this if they think that Russia knows the ground rules, and that my guess is Israel, if they do something like this, Russia might be aware, well, maybe that's going to happen if we allow Iran to bring in stuff to this airbase. You know? So I'll repeat what I told you before, but I would just not overreact to it. That's all I'm saying. So to repeat, Capra thinks they inform the Russians. I wouldn't be surprised if they do, or certainly talk to them after. Atlantic Council's Kataiba Idlibi said last night it was reported Israel naval strikes against warehouses inside the Russian-controlled Hamaim base in Latakia, West Syria, shortly after an Iranian shipment arrived at the base. Joe Truzman, who's a Middle East expert I follow, says, I can't confirm this story. However, Israel warned Iran that it would not tolerate arms transfers to Lebanon. If this report is true, the Israelis identified arms headed to Lebanon, and the Iranians thought the Russian-controlled Hamaim base would offer protection. Apparently not. If it really was an Iranian shipment of arms designated for Hezbollah, and Israeli did really strike it at a Russian base, my guess is that Russia is not particularly surprised about this. But again, something worth keeping an eye on. I would just not overreact to it at this point. Thank you, Christian Age, for your support. Thank you, Stevie Aggie. Stevie says, could you imagine flying into that airport and seeing the smoking city below you? Thank you, T-Sky, for your support. I saw that story. Maybe we'll talk about it in a little bit. T-Sky. Thank you, Elena Vino and Mountain Men. Also, Ben Maybon and Night Owl on Twitch, thank you. And Malcolm Kumar 88. And Mudmore. And Sweetums. That, I think, was just the camera, not a boom, you just heard. Yeah, I don't really know about this story. The Israel Defense Forces just posted about this story. This is coming from the Israeli army. They say after more than a decade in captivity in Gaza, a 21-year-old Yazdi woman held by a Hamas terrorist affiliated with ISIS was rescued and returned to her family in Iraq. That's according to the Israeli military. Again, I know nothing about the story. They said that she was trafficked by ISIS to a Hamas terrorist in Gaza, who was presumably killed during IDF strikes. She fled to a hideout in which she was rescued. The Israeli military says this is a further proof of the connection between Hamas and ISIS, as well as the crimes against humanity committed by the terrorist organization in Gaza. That is from the Israeli Defense Forces. I'm glad for her sake that she has been freed. Thank you also to Mima Ev and Mo Lester. I don't think I'm going to read Mo's name anymore. I feel like Mo, I've seen Mo before. Once in a while. There you go. Thank you also, Pilsy. And Mirlin8. Thank you, Mirlin8 and Pilsy. And Marnie. Thank you, Marnie. Pilsy does not think Israel will do anything major until after the holiday is over. But Pilsy doesn't think they will wait until the anniversary date of October 7th. We'll do a poll on whether Israel will attack Iran's oil facilities. Let you guys vote on that. I posted the poll. Hold on. I do wonder if there's going to be, if there are going to be more strikes tonight. The last couple nights, there have been a bunch of airstrikes by the Israeli military in greater Beirut, and even in Beirut. So I do wonder, in the evening, are we going to have that again? Okay, let's see what our viewers said about this. Thank you to Joner Games for the gift membership. Our viewers said, on YouTube, 75% say Israel will attack Iran's oil facilities. On Twitch, be a big deal if that happens. You know, there's also gradations of this. They could attack like one oil facility as like a warning, you know? I mean, is Israel, are they attacking just to send a message, or are they attacking to seriously degrade the Iranian regime? Don't know. Some people think they should do the latter, some don't. 62% on Twitch think they will target Iran's oil facilities. Our subscriber Digger says the Twitch chat is more based. Hey, thanks to Digger for subscribing, and Mapple Katsa U for subscribing over there on Twitch. I Rule All, thanks for being a subscriber. Shaggy in Wall Street, Tegrity Farmer Bob, I got that fire. Matej Lipton, Mudmore, thanks for subscribing. J-Tide, Lockies. All our subscribers over there, I really appreciate it. Lily Allen. Nancy Elizabeth. Our Facebook subscribers too. Oops, sorry. Thank them in a moment. Thanks Ben Maybon for subscribing. Heisinger420 for subscribing on Twitch. Also our YouTube members, just to name a few people like Jordan Despiens, Texas Libby, TLR, Caitlin, Mothra, Sheldon Creed Revenge, Adam Tribbett, Matthew Felty, Andrew Greaves, Tammy P10, Rock NL Rolla, Robin Foose, JP Valou, Udon Ball, Heyday, Brendan McConnell Woodley, Scott Phillips, Eddie M, K-Dub, all of our K-Dubs and all of our other YouTube members, Pinoy, Peasy Wheats. Thanks to Never Be Real for subscribing on Twitch as well. And Applications, I think it is. Is it Applications for subscribing on Twitch? What's happening here? Thanks for voting in the poll. More of you than not think Israel will target Iran's oil facilities. Oopsie. What did I do here? I did something I didn't want to do. Oops. I think we're good. Yeah, thanks also to our Facebook subscribers. Eve Richards, Lou Green, Billy Joe Drage, Kay Larry Body, Valerie Gail Griffin, Ronald Egnor, Margaret Riley, Robert Real II, all of our subscribers over on Facebook. Thanks for your support of the channel. Intel Crab isn't posting anymore? No! One of our viewers mentioned that Intel Crab says he's not posting anymore. Wonder why that is. I gotta message him. That's not good news. I love Intel Crab's account. Our viewer Elizar says Israel is not going to tell Biden anything. They do not trust the Biden administration not to tip off the Iranians. Also, Elizar thinks if Iran attempts to shut down the Strait of Hormuz, that would be the end of Iran. The rest of the world would not tolerate it. That's what Elizar says. Hold on. You know, sorry. Yeah, I've seen some unconfirmed reports floating around online that there might have been another attack on Israeli troops on the ground in southern Lebanon. I don't really have good sourcing on that. You know, there was a significant attack yesterday on Wednesday where I think in that attack alone, from the reporting out there, it was like around 6 troops died in that one attack and a number were injured. I know Times of Israel, Manny Fabian had reported it, for example. But I haven't, this supposed new one, I haven't seen good sourcing on it. It's kind of rumors floating around. So I'll let you know if I hear more. I mean, if something like that did happen, Israel does publish the casualties of their soldiers, so I'm sure that it'll come out soon. But I just don't have good sourcing on it right now. One of our viewers, Christian Classens, sent me a story from HLN Belgium that said that, hold on a second here. That said a cameraman and a reporter were attacked, I believe in Beirut. Yeah, so HLN said this cameraman, HLN is in Belgium. They're a Belgium news outlet. They say Robin Raymakers and a cameraman, Stijn de Smet, were attacked last night while they were reporting. The group of 20 men, about 20 men, accused them of being spies for Israel. The cameraman was shot in the leg, and the reporter suffered fractures in his face. Both are now doing well. They were eventually dropped off at their hotel. Anyways, I just saw that report from HLN. Robin Raymakers is a Belgian journalist. I'll post a link to that. I'm just posting this right now. Hang on. Sorry, I just wanted to post that story. That I just posted it on my X account. You have to translate it, but it's from HLN. I hope the cameraman and the journalists are doing okay. The story from HLN also says that they went to this location in Beirut with a fixer, who is a local who assists journalists. You might say, well, they went to this place on their own. They actually had a local person with them who thought that the situation was secure, but apparently it was not secure. So, anyways, I hope they're doing okay. So I'm just checking some of the messages people have sent me too. We are bringing you the latest updates. It is 6:10 p.m. Starting to get dark in Beirut, in the Beirut suburbs in Lebanon. We're bringing you live coverage, taking your comments on the air. At Lookner on X is where you can reach me. It is reported by Al Mayadeen news channel in Lebanon that Israeli army is firing heavily on Lebanese villages near the border. Also, it is reported about 20 minutes ago, Al Mayadeen said there are intense flights of Israeli reconnaissance aircraft, my guess is maybe drones, over the southern suburb of Beirut, the area you're looking at here. New rocket alert, by the way. New rocket alert in Metula. Is this it? Is that is it updated? Yeah, this is where I believe Metula is still a closed military area where Israeli troops are. Just one siren going off right now in Metula. Could be a rocket fired at Israeli troops. That is the SOFAR red alert map, which I really like. You're looking at. That's in northern Israel on the border with Lebanon. I'll post a link to the map, to the alert map, if you're interested. SOFAR red alert map. They also have an app which I use for red alerts. TZOFAR, SOFAR. See, SOFAR. Appreciate them letting me show the map. According to Google, crude oil continuous contract price is up 4% today, Google says. I just saw another rocket alert. Is that Metula again? Yeah, it's still Metula. There's been several rocket alerts, I believe, in Metula in northern Israel. That is a closed military zone right now where the Israeli military is. Thank you, by the way. I really appreciate it. Shout out to... What's going on here? Give me one moment. Shout out to TK, our new member. DRCP, thank you, our new member. Dolores Wilson, thank you. Martin Gingrich. Martin thinks Iranian civilians might seize this opportunity to revolt. Martin thinks they've been itching to do so for a few years now since that big protest. That's what Martin thinks. Thank you, Choppers66. Have Russians been asked to leave Israel? I saw something about that today. I'll have to look it up. Now, CNBC reports Russia is evacuating its citizens from Lebanon. That's definitely happening. No, I don't have good information on that. It's not well. There's a few sources on. There's a few social media accounts claiming that Russia is acting as citizens to leave Israel, or ordering it. I have not seen that. It's again not well sourced. I don't have it from a reliable source. If you find a reliable source, you can send it to me. I haven't seen a reliable source yet. Thank you, Chopper66. Thank you, Andreas Martin-Essen, for your support. Andreas thinks it would not make sense for Israel to only attack the oil facilities and not weaponry. They want to harm the Iranian military to also stop further attacks, I think. That's what Andreas says. Also, thank you to Laurel Petty. Thank you so much, Laurel. That's really kind of you. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Al-Mayadeen says the sound of explosions was heard in the vicinity of Metula, Israel. My guess is that's probably rocket interceptions, since there were, I think, several rocket alerts in Metula, northern Israel, a few minutes ago. So that would be my guess on that. Again, I do wonder, the last couple of nights, there have been a bunch of airstrikes in the Beirut area once it got dark out. And I do wonder if that's going to happen again. So The Economist has a new article out about the situation between Iran and Israel. I want to mention a little of that. They say The Economist thinks that that Israel's retaliation to Iran will be much greater. It will be far greater than it was in April. In April, Israel responded to an Iranian attack by basically firing a few missiles at an air defense station in Iran. So this is interesting. The Economist says there are 3 sets of possible targets for Israel. Israel could go after Iran's leaders, like it has done with Hamas and Hezbollah. It could hit Iran's infrastructure in order to push already a weak economy over the brink. In particular, for example, strikes on the oil terminals at Iran's ports would stop the flow of its main export and starve the regime of much-needed cash. Interesting. The Economist says also that 2 strikes that Israel did recently on the oil terminal, the Houthi oil terminal at the port of Hodeidah in Yemen, they say that those strikes were a trial run for an attack in Iran. Oh, hold on. Is there a rocket alert? Yeah, a smallish rocket alert going on right now in the east, northeast. You can see it right here on the SOFAR map at Avivim and, well, I'm going to refresh this, but Avivim and Yiron in northeastern Israel. I don't have a camera there right now. I have a camera from the west, but not the east. I don't think, actually, wait, no, I do have a camera in the east. Hold on a moment. I do have a camera in the east. I don't know if it's going to pick this up, but I have it. There. It's kind of blurry. That is from the eastern border. We'll see if we hear anything. I mean, actually, so I believe that's Kiryat Shimona. This is a little ways away. I don't know if we're going to hear anything. The rocket alerts are probably like 10, 15 miles from here, south of that. So we may hear something on this camera. I don't know. Anyways, let me, I want to keep talking about what The Economist was saying about what Israel might do with Iran. So The Economist says that Israel could go after Iranian leaders. They say they could go after Iranian infrastructure, like, for example, striking oil terminals at Iran's ports, which would stop the flow out of oil from Iran, which would certainly cost them a lot of income. Also, Israel could strike Iran's nuclear facilities where they're believed to be developing nuclear weapons, something Israel has been thinking about doing for more than 20 years. Oh, hold on. What's this? Hold on, hold on, hold on. Is it? Do we have a? Is this new, or is that old? No, I think that was already happening. I think that's not a new strike in Beirut. I think that's the same as before. That's just we were looking at that before, southern suburb of Beirut. All right, I'm gonna just go to this camera. Yeah, I think we would have heard something by now on the other camera if we were going to hear interceptions of something. Oops, no. Now what happened? That camera is... I have to like fix the brightness on it or something. Camera got dark all of a sudden. They might have adjusted it because the light's getting less. Oh no, there it is. Okay. There it is. I wanted to mention, though, that The Economist says that Israeli officials believe Netanyahu, the prime minister, has been hoping for months to provoke Iran into launching an attack on Israel that would give Israel an excuse to target Iranians' nuclear facilities. Is that what's going on? I don't know. The Economist points out that Iran's proxy groups are on the ropes. Eric Philbrick thinks that that's what's going to happen, targeting the nuclear facilities. So does P. A number of our viewers think that's what's going on. The Economist points out that the threat now to Israel from Iran's proxies has been dramatically reduced, which means the big deterrent to attacking Iran is not there right now. But The Economist points out that one of the big obstacles still to launching a big attack on Iran by Israel is the U.S., which does not want it. But The Economist also points out that it doesn't seem like America is really able to restrain Israel that much if Israel wants to do something. So The Economist points out a couple other things. They say even if Israel decides to launch a big attack on Iran, there are risks there. First of all, they say that there's no guarantee that an Israeli attack on Iran's nuclear program would succeed. Some of those nuclear facilities are deeply buried. And also, there's a lot of people now in Iran with nuclear know-how. So, it might not destroy the facilities, or maybe it destroys some facilities, but Iran can rebuild them or something, Also, interestingly, a reserve officer tells The Economist, "We don't have enough men or tanks to carry out a large operation in Lebanon." And that reserve officer thinks that Israel is planning a large operation in Lebanon. As I've been mentioning, Israel just today ordered new towns and villages in Lebanon to evacuate. Some of them quite a distance from the border, which suggests that a widening campaign could come. Something else is, The Economist says, is that Netanyahu might think, they say that, hold on a second here. Oops, sorry. They say Netanyahu has long faced skepticism both in Israel and abroad about his conviction that all Israel's security problems stem from Iran. And they point out, The Economist, that no matter what happens with Iran, you're still going to have Palestinians and Israelis living in close quarters with each other. And, the whole Palestinian-Israeli issue will not be solved. So anyways, it's interesting. That article is called "The Bloodshed in the Middle East is Fast Expanding." I'll have to read it all later on The Economist if you want to check it out. How far in Lebanon is Israel now on the ground? I don't even look. I don't believe they've established. I don't know for a fact, but they haven't said that they've established like. All that Israel officially says so far is that they're doing these raids, is that they're doing targeted, limited raids. Israel has not said that it's taking ground in Lebanon at the moment. Now, have they? I don't know. The Institute for the Study of War mentioned this, I believe, recently. But officially, this is not supposed to be a ground-taking operation at this point. You can actually see, I'll post a link to this. The Institute for the Study of War has a map, reported Israeli operations on Lebanon from yesterday. And it says, assessed Israeli advance. And it's like, you can see there's a little blue area right here, north of Metula, and a little blue area right here. So, also, as of yesterday, all of these yellow areas are Israeli evacuation warnings. Look, a bunch of them are over a dozen miles from the border, it looks like. Well, yeah, I mean, like up here, that's over a dozen miles from the border. So all these yellow areas are under evacuation orders, which suggests it's going to be a bigger response than just some cross-border raids. I'm going to post a link to this article, which has this map in it, from the Institute for the Study of War, which I like their articles a lot. By the way, the Institute for the Study of War also says the Iranian missile attack 2 days ago appears to have been more effective in penetrating Israeli air defenses than the drone missile attack in April by Iran. This may indicate that Iran is learning how to optimize its strike packages against Western and Israeli air defenses. Though Israel intercepted most of the missiles, that Iran launched. Some of the missiles managed to impact. These missiles caused minor damage to dozens of homes north of Tel Aviv, a major road near the Mossad headquarters in Tel Aviv, a school in central Israel, and the IDF Nevatim air base. Several factors could have led to the increased damage. Iran could have meaningfully increased its volume of fire. Iran also refrained 180 to 200 ballistic missiles compared to 120 in April. They also refrained from launching slower-moving cruise missiles and drones, which would have given Israel more warning. The ballistic missiles took about 15 minutes to fly from Iran to Israel, says the Institute for the Study of War. They give some other analysis too, which you can read in the article, which I posted the link to. I'll be interested to see future Institute for the Study of War analysis on what's going on. Maybe they'll have some kind of analysis on how they think Israel will respond. I don't believe they have actually posted such an analysis yet. So I'll be looking out for that from them, an analysis of how Israel will respond. I am seeing something more about oil prices right now. Seeing some more reporting about oil prices. Reuters says oil prices gained today as concerns grew that the conflict could disrupt crude oil flows from the key exporting region. Overshadowing a stronger global supply outlook, Brent and U.S. crude futures gained nearly 4% each today. One analyst who Reuters talked to said Oil's had a good week, but in context, you're looking at kind of a low 70s versus summer levels in the 80s. The current price is in the low 70s, or low to mid 70s, depending on the index. So I don't think there's a signal from the market to say brace yourself for a major escalation, but it's a volatile situation, said Erin Osman, an analyst they talked to. Let me also see if I can find some other reporting about oil. AFP says it went up 5%. Associated Press, in their article, Oil Rises, there you can see, says Iran is a major producer of oil, and a worry is that a broadening war could affect neighboring countries that are also integral to the flow of crude oil. Helping to keep prices in check, though, are signals that supplies of oil remain ample at the moment. Excuse me. Oh, this is interesting. The Washington Post says Al-Manar, a Hezbollah-aligned media outlet, reported today that since dawn, Hezbollah and Israeli forces have been clashing along the front line, with militants apparently targeting Israeli troops with artillery shells and missiles. Also, in the Lebanese border town of Maroun al-Ras, Al-Manar reported that Hezbollah militants killed an unspecified number of Israeli troops by detonating an explosive device. Now, on Thursday, the IDF said its Air Force killed militants who were firing projectiles at Israeli soldiers in southern Lebanon. Washington Post can't confirm the claims. I'll actually go look up Al-Manar now. And this camera became dark. Hold on a second. Let me switch to the other camera. There you go. Sorry. Let me check Al-Manar for myself. That's what I'll do. I will check Al-Manar for myself. Okay, Al-Manar just posted 2 minutes ago. Now, Al-Manar is affiliated with Hezbollah. They claim, they say helicopters and medical teams reveal casualties among the Israeli army as a result of a difficult incident in the north of the country. Let me see if they're saying Israeli media is reporting that. Now, I haven't seen that. I'll check some Israeli media and see. But I haven't seen that report today in Israeli media. I don't see it recently. Let me go back and check something here. Hang on. I see another rocket alert. Yeah, so I don't. Oh, I will read you another report by Al-Manar as well. One rocket alert right now. One rocket alert in northeastern Israel, or maybe northern central Israel. One rocket alert here in Zivan, according to SOFAR. Sivan. I'll let you know if I hear more about that. Oops, hold on. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't fix the caption. Oh no. I'm sorry. That's Beirut. When I switched it back from the other camera, that it's not the Israel-Lebanon border. I forgot to switch back the caption. That's Beirut. Hopefully you realize that. A few minutes ago, I switched it from one camera to the other. A quick thank you, by the way, to Richard Foley and Lord Cog for your support, and Siddharth Lohochab. Thank you. Siddharth thinks the missiles by Iran were a message, and that Iran intentionally leaked the details about the attack. Imagine if Israel wasn't prepared. That's what Siddharth thinks. I see some different opinions about that, about how much damage Iran wanted to cause by that attack. Iran says it would do something more if Israel strikes back. We'll see. Thank you, TK, for your support. Also, Petrovic, Carrier Kyle. Charles Greenstein, thanks for being a member. Michael McF and his mother, Jane McFarlane, thank you for watching. I appreciate that. From the UK. Hey, Ruben Urban is a member. Good to see you, Ruben. I hope you are well. Alberto Soberon, thanks for becoming a member. Jersey, Texas. Thanks for your support. DRCP. Oh, hold on. I'm seeing something. What is that? Is that a new strike? Is that a new strike? What's going on? I'm seeing that on the AFP camera. What's happening here? I didn't hear anything. That's on the AFP camera. There's also a plane flying overhead, or is that just old smoke from a previous strike? Let me see if any new strikes are reported by the Lebanese media. I don't see yet any reports of a new strike. But the camera is kind of making it like it's a new strike. But so far, Lebanese media has not reported a new airstrike. I haven't seen it. There's been no reports in the Lebanese media of a new strike. So I don't know what's going on with that. I do not know, guys. I do not know. One of our viewers mentioned the plane that we just saw. According to Flight Radar 24, well, it's not there anymore on Flight Radar 24. My guess is it was probably an MEA plane. MEA's Lebanese airline. Oopsie. Thanks to Timothy Tackett for becoming a member. Also, the Silver Sergeant for the gift memberships. That's super nice of you. Make sure you thank somebody on... make sure you thank... hold on, I'm seeing something. I'm seeing something. Reuters is showing that explosion too. Again, I don't know if that's a new strike. I was going to say, make sure you thank somebody if they give you a gift subscription or a gift membership. Thanks also to Richard Foley. I might have thanked Richard before, but thanks again, Richard. Again, I haven't seen reports that that was a new strike. Oh, they're adjusting the camera. Yes, breaking news. This is a new strike because Al Jadid News reports, that's Lebanese news, that there is a new strike on the southern suburbs of Beirut. So there was just a new strike, which we just saw some of the smoke from in southern suburbs of Beirut. That smoke there is from that strike. So a new strike, we just saw it. Can I link my X account? Yes. Thank you, The Guardian, for your support. Also, Sue Masry for becoming a member. Michael Horowitz said something really interesting. Hang on, I want to mention that. Michael, I follow on X, and he pointed out, so it's being reported that the Iranian foreign minister will visit Beirut tomorrow. For example, by Nikkei Asia. I've seen that a bunch of places. But Michael said, hang on a moment here. Michael Horowitz, at MichaelH992 on X, who I follow, he says that's quite the move for the foreign minister of Iran to visit Lebanon because he says Israel has said it would not allow Iranian planes in Beirut. So, you know, is there any chance that Israel would not allow that plane carrying the Iranian foreign minister to land in Beirut? I wonder if Israel might say, hey, there might be weapons on the plane or something. Again, President Biden said today he does not expect Israel to attack today. He said nothing's going to happen today. That's what he said. Dread Train thinks that means they will attack today. Thanks, Sweetums, for the bits on Twitch. Hey, thanks to our moderators over on Twitch. Big Ball of Yarn, Good Luck Duck, I Got That Fire, Mark and NC, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev. Thank you. On Facebook, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson. Really appreciate it. Valerie Gale Griffin. Over there on YouTube, Ruth Krafasi. It's moderating right now. Thank you. Linda Belk and Larry on X. I really appreciate all of our moderators. Thank you. A couple more rocket alerts right now. There have been a few of them. They haven't been that plentiful. Since we've been on the air today, haven't seen like big launches of rockets. But there is a new alert. Similar to two locations, according to so far Red Alert. Two locations north, central Israel. Zivon, it says. Wasn't there just one there a little while ago, I think? Just Zivon. Just one, it says. No, that's from before. That's old. That's old. That's an old one. Let's get the new one. Here. Safed and Beria. North of Sea of Galilee. I don't have a camera that I believe is going to show anything there. I do have this thing, but I don't think we're going to see or hear anything on this camera. It's a little ways away from there. That's the that's the border camera. That's Kiryat Shimona. So my guess is that we're not going to see or hear anything on that camera. I'll leave it on for a moment, but again, this is the border. This is not Beirut. This is the Israel, Lebanon. Oh, hold on. That might even be the wrong camera. That might be the wrong camera. I'm sorry. That's the west camera. I'm sorry. I got so mixed up before. Here, hold on. The east camera is what I want. That's not an explosion, that's windy. Okay, I'm sorry. You know what happened? I owe you an apology. So I got mixed up with the cameras. And then about 15 minutes ago, I said we're looking at the western border. We're looking at the eastern border. I was actually still showing you the western border, I think. I don't even remember anymore. This is the eastern border. I believe this is the Kiryat Shimona camera. So I apologize if 15 minutes ago I was showing you the Nahariya camera on the west and was saying it was the east camera. Once in a while I get mixed up. This is the northeastern border camera, Kiryat Shimona. This is wind. It's very windy. You're hearing wind. These are not all explosions. It's quite windy there. Hold on a second here. So, but that is the eastern north border camera. I'm not going to leave it on this camera. I'm going to go back to Beirut. If there's a rocket alert somewhere up there, we'll go to that camera. Man. Somebody was probably shouting at me in the chat 15 minutes ago saying, that's not the right camera. Thank you to Eric Cloutier, our new member. Thanks to Sue Masry, our new member. It is about noon Eastern time, 7:05. Lebanon and Israel time. There will be a State Department briefing at around 1 p.m., so we'll cover that for you. Our viewer, Aaron Sick says, I do not think anything will happen during Rosh Hashanah. Israel will take its time. Rosh Hashanah ends tomorrow at sundown. Oh. Oh, thanks to Crease19, breaking news. I forgot to mention this. Yes, Israel said they intercepted a drone. I forgot to mention that, my bad. The Israeli Air Force said 20 minutes ago that a short time ago, the Air Force intercepted an unmanned aircraft in the south of the country. There are no casualties. I am Jonathan says, do you think this will affect the national election? I mean, I don't think that it's going to, that given what's happened right now, it's going to affect it much. Although, who knows? It could be a super close election, right? So, but I mean, I certainly think if there's an wider fighting and a regional war and shocks to the oil prices, that has more of a chance of affecting the election. Craig Crisitomo mentioned to me that, according to BNO News, CNN reported the death toll from Hurricane Helene rose to 200, about half of them in North Carolina. That is not good. Not good. Parkway Kid thinks Israel will not attack Iran until they finish Hezbollah and Iranian forces in Syria. That would be a long time. Well, they haven't committed to finishing Iranian forces in Syria, just to be clear. But my guess is it'll be sooner than that. That'd be my guess. I don't know for sure, but I would think they're going to attack fairly soon. But I might be wrong. Who knows? I don't remember how long. I can tell you how long they waited in April. What was it? A couple weeks? I can tell you. So in April, they struck Iran on April 19th. And that was 6 days after the Iranian strikes, which were April 13th. So it took them 6 days to respond in April. Thank you, WinTube. WinTube says the border camera had outgoing explosions. Sounds like artillery toward Lebanon. That could be true. That could be true. We were watching one of these border cameras. I think it was yesterday or the day before, hearing booms, and it sounded like maybe artillery to me. So by the border cameras, I mean like this I mean like this camera. But I'm going to stick with the Beirut camera from now, because at nighttime the last couple days there's been a bunch of stuff going on in Beirut area. But if I hear of stuff going on at the border, I can always switch cameras. Hey, thanks for mentioning that, WinTube. I appreciate that. Thanks for your support, WinTube, and also Long Walker's Life. Thank you. Now, soon, I'm going to have to eat something soon. That's what's going to have to happen. Yeah, I'm planning on staying on the air for a while today, but we've been on the air a few hours already, and I'm going to have to eat something at some point. I might soon take about 5 minutes and put my food in, because it's not pretty when I have not eaten. Oh, there's an update from the IDF, guys. Update from the IDF. I just heard it. Couple updates. First of all, according to Manny Fabian of Times of Israel, Manny says a barrage of some 85 mortars and rockets was fired from Lebanon at the Metula area in the past hour, according to the IDF. We did hear a rocket alert in Metula. There was a couple of them. Some of them, few of them, it looked like. Some of the rockets were intercepted and several impacts were also identified. There are no immediate reports of injuries from the mortar and rocket attack at Metula, which is I believe, in a closed military area where Israeli forces would be. Also, the IDF said, they just said that during the past day, the Golani Brigade has been engaged in limited, localized, targeted ground raids based on precise intelligence in southern Lebanon. The troops dismantled weapons and terrorist infrastructure and eliminated terrorists on the ground and from the air. They said in a joint operation by the Golani Brigade and the Israeli Air Force, a military structure housing Hezbollah terrorist organization commanders, including the commander of the combat area, the commander of the engineering forces, and the fire coordinator commander was struck. The terrorists were eliminated. In another strike, Israeli forces identified suspicious enemy movement in a military structure. The forces directed enemy aircraft activity, and within minutes the structure was struck and the terrorists were eliminated. Additionally, Israeli soldiers located and confiscated weapons and terrorist infrastructure in southern Lebanon. Among the weapons found were firearms and observation equipment. The Israeli military posted some footage from Lebanon of Israeli troops in action. So I will show you that footage right now from the Israeli military. Israeli forces in Lebanon. This is from the Israeli military. I'm going to show it to you right now. That was footage of the Israeli military in southern Lebanon from the Israeli Defense Forces. Okay, what I am going to do is, I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break. I'll shoot for 5 minutes, where I'm going to put my food in the air fryer, because I need to make some food, because we're going to stay on for a little while. So, it says Steve will be back in 5 minutes. Let me, by the way, take my earphones out for a second. I'll be keeping an eye on what's going on, but let me just put my food in, because I do need to eat some food. And I'll come back in about 5 minutes or so. Oh, we just paused for a second. Again, I will come back in 5 minutes or so. We should be okay here. We good? We're good? Everybody good? You can see me, you can hear me. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. Everybody good? Thanks, Mr. Tim, by the way, and Dances with Wolves. Everybody says good, good. Okay, so give me about 5 minutes. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Obviously, I'll leave the stream and the footage up, and I'll be back in 5 minutes or so. Okay. Sorry, everyone, for the delay. Hang on. I'm putting my headphones back in. Might pause for a second here. Give me a moment. Let's see. We're good. Okay, so yeah, just to repeat, I am making some food because we've been on the air for several hours and I'm going to keep staying on the air. So in a little bit, my food will be ready and I will go eat my food and I will keep the stream going. Obviously, if there's some big news while I'm eating, I will run back in here and immediately start reporting again. Let's see here. So we're bringing you the latest updates. Hang on a moment here. Let me just throw this up. The last couple of nights, there have been a bunch of Israeli strikes in Beirut, in the Beirut suburbs, mostly in the Beirut southern suburbs. We will see if that happens again. There is a State Department briefing coming up at 1 p.m. I gotta like set my alarm. I might be eating when the State Department briefing starts. If I am, I'll just turn on the State Department briefing. When I'll turn it on while I'm eating. Thank you, by the way. I want to shout out our moderators who are with us. We have moderating right now. Just to name a few of them. Well, to name all of them who are here. I want to name all of them. Big Ball of Yarn, Good Luck Duck, I Got That Fire, Mark and NC, McBritches, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev. Thanks for being over there on Twitch right now. Kay Lowry Body, Paul Anderson, Valerie, Gail Griffin, Margaret Riley, over there on Facebook. I really appreciate it. Hopefully I'm getting everybody. Linda Belk and Larry, thanks for moderating on X. Thanks to all of our YouTube moderators. We've had Sabrina and Ruth Krafasi there. Thank you, Mrs. Handy RU. Thank you for being a new member. I'm just doing a check to see if I have any new updates for you. President Biden today said that nothing was going to happen in terms of the Israel response to Iran today. We'll see if that's the case. Rosh Hashanah, the New Year's holiday in Israel, runs until tomorrow at sundown. So if Israel's waiting for that to be over, that would be tomorrow at sundown. So our Peter Popper mentioned that ABC News had a report. I got to check out ABC News. Al Jazeera had a report that they quoted ABC News on. So I got to go to ABC News and check the actual report. Where is it? Yeah, you know, I don't know where the report is. Like, Al Jazeera said there was a report from ABC that claims that the ground operation will not continue for more than a few weeks. But I just went to ABC and I don't see the report on ABC. So I can't really comment on that or even report it, because I don't even see the original report. But they're not reporting it. They're saying ABC is reporting it. But I just don't see it anywhere there. If I see it, I'll let you know. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily rely on that anyway. Hey guys, give me one moment. I'm coming right back. I'll be back in 30 seconds. Need about 30 seconds. Give me 30 seconds. There. I found it. ABC News has an article. ABC News has an article that says several security sources told ABC News that the ground operation is expected to last no longer than a few weeks. Maybe that's true. I also know that Israel has ordered dozens and dozens of communities to evacuate in southern Lebanon, some not right at the border, and which makes it look like it's going to be an involved ground operation. For example, you can see right here from Associated Press, Israel extends evacuation warnings in Lebanon, signaling a wider offensive. The Israeli military warned people to evacuate a city and other communities in southern Lebanon that are north of a UN-declared buffer zone, signaling that it may widen a ground operation launched earlier this week. So, I don't know. That's from AP. But planning on doing a bunch of coverage today. I'm going to be eating in a little bit and taking a little break. But when I'm eating, actually around 1 p.m., the State Department briefing is supposed to happen. So my plan is to put that up on the screen while I'm eating. Well, once it starts. Hezbollah released a statement that it confronted some failed attempts of Israeli forces towards some border villages today. It also claims it targeted Israeli enemy concentrations in barracks, in other locations. So, who knows? We'll have to wait for more information. Oh, hold on. Manny Fabian report with Times of Israel reports that the Iran-backed Islamic resistance in Iraq takes responsibility for the drone that was shot down earlier today by the Israeli Air Force over southern Israel. It said it launched the drone at an unspecified target in southern Israel. The drone was shot down over the Egypt-Israel border. Hey guys, N12 News says that residents of a number of settlements, a number of places in northern Israel, were instructed to stay near their protected areas. I don't know what that's about. That's from Roy Case, Israeli reporter. GLZ Radio, Israel, says from this morning there have been more than 200 rocket launches from Lebanon. All right, here's what we're going to do. Here is what we're going to do, okay? Here's the plan. So we are staying on the air. I'm going to bring you a bunch more coverage today. I just made some food. I need to go eat my food so I can keep bringing you coverage. So, by the way, thanks to Trent, our new member. So I am going to... Guys, for the people yelling in the chat rudely, saying in all capital letters, "Stop calling towns settlements," complain to the sources. I am reading you sources. I am not choosing the language myself. Stop yelling at me. It's rude. It also doesn't make sense to yell at me. It's not my language. Okay. Anyways. Those rude people aside, my plan right now is to eat my food, thanks to Allistic for your support on Twitch, and also Coop Kepu Like Kepi, and Genos OO, and Spent Primer on Twitch, and Sweetums, thank you on Twitch for your support. So I'm gonna go eat. In about 20 minutes, the State Department briefing is supposed to start. So if I'm eating and that starts, I'll come in and I'll put it up on the screen for you. Give me a moment. Let me go eat, and then I'll be keeping an eye on everything while I eat. If there's some big emergency, I'll run back in here. If not, I'll come in and continue the coverage after I eat. Okay? So that is my plan. Let me put the text on the screen. We'll leave the broadcast up for you. There, Steve is taking a meal break. He'll be back soon. Taking out my headphones, so we might pause for a second here. Give it a moment. Give it a moment here. Hang on. One moment. One moment. Good. All good. Okay. All right, I turned the volume up for you. I will be back. I will be back after I eat. If there's an emergency, I'll be back while I'm eating. Okay? So appreciate you watching the video. Appreciate you watching the coverage, and I will see you in a little bit. Hey guys, excuse me. It's Steve. I'm still eating. I'm seeing some reports in Lebanese media of more airstrikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut. So it looks like the camera is looking around, trying to get a sight of them. So I'll try to maybe raise the brightness of this camera. I'm going to finish eating, but I'll try to get maybe a better brightness on this camera. If I have anything else to show you, I will. But again, Lebanese media is saying that there was there were one or more strikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut. So I don't have more information on it than that. A new series of strikes I'm seeing. 4 enemy strikes, says NBN Lebanon. So let me try to adjust the brightness a little bit of this. But if I have other stuff to show you, I will. But it sounds like there were just some new airstrikes.
easier for me to remember. Seems very accurate. Yeah.
Did you read my interview? I sent you.
Oh yeah, that one. Yeah, it was very unique. Today, how was the day?
I saw Michelle also to interview a lot.
It was really fun.
What do you mean by unique?
I don't know.
Yeah, original meeting.
I think they accepted that as a
It actually, it was not true.
Yes,
That's why I This is not volatility. It's just like he doesn't do that.
The thing is,
journalists stuff. But yeah, I just tried and it doesn't.
there's basically a few roles in like either vacuum selection people think how what's not right. Yeah, except
they're holding it up right now. In the house. This time I guess no, not so often. But
it needs to be made a big deal out of it. Their concerns with their housing should be addressed first before you can leave it. It's so serious. And
She's taking classes, but then there's a lot of people who did them. It's like I think all of them are
well, I'm a musician. Actually, you can see that you have my card. If you in the YouTube channel
sitting on my desk, and I get your texts.
If I get the number, you can get it faster and remind you that it's the same. Over the rain. You got it. I will cancel the you have a cancel. Yeah, you have my backup. I don't know where this is coming from. What's saving you?
Nothing special.
No, I'm just saying because I don't want them to be
And I feel so busy.
Precisely, actually.
Let's see.
I don't know that I think I'll follow this. Yes. We'll all be there. Yeah.
They have favorites. Sometimes they write their favorites. I've been through
Oh yeah, it was about the whole story, and about Centerville, and some music, the sewer.
Yes, that's it. Yes, sir. I got plenty of that.
I forget what we used, when you said, notice, which I haven't heard of.
No, it's been around since January. It's a non-profit.
And ours is non-profit. Because ours is non-profit, I can't keep it as so it's a really big deal.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I try to ask the gallery for a pass. When did you last ask?
It was a year ago.
Did they give you a reason why?
Oh, because it's our nonprofit, because of funding and all that, donors. thought that was,
well, I think from their end, it would be like, they're asking for transparency and ethics. But I understand your stance too. Right. So it seems.
but there's not much difference between that and another media that has some questionable.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, big media. It's advertising.
Absolutely.
I think their reasoning is actually discredited. They don't fund source of other media.
I don't
question like who their advertisers are.
I don't think that's true. Actually, I think they do. I know for us, we had to submit a full financial disclosure. So I'm pretty sure that for every outlet they have that same.
I just don't.
That's fair enough. I respect that.
There's a news story about me signing
You succeeded.
yeah, that's a good attorney.
That helps.
Signed in the law.
Yeah, that's for you.
Well, they have the news outlet called Daily Signal. So they reported this spread loop.
Hi. Oh, Dandy. How are you? I'm Dandy, large and in charge. I can return 2 sheets of paper to you today if you'd like some. We're really close. November 5th, election day. So whatever the countdown is, 33 days. Oh my God, it's like everyone's got time to hear. My dad's like, this baby's coming in mid-October. I'm like, yeah. I don't mind. Have they?
Yeah.
Really? So like when did they do it? Like a weekend or whatever? I think I did it on YouTube. Just okay. Geriatric, whatever they do. Sure. Right.
Please continue. Anything you'd like to share with the class? Living out my dream of being a teacher. I'm sure that's true. Let me start with. I think I'm incredibly underqualified for that job. Let me start with some opening comments before we turn to questions. First, the United States welcomes today's historic agreement between the Republic of Mauritius and the United Kingdom on the status of the Chagos Archipelago. The United States has strongly supported negotiations every step of the way as the two countries have negotiated over the past 2 years. It's a win for a diplomacy to see a successful outcome of this effort between two U.S. partners after more than a dozen rounds of talks. The agreement will secure the future of our joint U.S.-UK military facility on Diego Garcia, which plays a vital role in U.S. efforts to establish regional and global security, respond to crises, and counter some of the most challenging security threats of our time. The treaty between Mauritius and the UK also addresses wrongs of the past and demonstrates the commitment of both parties to support the welfare of Chagossians. Mauritius will now be free to implement a resettlement program on the islands of the Chagos archipelago, other than Diego Garcia, and the UK will capitalize a new trust fund as well as separately provide other support for the benefit of Chagossians. The agreement also will open up expanded cooperation between the two Commonwealth partners, who will partner on infrastructure and economic development, environmental protection, maritime security, combating illegal fishing, irregular migration, and drug and people trafficking within the Chagos archipelago, with the shared objective of securing and protecting one of the world's most important marine environments. By settling all outstanding issues between Mauritius and the United Kingdom, today's agreement reflects the power of diplomacy to solve long-standing challenges and further invigorates our shared commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific region. And I would just note that Secretary Blinken discussed this a number of times in recent weeks with officials from both Mauritius and the United Kingdom, including on our trip to the United Kingdom 3 weeks ago, including in conversations with Foreign Secretary Lamy last week in New York, and another conversation this week, as well as a conversation with the Prime Minister of Mauritius last week, while a phone conversation while the Secretary was in New York at the UN General Assembly, so especially welcomes this agreement. Next, turning to our efforts to provide assistance to U.S. citizens who wish to depart Lebanon. As I said yesterday, we are working 24/7 to help provide U.S. citizens in Lebanon with as many options as possible to depart. We know that not all of them wish to leave, but our goal is to provide as many options as we can to make sure all of them are safe. First, we are working with U.S. airlines to block seats for U.S. citizens. We are also working to...
With U.S. airlines?
No, with airlines. Sorry. We are working with airlines to block seats for U.S. citizens. Excuse me. We are also working to increase the commercial capacity by organizing additional flights. In the past week, we have made over 1,400 seats available on flights out of Lebanon, and many seats do remain available. In addition, as I announced yesterday, we are organizing additional flights to allow more U.S. citizens and their eligible family members to depart Lebanon now. A second flight departed Beirut this morning with 134 passengers on it, bringing the total number of American citizens and their immediate family members who have departed on these flights to 250. And while we don't know the total number of U.S. citizens who have left via the seats we have made available on commercial flights, we do know that a high percentage of those seats have been filled. As I said at the top, we do recognize that a number of American citizens do not wish to leave. They have family members in Lebanon, and many of them are dual citizens, have lived there for a number of years. So we are also offering loans to U.S. citizens who may wish to stay in Lebanon, but want to instead relocate to a safer destination inside Lebanon. Americans in Lebanon should visit the embassy website or travel.state.gov to fill out our intake form so we can ensure that they are aware of all of the options available to them. And we urge Americans to take advantage of these options now while it is still safe to do so. That?
Yes.
Matt.
Well, I have a question on Diego Garcia, but I'll let that wait until the end because I want to start with
Sure.
Lebanon. So, first of all, when you say that 250 total Americans have or I just want to make sure those are all American citizens
and
not
immediate family members
who may or may not be Americans. Is that right?
Yes, correct. May or may not be American citizens. It's
so
250. Of that 250, some of them are American citizens, some of them are their immediate family members who are
they're not a citizen, if they're a parent or
if they're an eligible child, immediate family member, they can get on flights.
And these are the flights that you guys have organized.
Correct.
That are not on Middle East Airlines.
Correct.
Okay. So you're probably aware that, that later this afternoon there's going to be a news conference in Michigan with the Arab American group is organizing it. They say, at least, that they're going to announce a class action lawsuit against the U.S. government, but in particular the State Department for not doing enough. Now, the suit hasn't been filed, and yet, at least that I know of, and even after it's filed, I know that you were just going to defer to the Justice Department. But in terms of the complaint, the broader complaint that appears to be being raised, do you think that you've done enough to help?
So you're right. First of all, let me say that I wouldn't comment on a lawsuit, but I'm happy to talk about the efforts that we have provided to help American citizens get out of the country. First, I do want to note that we have been advising American citizens to leave for months now. Lebanon has been a level 4 travel country for months. We have been telling Americans that the security situation was unstable and that they should leave via commercial options while it is safe to do so. We know that a number of American citizens did leave over the past few months, but of course there are thousands and thousands who didn't leave and decided to stay, and some for very good reasons. Some we know have family members, and as I said, aren't going to want to depart Lebanon under any circumstances, but we have been advising people to leave via commercial options while they still could. Over the past week, as the security situation got more tense and as a number of commercial airlines that were flying out of Beirut as recently as the last 10 days or so started to cancel their flights, we then started identifying these other options to get American citizens out. The first thing we did, as I said, was to make seats available on Middle East Airlines, which is the only remaining commercial carrier flying out of Lebanon, and a number of American citizens have left via those flights.
You haven't?
I don't have a number. As I said, we don't ever have perfect fidelity on the Americans that actually show up for those flights because it's via a commercial carrier. But we've been told by the carrier that a high percentage of the seats that they've set aside are being filled, but we just don't have an exact number. But it is in the hundreds. In addition, to supplement the seats available on Middle East Airways, we started yesterday organizing our own flights, and we had a flight with 300 seats available yesterday, and around 120 people went out on it. We had another flight with 300 seats available today, and a little over 130 people went out on it. We're going to continue to organize those flights as long as the security situation is challenging, as long as there aren't sufficient commercial options available, and as long as there's demand. So what we have tried to do is be responsive to the situation as it changes. So when there were ample commercial flights available, we were urging American citizens to take them. When the number of commercial flights shrunk, we first worked with the remaining carrier to make seats available. And when we found that there were still more American citizens that wanted to leave, we organized our own flights, and we'll continue to do everything that we can to help American citizens who want to leave get out safely.
Okay. One of the other complaints that's been raised is that the cost of a seat on one of these planes, particularly on Middle East Airlines, is just exorbitant. People can't afford it. So one, if you are an American citizen who wants to leave Lebanon on one of these MEA flights and can't afford it, can you go to the embassy and get an emergency loan to pay for that seat and for the seats of your immediate eligible family members?
So I don't know if you can get a loan from the embassy for a seat on the Middle East Airways flight. I'm happy to check on that. But and any individuals who have that question, if they register with our website, either the one I outlined before or the embassy, people will be able to answer that question directly for them, look at their exact circumstances. I will say, yes, we know that the price of the flights on Middle East Airways have been extremely high. It's what you would expect in a situation where they're the only carrier that remains flying. And we know that's very difficult for some people. But I will tell you, that's one of the reasons why we organized our own flights, because we do recognize that a number of people just can't afford to pay those flights. And while the cost varies on the flights that we have organized, the most that any American will pay for a seat on those flights is $283. And if they can't afford $283, if they don't have $283, we will provide them a loan from the U.S. government for the cost of that ticket on board one of the flights that we have organized. So we would urge any American citizen who wants to leave to take the advice that we are offering to register with our website, and we will reach out to them about flights that are available and work with them to try to get them on a flight they can afford.
And those flights that you've organized are to where? Do you know?
The 2 flights that have left so far are to Turkey. The flight that left yesterday, the flight that left earlier today are to Turkey. If we have additional destinations,
meaning
Istanbul, and people can always obviously move onward from there. If we make flights available to additional destinations, I will update you after those flights have taken place.
Last one, extremely briefly, just you said at the very top you made 1,400 or arranged for 1,400 seats available. Those are on MEA, right?
Correct.
14,
Correct.
and then on top. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. All right.
Thanks, Matt. Just to take a step back, American officials, including from this building, had in previous months expressed doubts and concerns that Israel could sustain military engagements on 2 fronts, in Gaza and in the north. Has that assessment changed?
No, it certainly hasn't changed. I mean, if you look at our assessment was, I will say, a little more complex than that. It was not just that they would have a tough time sustaining a major military operation in Gaza and a major military operation in the north. It's also that additional escalation in the north was potentially destabilizing on the West Bank, and they would ultimately find themselves in a number of different confrontations. So that continues to be our assessment, that the longer conflict goes on, the risk you have of additional conflicts breaking out, and that is, puts the Israeli security services in an extremely stretched situation.
Without betraying the confidence of diplomatic conversations, does the U.S. have a clear picture of Israel's goals in the north in terms of how long they might stretch in time or geography?
We have discussed those goals with them, but obviously it's, I think, appropriate for them to speak to them publicly, not us.
Okay, and vis-a-vis Iran, similarly, without getting into what they might be targeting or what kinds of operations may be considered, does the U.S. have clarity on what Israel is considering doing, especially because steps that they've taken in the past have come with little advance notice and nonetheless require the U.S. to engage on the deterrence or defensive front thereafter?
We are having ongoing conversations with them about the options that they are considering, but I'm going to keep everything about those conversations private.
But you have clarity on their planning?
We have ongoing conversations with them. I just don't think it's appropriate for me to get into any level of detail, even about the types of things they're considering or the types of consultations that we are having.
Have they taken nuclear sites off the table following the president's?
I'm just not going to go beyond what I've said.
Okay. Does the U.S. believe that Israel striking nuclear sites would lead to a broader war?
So the president spoke to this yesterday, made clear that we do not believe they should strike nuclear sites. I don't want to deal with a hypothetical question beyond that.
I mean, it's not much. It's not really a hypothetical.
It's an event that has not happened, so I don't want to.
Like, is a consequence of that?
It is an event that has not happened. I don't want to talk about potential outcomes.
Okay, but if there is a chance for Israel to lessen Iran's breakout time from a matter of weeks to a matter of months or years, does that not make them a less potent foe and lessen the likelihood of a regional war? It's just,
again, we are well into the realm of hypotheticals and playing out scenarios that have not occurred. I don't think it's appropriate for me to get into that level of speculation from this podium.
Okay, and last one. Is there today any sort of messaging from the U.S. that it will condition future arms deliveries to Israel on a circumscribed incursion into the north and a minimizing of civilian casualties there?
So we have made clear from the start that we are committed to the defense of Israel and that we will remain committed to the defense of Israel. Our security partnership with them dates back decades, and we expect it to continue well into the future. We are also having conversations with them about the shape of that campaign, the scope of that campaign, what their targets are going to be, but I don't want to get into beyond that.
Thank you.
Just to follow up on how Israel could potentially respond to the attack that we saw on Tuesday. The president today did leave the door open to Iran going Israel going after Iran's oil reserves. Is it the assessment of Biden administration officials that going after those oil reserves would keep this conflict at the simmer that it's at right now?
So that's a little bit different question than the one Olivia asked me, but only because it's about a different target. It still asked me to speculate about the outcome of an event that has not yet happened, and I'm just going to decline to do that.
But certainly there must be a reason that the president feels that one action would be okay and another action would not be. So can you just help us understand the thinking of that?
So I'm not going. It would require me to get into a number of conversations that we have been having over the past 48 hours with our Israeli counterparts, and that we continue to have. And I'm not going to do that from here.
Okay. Same area, a slightly different topic. Lebanese foreign minister told CNN today or yesterday that Hassan Nasrallah, before he was killed, had actually agreed to the 21-day ceasefire that the U.S. had been putting together last week. Is that accurate?
So I can't speak to whether he ever agreed to it and told somebody inside Lebanon. Obviously, that could be something that happened that we wouldn't be aware of. I can tell you that if that's true, it was never communicated to us in any way, shape, or form.
And you guys met with, Secretary Blinken met with Lebanese officials.
He did. We were having a number of...
And specifically discussed this 21-day ceasefire.
We were having a number of conversations with Lebanese officials as well as with others in the region, and I can tell you at no time was it ever communicated to us that Hezbollah had accepted a ceasefire.
But they were giving you confidence that they might, but it wasn't necessarily from Nasrallah?
So we were having a number of diplomatic engagements to talk about the proposals that we were going to put forward.
Right.
I think all of the parties were well aware of the proposals that we were going to put forward, but at no time in those conversations did we get a message that Hezbollah had agreed or was going to agree to it.
Or Nasrallah himself.
Yeah, or Nasrallah himself. Well, I mean, that one.
I think that's just a commercial plane flying, by the way.
To sort of the situation on the ground in Lebanon.
Hey, real quick, I believe that is just a commercial plane flying on the Beirut camera. We are looking at the airport in this camera, so you may notice a plane up there, so I just want to let people know that's what I believe it is. I'll double check here. On Flight Radar 24, it says it is a My Way Airlines Beirut to Frankfurt flight from My Way Airlines. Now, My Way Airlines, I don't know if that's like a charter flight. It's a Georgian carrier based in the country of Georgia. Anyways, for whatever that's worth, just letting you know that that's what that plane was. It's not a military plane. All right, we'll listen to a little more of this briefing, then I'll come back on and do some more updates.
They are doing anything other than targeting a terrorist organization, Hezbollah, that had launched strikes and was continuing to launch strikes against Israel, including in the last few days.
So everything that the Israeli, all the elements of the Israeli operation within what you just said those have the green light from the US. Like, we're okay with this. Doesn't go beyond, I guess, red lines is not a word we like to use.
It's not to speak to any one individual strike, because it is not like we are sitting and approving individual strikes, but we do approve of the Israeli government defending itself and defending its people from a terrorist organization that has continued to, that began this conflict with them on October 8th, forced tens of thousands of people to flee their homes, also has been a destabilizing force in Lebanon. We do support them taking military action to bring those terrorists to justice.
But the position last week when you were calling for a 3-week ceasefire is that there's no longer a call for a ceasefire?
We do ultimately want to see a ceasefire and diplomatic resolution, but we do think it's appropriate that Israel at this point is bringing terrorists to justice and trying to push and launching these limited incursions, what at least at this point are limited incursions, to try and push Hezbollah back from the border.
But this is having the impact of sending civilians who have no connection to Hezbollah, Americans, to leave. So, don't you have a little more concern that this is the escalatory action that you were warning against?
We are, of course, absolutely concerned about the humanitarian effects of this conflict. We are concerned about the effects on American citizens, thousands of whom live in Lebanon. We are concerned about the effects on innocent Lebanese civilians who live in Lebanon and are now caught in the middle of a conflict that they had nothing to do with. It's why we are ultimately working for a diplomatic resolution, something that we had been working to for some time. It's why we're continuing to support humanitarian assistance for the Lebanese people. It's why we're organizing the ways to depart Lebanon that I spoke to at the beginning of this briefing. But ultimately, you do have a security situation that was untenable for Israel. And by the way, it's a security situation that was untenable for Lebanese civilians in southern Lebanon who had been forced to flee their homes too. So Israel at this point has launched what they have described, and we're going to watch and see, but what they have described as limited incursions across the border to try and push Hezbollah back so 1701 can ultimately be implemented. We're going to see how that unfolds over the coming days. Ultimately, our goal is a diplomatic resolution, and where we want to see this go is UN Security Council 1701, which was adopted some years ago, has never been fully implemented, so you have security on both sides of the border and the ability for Lebanese and Israeli civilians to return to their homes.
Right. But you talk about a diplomatic solution, but what's going on at the moment is a war, right? How long is Israel does Israel need to continue those operations, or how long is it okay for them to keep this kind of level of attacks?
So a conflict is by its nature dynamic, and I think it's impossible to.
I need to break in here. So the AFP is reporting right now that source close to Hezbollah says Israel strike targets a warehouse adjacent to Beirut airport. Okay, so that's according to Aya Iskandarani with AFP. She just posted this. She says Israel targets a warehouse adjacent to the airport. Now we're looking at the airport. I think that's why the camera might have just moved. So I want to just see, I'm going to maybe try to adjust the brightness here. I didn't hear anything on the audio. I have while the State Department is playing, I'm keeping the Beirut audio on. I didn't hear a boom or anything, but I mean, the camera right now is focusing on an area where you can see the airport lights. So anyways, that's the first I've heard of that. I'll check for other updates. But, you know, let me just try to, I have the brightness up a little bit. Let me just see if I can adjust the brightness a little more. Yeah, I mean, even if I turn the brightness up the whole way, it really is not showing us much. So, again, I'll keep an eye on that, but unconfirmed report from AFP that Israel has targeted a warehouse adjacent to the airport. So I'll put the sound back on of the smoke above the highway on the left. Where? Black smoke where? Oh, hold on. Now remember, there's been smoke in certain areas for a while. People are saying they see smoke. Can I not see it? No. But it can be a little harder for me on my monitor. It's harder to see now. People are saying they're seeing some smoke somewhere. Give me 1 second here. Some people say, I don't see the smoke. Some people say they see it. Some people say they don't see it. Hold on. Hang on a minute. Hang on a moment. I don't see anything on the Reuters camera either. Hold on. 1 moment, please. 1 moment, please, everyone. A number of people say no smoke. Yeah, guys, just to be clear, so there have been a number of strikes today in Beirut, in southern Beirut. So if you're seeing smoke somewhere, that doesn't mean it was from this recent strike. There were all kinds of smoke. There's been all kinds of smoke today going on. So again, I'm really not seeing it. Let me turn on the State Department feed, the sound, and let me do a little research here and see what I can find you.
Is systematic. The manner in which it's conducted suggests that there is no safe place. Because how do you expect the people to know who's living around them, what's happening in these buildings? Can this be justified?
So obviously attacks targeted attacks on civilians could not be justified. But Israel does have the right to go after terrorists. I mean, that is just a fact under international humanitarian law, that every country has the right to defend itself against terrorists. But their strikes have to take into account civilian harm, and they need to take into account where civilians are. They need to take actions to mitigate civilian harm. They're required to do that under international humanitarian law in Lebanon, as they are anywhere else.
There's 1 million and a half person in the streets now. They don't have a place to go, and the way it's conducted now, you may have more people in the streets, because how do you expect the people to know who's living in this building and what's happening? It's not only some places, I don't know. It's how do you expect that people can predict who is living beside them?
So there are horrific consequences of this conflict. It's why we ultimately want to get to a diplomatic resolution. This is a security situation that has plagued Lebanon for years, and you obviously know the long history well, which is Hezbollah has been a destabilizing force that has attacked not just Israel, but has attacked Lebanese civilians, and has put the entire region in this untenable situation where after October 7th, they began launching attacks on Israel that forced tens of thousands of Israeli civilians to move. And then Israel responded, and they had this tit-for-tat escalation back and forth that forced tens of thousands of Lebanese to move. So we're absolutely cognizant of the people who have been forced to move over the past week or so. We're also cognizant of the tens of thousands of people on both sides of the border who have had to move over the past year. And so why ultimately we want to see a resolution of this conflict where Hezbollah does.
Are we hearing new booms? Do we just hear new booms, guys? I thought I might have heard new booms, but I'm not sure. I'm just not sure. I thought I heard something. People are saying no. Some people are saying no. So anyways, I thought I heard something. Well, I'll keep an eye out. Hold on. Hold on.
Okay, one final question. When today Kataib Hezbollah, after what the president responds to the question on the possibility on attacking the oil sites in Iran, Kataib Hezbollah put out a statement: if the energy war starts, the world will lose around 12 billion barrels of oil. And as Kataib Hezbollah said before, either everyone enjoys the oil or everyone is deprived. Does that concern you?
Again, I'm not going to speak to hypothetical scenarios. We are consulting with Israel about their response, and we're going to keep those consultations private. Saeed.
Thank you.
Thank you for being patient.
Yeah. Just to follow up on what Kyle said about the Lebanese foreign minister saying that Hezbollah agreed and so on. But I want to ask you about the proposal itself, because we were all there and we thought that something was coming. There was never some sort of a formalized version for the 21 days, correct?
What do you mean a formalized?
Well, I mean,
what do you mean?
Planned out and saying this is
we made the proposal public, and
right.
Neither of the parties had accepted it when we made it public.
But
we were surfacing it in consultation with our allies, the allies that joined the statement. Now, both of the parties were aware that we were going to make the proposal, but neither of them had accepted it when we did, and neither of them did.
And my question is also on what you said. You say that you support Israel limited incursions and so on. You support this operation. And you are, in a way, reconciled to the fact that this war could, blow way out of proportions, citing what happened in 1982, an incursion that went on to be an 18-year occupation and so on. So, which is it? I mean, are you reconciled with this fact, or do you want to push for a diplomatic solution right now? I mean, before things get out of hand.
So we do ultimately want to see a diplomatic resolution, but we also think it's appropriate that Israel takes steps to try and deal with what has been an untenable security situation, both for them and for the Lebanese people.
Okay. So let me ask you, do you, now that we are really on the brink of maybe a major war, do you think that this administration, the Biden administration, missed an opportunity by not rejoining the GCPOA?
So, if you recall, Saeed, and I assume you were here in 2021 and 2020. I wasn't, but I think you were here during the law, and probably heard from Ned a number of times about this situation. Yeah. We made clear from day one of this administration that we believe diplomacy is the best way to achieve a solution to Iran's nuclear program. And in 2021 and 2022, there were multiple efforts to return to the JCPOA after the previous administration's catastrophic decision to withdraw from it. We approached that process in good faith. We worked with our allies and partners on it, and ultimately Iran wasn't serious about the process, and they demonstrated that by walking away from it in 2022.
Mm-hmm. Now, on the issue of the war in Gaza, I mean, you always say Israel's right to defend itself, and that's fine. A sovereign state can defend itself. But also, Israel uses the euphemism or the pretext, whatever you want to call it, of saying that there are human shields and so on. So conceivable, these are not.
I just missed the pretext of what?
No, and the pretext of continuing its attacks and so on populated neighborhoods and many places, saying that there are militants.
Hang on, I did something. Somehow the volume is off. What did I do? I hit something. I hit the volume. What did I do? Why can I not hear the volume? You guys are not hearing the volume. I'm not hearing the volume. Right? What did I do? It's so odd.
As you said, run up to your question.
Oh, it just came back. Hold on. Oh, no. What's
nation facing an ongoing terrorist threat?
There it is. Okay.
But also, ultimately, we want to see the establishment of an independent Palestinian state, which I'm going to be perfectly blunt. The absence of a Palestinian state in no way justifies terrorism against the state of Israel and Israeli civilians. It absolutely does not. We're also aware that the absence of a Palestinian state is one of the major drivers of insecurity and instability in the region. And we continue to believe that the best way for Israel to achieve its long-term security, in addition to all the benefits it would bring to the Palestinian people and all the benefits it would bring to the region, is the establishment of a Palestinian state. The current government of Israel has made clear that they have a very different view of that question. We will continue to make clear on behalf of the United States what we believe is in their interest and what we believe is in the broader region's interest.
Thank you.
Nadia.
Thank you. First, any reason why these flights that evacuating civilians are not made free? Because I'm sure taxpayers' money will be happy to evacuate people and civilians.
There's a very good reason. We're prohibited by U.S. law from making them free. Okay. So I have heard that complaint that we should make them available for free, and I would encourage any American who believes that to contact their congressman and ask to change the law, because we are prohibited by law from making them free. Now, that said, the most that anyone will pay is $283, and I understand that's still a lot.
It's only to Turkey.
I understand that that's still a lot of money that some people have, but we will make a loan. We will provide a loan to them so they can go out on that flight. And if you want us to provide free flights, we need to change in the law. We're just not allowed to fundamentally.
All right. Hopefully it will change. Yesterday I asked you about the 6 first responders who were killed. Today the total number is 97 of people who are trying to help others have been killed. So do you believe that Israel is taking every precaution to avoid people like first responders, doctors, people on the front line who are trying to help people who are wounded or evacuated?
I cannot give you an assessment of the strikes they have conducted over the past few days. I can tell you that that is the type of thing that requires us to take a very detailed look at the facts and the law and the circumstances. I can tell you when, after a considered period of time in the conflict in Gaza, we looked at the number of civilian casualties, including first responders, including aid providers, including humanitarian workers. We did find that it was reasonable to assess that Israel had, in certain incidences, violated international humanitarian law. But it takes time to look at the collection of incidents to come to an overall judgment of that nature, let alone a specific judgment on any one strike.
Okay, Lebanese health minister said today that Israel accusing Lebanon of hiding rockets in hospital is pure propaganda. Does the U.S. assess that actually there are rockets or no rockets in hospitals in Lebanon?
I don't have
we heard in Gaza.
Sorry, I don't have any assessment to provide as it relates to the presence of rockets in hospitals.
Will you look into it? Because the US
so that potentially requires me to offer you an intelligence assessment. Even if I look into it, doesn't mean I can come to here and speak to it from the podium. I may be able to, may not be able to, but I'm not going to promise I'm going to be able to offer an assessment from here.
Sure, because they give us assessment of other things. One following question, so I give others the chance to ask. There was a clip that's been circulating on the social media that your former colleague Ben Rhodes has retweeted, and that's of Prime Minister Netanyahu testifying in Congress 22 years ago, saying basically, and I'm sure you saw it or maybe you'll see it, if we get rid of Saddam Hussein, everything, the whole Middle East will be great. And we know how the Middle East turned out to be. So do you see a scenario now where Netanyahu is saying if we just get rid of Hezbollah and Hamas, the whole Middle East will be great? Do you see similarities between the two historical
I'm just not going to comment. I'm not going to comment on something that the Prime Minister said years and years ago. There's just let me finish. There's an obvious difference between targeting a terrorist organization and targeting a state. I'll say that. We do believe they have the right to target a terrorist organization that has been attacking civilians in its time.
Can I have a clarification on the flights? Just the flight. Because I remember when we worked for the UN, we were getting transported by American military planes, the C-130, C-17s from Amman to Baghdad and so on. I mean,
was that
and free. I mean, it's just...
So, I have no idea the circumstances of the flight you're talking about. I can't possibly speak to that.
Can I just back on the question about the health workers being killed in Lebanon? Did you ever get clarity on whether this American who was killed there the other day was a full-on citizen or?
So speaking of Kamel Jawad,
I think his family has put out a statement now.
Yeah.
But I'm just wondering what his...
So we continue to look into it. I can tell you that the information that we had yesterday, we could not verify that he was a U.S. citizen, and we believed he was a legal permanent resident. I've seen now that the family has described him as a U.S. citizen. That may very well be true. We are looking through our records now to verify whether he was an American citizen or whether he's a legal permanent resident. Either way, he was an American. And
I get that, but there is a distinction.
Yeah.
So that review is still underway.
Yeah, we're looking to. I hope to have some information by the end of the day, but we haven't determined definitively one way or the other. But as I said, either way, he's an American, and his death was a horrific tragedy. And I think I said unavoidable. His death was a horrific tragedy, and we offer our sincerest condolences to his family.
Can I just press you a bit more on this, the reports of this strike on in Bashura in Beirut overnight, which is a very residential area, reportedly Hezbollah linked the Islamic Health Organization, in which local reports say 9 people were killed. I mean, have you got any assessment on that or any?
I don't. Obviously, we want to see hospitals and healthcare facilities protected. I don't know any of the underlying circumstances related to that strike, so I certainly can't speak to it.
Because it feels like the phenomenon we saw in Gaza of healthcare facilities being targeted may now be happening in Lebanon. And so, the bar under international humanitarian law is extremely high. So I wondered, how closely you're looking at this and what conversations you're having with the Israelis about
So I just can't speak to the circumstances of the strike because I don't know. But I will say when it comes to Gaza, there are circumstances where not the Israeli government, but the United States assessed and had definitive evidence that Hamas was operating outside of hospitals and had built bunkers underneath hospitals. So we do want to see healthcare sites protected, but at the same time, at least in Gaza, we saw Hamas actually operating outside of a hospital. It's not to speak to this strike because I don't have any definitive information about it, but just an important point about the
I think it's
incidents in Gaza.
It's important to ask the accountability question. I mean, Article 9 of the 4th Geneva Convention, but you talk about protection ceasing if it's used for hostile intent. but that is only after due warning has been given, naming in all appropriate cases a reasonable time limit, and after such warning has remained unheeded, the fact that sick or wounded members of the armed forces are nursed in these hospitals shall not be considered to be acts harmful to the enemy. So even if it is a Hezbollah-linked organisation, the medics are there treating, potential militants, whatever, that's still not high enough bar to attack it. And once it is attacked, there has to be, a huge amount of warning given and enough time for people to leave. So I asked the question because are you getting a sense from the Israelis that they're doing that? And we've seen this one here overnight.
I'm fully aware of the provisions of international humanitarian law. I just don't have the underlying facts about this strike and why they made this strike and what they believe they were hitting and what they actually hit.
Okay, and Chagos Islands, are we going to come back to that?
Yeah, we'll come back to it.
Okay, thank you.
I do note the BBC's interest, so I definitely I was going to come back to that. But I'll come. I'm already noting your interest. We'll come back to that as well.
Are you considering
the other UK based outlet raises their hand as well? Go ahead.
Are you considering providing humanitarian aid to Lebanon at this time?
We are providing humanitarian aid. We are the largest humanitarian aid to the Lebanese people, have been for some time. We're working with a number of international humanitarian organizations. We want to make sure that there is enough aid to make it to the Lebanese people, and if we need to look at additional investments, we will of course do that.
And regarding the Lebanese army, are you considering providing them with the arms and the munitions to empower them to implement UN Security Council resolutions 1701 and 1559?
So we have supported the Lebanese armed forces for some time. I don't have any additional announcements.
And on the presidential elections, are you pressing the Lebanese leaders to elect a new president at this time?
We have made clear for some time that we think the Lebanese government needs to overcome the dysfunction in the system. One of the primary instigators of that dysfunction being the Hezbollah veto over who the next president would be and elect a president.
And through your contacts with the Speaker of the House, did you feel like he's moving forward in this?
I wouldn't want to get into those conversations in detail.
Thanks.
One more, and let me try to go to a few others. A few other topics before I come back to Chagos and Rat, because we've been going for a while.
Thank you, Matt. I just want to ask you about a comment you made earlier about that the ceasefire is still your goal, but you are supporting the incursion, ground incursion, to target a terrorist organization positions in the south, as you mentioned it. But what is needed to be achieved in the ground, so then the priority will be the ceasefire?
So I'm not going to offer an assessment today of where the operations that the government of Israel has launched, where they are going to go. We support them in these limited incursions to clear out Hezbollah infrastructure above and below ground, but ultimately we want to get to.
But I'm not asking about the Israeli government.
But it is a question about where it's going to go.
Yeah.
I'm not going to publicly.
I'll rephrase.
We are very much aware of the risk of, as I said, this beginning to look like previous incursions across the Lebanese border, and we're having conversations with the Israeli government about that, but I'm not going to get into it publicly.
All right. Today, Iranian official told Al Jazeera that Iranian government passed messages to you, to U.S. government via Qatar, that they don't want a regional war, but they want you to contain, and I'm quoting here, the Israeli insanity in the region, and that their self-restraint is no longer required only of them. It should be mutual. Did you receive such messages?
So, I rarely, and I'm not going to, in this instance, comment on messages that we have received or may have received from the Iranian government. I would note that the day after you launched 200 ballistic missiles at another state, or 2 days after you launched ballistic missiles at another state, it's hardly time to pat yourself on the back and show that you've exercised restraint. Iran very much has not exercised restraint. They escalated this conflict by launching a direct state-on-state attack to defend the terrorist organizations that they have sponsored in the region for years. We have made clear to Iran that we do not want a full-out regional conflict. We have made clear to Iran, going back a number of months, that they should not do anything to escalate this conflict. Unfortunately, they did.
My last question is, today the president said that nothing will happen today, as on Thursday, about the Israeli retaliation. Is that something based on assurances from Israel, or is just a guess?
I'm not going to speak to that any further.
All right.
Just to follow that,
Yeah.
so has the U.S. government received any messages directly or indirectly from Iran about what they might do next if Israel retaliates?
We often receive messages from them. I'm not going to comment on the detail. I'm not going to comment on any messages we might have received, let alone what the contents of those would be. But I would say, just as a general practice, oftentimes the messages that we do receive track pretty closely with the things that you hear them say publicly.
On this matter, how did you view the Iranian president's visit to Qatar a day after they launched 200 missiles to Israel?
I don't have any comment at all. Those countries have had relations for some time. All right, go ahead.
A Yazidi woman was freed after being trafficked to Gaza. What role did the U.S. play in her rescue? And the circumstances of her captivity seem undoubtedly horrific, but can you explain why the U.S. chose to intervene in this particular case?
So you're right. We did recently help safely evacuate from Gaza a young Yazidi woman so she could be reunited with her family in Iraq. The circumstances of this case really hard to describe. This is a now young woman who 10 years ago, when she was an 11-year-old girl, was kidnapped by ISIS in Iraq, sold, and forced to marry a Hamas fighter in Gaza, moved to Gaza against her will. The recent death of her captor in Gaza allowed her to escape. And we were contacted by the Iraqi government, who was made aware of the fact that she escaped, that she was alive, and that she wanted to come home to her family. And the government of Iraq asked us to do whatever we could to get her out of Gaza and get her home. So over the past few weeks, we worked with a number of our partners in the region to get her out of Gaza, to get her safely home, obviously with the government of Israel, and with other partners as well, to get her out of Gaza, get her home to her family, and I can say now that she is safely home with her family in Iraq. I would ask that, obviously this is someone who's gone through pretty difficult circumstances, we would ask that everyone respect her privacy, of course. But I would say in a number of times over the past nearly 12 months, we have been able to get people out of Gaza. Obviously, our first priority is always the safety and security of American citizens, and when we're working to get people out, we always work first to get American citizens out. But there are a number of others who, in certain cases, for example, kids with cancer, other people who needed medical treatment, who were not citizens of the United States, where we have been able to get involved and get them safely out of Gaza.
Can you explain a little more when you say work with your partners to help in the rescue? Can you speak a little more to the specific role that U.S. played as far as the embassy?
I can't really get into the full details. I can say she had already made it out of captivity herself inside Gaza after her captor had been killed. Remember, she was married to a Hamas fighter. We found out about the situation from the government of Iraq, who asked for our help. We then worked with the government of Israel to get her out of Gaza and get her safely home, working with other countries in the region, but I really can't go into some of the underlying details. Yeah. Go ahead.
Just following up on this question, is that the only case that you're aware of that the Yazidi girls are in Gaza and in that area? Because there are about 2,600 Yazidis that are missing, and I'm sure that the US government are helping the Iraqi government to rescue them.
Yeah, so the Secretary has spoken to this on a number of occasions, that you're right, it is somewhere around 2,600 who remain missing and unaccounted for. We obviously don't know where all of them are. This is the only case that I'm aware of. There may be others who are in Gaza. We only became aware of this case because, as I said, the government of Iraq brought it to our attention and asked for our help. I'm not aware of any others. It doesn't mean there aren't any, I'm just not aware.
Yeah, and another question on the Iranian attack. After President Biden said today they are discussing a possible Israeli strike on Iranian oil facilities, the Iranian UN mission said anyone who's helping Israel attack Iran would be a legitimate target for Iran. So, and yesterday the Iranian president said that we are not seeking a war, but if Israel responding us and attacking us, we will attack them harder. So how do you see these comments? Is that something that you are taking or looking at when you are calculating a response to Iran?
So the only thing I will say that is that we have made quite clear that we will defend against any attacks on U.S. personnel and U.S. interests in the region. I think I'll leave it at that. Let me do one more. Go ahead, and then I'm going to come back to the Chagos. Go ahead.
So have you seen this report from the Times of Israel this morning and a few other outlets that the Lebanese military for the first time has been involved in a direct shooting conflict with Israeli forces? And in general, you've spoken, I think, earlier this week a few times about about the rights of sovereign nations to defend themselves. Where does that play into Lebanon, and at what point does Lebanon have a right to say, you're on our territory, you need to leave?
So every country, of course, has the right to defend itself, but the conflict in Lebanon has not been with the state of Lebanon. It has been with Hezbollah. I can't speak to this specific reported exchange of fire because I don't know the underlying details, but the conflict has not been with the state of Lebanon.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right, Matt, you want to do
Yeah,
Chagos? Matt,
so you mentioned when you opened with the Chagos, you mentioned that this agreement would that addresses the wrongs of the past, and by that I presume you mean the forcible relocation of the island of the.
All right, so I think I'm gonna leave the State Department briefing. I think it's probably almost over now anyway, so I'm gonna leave that for now, and I'm going to get back to getting you guys some updates about what's going on in the Middle East. So let me do this. Put this off. Okay. And I do want to say a quick thank you to Aleppo Gambit and Teresa Weber and Marnie and Mo and Joseph Nupel and Trent for your support of the channel. Also Saha the Great and Notorious Rob, thank you. And Tech Slug over on Twitch. And a Abi Bitten Nick DeBannon and Total Blank Show. Thanks so much for your support on Twitch. I appreciate that. And also, hang on a second here. Give me one moment. Also, thanks so much to our moderators on Twitch right now, moderating Big Ball of Yarn, De Bears, Good Luck Duck, Sarah, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev. On Facebook, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson, Valerie Gail Griffin. Anybody else I'm missing over there? Ruth Krafasi is moderating on YouTube. Thanks so much, Ruth. Linda Belk and Larry on X. I actually have two cameras up from Beirut, this one and the Reuters one. I will keep an eye on this and on other cameras, as it is now 9:25. The last couple nights there's been a bunch of oh, hold on, is there a Pentagon briefing? Pentagon briefing? Hey guys, about to start shortly. Pentagon briefing, not yet, but shortly. Check it out. Check it out. Oops. So when that starts, we'll check out the Pentagon briefing when it starts. Hear what they have to say. I wanted to mention a couple things. Oh, looks like they're about to start. Looks like they're about to start there. No, it's not. I see reporters. Reuters reports oil gains nearly 5% as Middle East conflict stokes supply concerns. Oil prices rose today with all eyes on key producing countries in the Middle East and mounting concerns that a widening regional conflict could pose a threat to global crude flows. Brent crude was up $3.59 or 4.86% about an hour ago. West Texas crude futures were up 5.11% as of about an hour ago. Also, gasoline futures gained 5%. Market fears are mounting over the possibility that Israel might target Iranian oil infrastructure, raising the specter of retaliation from Iran. An analyst told Reuters the market has got to buckle up its seatbelts and get ready for some volatility. There are concerns, says Reuters, that such escalation could prompt Iran to block the Strait of Hormuz or attack Saudi infrastructure as it did in 2019, said analyst Ashley Kelty. The Strait of Hormuz is a key logistical choke point through which a fifth of daily oil supply passes. Another report I saw, which I saw thanks to Faytux News, who reposted it, tankertrackers.com Inc., which is at Tanker Trackers on X. They specialize in oil industry stuff, Tanker Trackers. They posted the National Iranian Tanker Company appears to be fearing an imminent attack by Israel. Their empty super tankers vacated Iran's largest oil terminal, Karg Island, yesterday. They say they have located and tagged all of them in satellite imagery. Tanker Trackers says, please note, crude oil loadings continue, but all of the extra vacant shipping capacity has been removed from the anchorage of Karg Island. Kharg. Wikipedia says Karg Island is an island of Iran in the Persian Gulf. It provides a seaport for the export of oil. CNBC says 90% of Iran's crude oil exports pass through the Karg Island oil terminals. We're waiting for the Pentagon briefing to start. So one expert who CNBC talked to said that if Iran's oil exports were taken offline, said an expert that CNBC talked to, he said Iran would likely retaliate by threatening the crude oil and products that are produced in and flow through the Persian Gulf. So what I have seen is, I've seen a couple articles today talking about how if Israel attacks Iran's oil industry, Iran could then take actions to against other oil producers in the region and try to restrict the supply coming out of the region to cause pain to other countries. So, something to keep in mind. All right, let me check for other updates as we wait for the Pentagon. Roy Case reports that Israel attacked Hezbollah military bases not far from Beirut airport. I don't know how long ago that was. Roy is an Israeli reporter. Excuse me. Some people in the chat are claiming explosions in Tel Aviv. I haven't seen any reports of this myself. I'm looking at Israeli sources. I'll keep looking. Let me turn the volume on this up. Hold on.
All right, great. So good afternoon. Just a few things at the top, and then happy to take your questions. First, the Department of Defense continues to support interagency Hurricane Helene recovery efforts with North Carolina National Guard and FEMA in the lead. More than 6,700 National Guardsmen from 16 states have been spearheading recovery efforts across the Southeast region in support of their governors, providing critical aid to those impacted by this storm's devastation. Additionally, as we've said in our statement yesterday, Secretary Austin has authorized 1,000 active duty troops from Fort Liberty to assist FEMA in these response efforts. The department will continue to be fully engaged with FEMA and our federal, state, and local partners to ensure we are supporting and coordinating recovery efforts. Shifting gears, Secretary Austin spoke by phone to his Ukrainian counterpart, Defense Minister Umerov, today. The two leaders discussed current battlefield dynamics and security assistance priorities. Minister Umerov also provided an update on Ukraine's operations, battlefield, and capability needs. A full readout will be available on defense.gov later today. Looking ahead to tomorrow, Secretary Austin will travel to Scott Air Force Base to preside over the U.S. Transportation Command change of command ceremony, where General Jacqueline Van Ovost will relinquish command to General Randall Reed. I won't get ahead of the Secretary's remarks, but the department is very grateful to General Van Ovost for her decades of honorable service to the Air Force, the Department of Defense, and to our nation. The ceremony and the Secretary's remarks will be live-streamed on defense.gov tomorrow. Shifting gears again, this past weekend, the Royal Australian Navy, the Royal Australian Air Force, the Japan Maritime Self-Defense Force, the Royal New Zealand Navy, the Armed Forces of the Philippines, and the U.S. Navy conducted a maritime cooperative activity within the Philippines' exclusive economic zone in the South China Sea. Exercises like this demonstrate the strength of relationship between partners and allies and enhance cooperation, interoperability, and combined capabilities in the maritime domain, contributing to peace, stability, and upholding the freedom of navigation and overflight in the Indo-Pacific region. Of note, this was the first time New Zealand participated, and it shows that cooperation represents the centerpiece of our approach to a secure and more prosperous region, where aircraft and ships of all nations may fly, sail, and operate anywhere that international law allows. And finally, well, actually I have one more thing, so second to last thing. In an effort to reduce out-of-pocket expenses for service members and their families on permanent change of station orders, earlier this week the department launched a new pilot program that will reimburse active duty service members for the transportation expenses of a child care provider when child care isn't available at military-operated child development center, at a new permanent duty station within 30 days of their reporting date. Service members may be reimbursed up to $500 for PCS moves between CONUS locations and up to $1,500 for moves to or from locations outside the continental United States, including Alaska and Hawaii, and U.S. territories, and possessions for travel costs of a child care provider. Taking care of people is a priority for Secretary Austin and the Department of Defense, and this program reflects our ongoing effort to learn, listen, and lead on issues that are critical to meeting the unique challenges of military life. And for more information, please visit Please visit militarychildcare.com. And before we move on to questions, I just want to say happy birthday to Mr. Chris Garver, who did not want to be celebrated, but everyone should go say happy birthday to him later today. All right, with that, happy to turn to questions. Tara.
All right, thanks, Sabrina. I'm surprised that there wasn't an Israel topper in there. And just wondering, have you had any additional conversations with the Israelis on this tension that we are seeing right now? We've got thousands of extra service members in the region. What's going on with them? Are they, are you shifting force posture? It seems like this is kind of a waiting game at this point.
So in terms of, what our forces in the Middle East are doing right now, their mission hasn't changed. They're there, to protect U.S. forces in the region, if called upon for the defense of Israel. But as you saw, that was put into place on October 1st when Iran launched another attack against Israel. Our forces, of course, stood with the IDF and the operation and, engaged nearly 200 ballistic missiles that were fired from Iran. So the mission hasn't changed. They continue to operate within the AOR, and, we'll continue to do so. I'm sorry, what was your follow-on question?
It just seems like right now there's this very tense moment of waiting to see what Israel's response will be. What is this building doing right now to help tamper down that tension? And if Israel doesn't listen, is the Secretary prepared to send U.S. troops to combat to defend Israel?
Well, that's something that the president has spoken about. We're not looking for a wider regional conflict. We're not seeking war with any group or organization or country in the region. We continue to engage the Israelis, very frequently. We are certainly talking to them about their response, but what their response might be, I'm just not going to speculate further on. But we do continue to engage with them, and I'll just have to leave it at that. Jen.
Sabrina, how many of the 12 interceptors that were fired from the U.S. warships actually engaged and intercepted the ballistic missiles fired from Iran?
So we're still doing our own assessment, so I just don't have exact numbers to provide right now.
And how much would that have cost, 12 interceptors, and do those ships now need to resupply? And then I have a follow-up.
Sure. So in terms of resupply and cost, that's something that I think CENTCOM should really speak to, or EUCOM and Sixth Fleet. I just don't have those numbers readily in front of me right now. So I'd defer to them on cost and resupply. But as you know, our ships move in and out of ports. They get retrofitted, resupplied at any given time. So I would assume as they expended some of those interceptors, eventually they would have to get, backfilled. But in terms of their movements, I'd refer you to Sixth Fleet.
Is there some discussion of maybe needing a supplemental? Because I believe that President Biden's defense requests this year did not have money for missile defense.
I'm not tracking additional requests for a supplemental. That doesn't mean that something couldn't happen down the road, but at this moment, I'm just not tracking anything additional. We are 3 days into operating under a continuing resolution. We still don't have our FY25 budget passed. So the biggest full court press from this building is, of course, urging Congress to pass an appropriations bill so we don't have to operate under this this continuing resolution. That's something that's top of mind for this building, and we're going to continue to engage with Congress on that. Therese.
You sort of hinted at this when you said the U.S. would help defend Israel. But more specifically, will the U.S. military take part in any offensive Israeli operations against Iran?
So what I can tell you, Idris, is, we're certainly consulting with Israel and talking to them about their response, but I'm just not going to go any further than that.
Rule out the U.S. military could take part.
I'm just not going to go any further than what I have.
And then the Secretary and Defense Minister Gallant speak regularly, but there have been a number of instances in the past where Minister Gallant has not notified the Secretary before a major operation, most recently the killing of Nasrallah. Why do you believe the Israelis will share with you what they're going to do before they do it this time?
Well, we've been in pretty much the last 2 weeks almost daily conversations, not every day, but almost daily. In those conversations, without going into the details of what all is shared, we do receive updates on, some of their plans and operations. To your point, we were caught off guard by the strike on Nasrallah, but that doesn't mean that we are, on other operations. They're going to continue to, call and speak to each other. We don't get a heads up on every single operation that they're conducting every single day, but there is certainly, I think a good relationship between Minister Gallant and the Secretary, and they're going to continue to engage with each other.
To get notified if they attack Iran.
I think I can tell you that we are talking to them about their response. I think the president spoke to this as well, without characterizing his words. But I certainly think that any response from Israel to Iran, we will be part of those discussions. Joseph.
Thanks. On the Israeli invasion in Lebanon, for about 8 or 9 months of the department saying they were against any type of ground operations or invasions, over the weekend that stance changed. Now the department is saying that they support limited operations from what they understand the Israelis are doing. What is limit? I mean, we've seen this before in Gaza. What is it that's limited for you guys? At what point do you push back and say this is no longer limited, this might be against U.S. interest and potentially Israeli interest for whatever they're trying to do? Because we reported that U.S. officials are saying that it needs to remain limited or else they could lose U.S. support.
So to characterize what they're doing along that northern border is what we see is, and how we assess is it's limited in the scope and scale. And what they've said to us is that they're going after, Hezbollah infrastructure that is along that border where, Israeli communities are. We understand that the strategic purpose of this is so that Hezbollah cannot maintain the capacity to attack Israeli communities right there at that border in that short range. Look, we're still going to have these conversations with them. Right now, what we are observing and assessing is that these are limited in terms of the types of operations and how they're being conducted, as well as the people. Different militaries conduct operations differently than the United States, just as we do, separately from other militaries all around the world. But our assessment still remains that these are limited in scope and scale right now.
And then just one more. Is it fair to say that there's any type of disconnect between the Secretary and the NSC or other agencies of the Biden administration in terms of how they agree, or what the Secretary believes is the best way to go forward with whatever military operations they're carrying out?
I'm not seeing any, differences between the White House or this building. The Secretary is in regular communication with the NSC and with the President. Having spoken to him, this week and weeks previously during this time, I don't see any daylight between.
There is a rocket alert right now. I'll let you know where that is at. Hang on a moment. One rocket alert in northern Israel, Kiryat Shimona. Let me throw that up on the screen. Near Kiryat Shimona. There it is right there. We're looking at it. About north of Kiryat Shimona. So that's where it is. It's in northern Israel, a bit north of Kiryat Shimona. I'm showing you the camera from Kiryat Shimona. You're listening to the sound from Kiryat Shimona right now. So, I don't know if we'll hear anything, but this is the border. So we'll give it a minute and see if we hear anything. Again, just one, according to so far red alert, this alert is at Mizgav On, which is a bit north of Kiryat Shimona. Right on the border. Right on the border with Israel. Not hearing anything at the moment. Hold on a second here. Yes, we are hearing the local crickets. Hey, a quick thank you to Adi Chevris, thank you, and PVC. Snicker Beans, thank you. Also on Twitch, thanks so much to Fate64, Displacer, Oxytropis, Tech Slug, Helipilot, EGLW, Vash Connor, The Sugaro, Notorious Rob. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Again, there's a rocket alert a bit north of here. Not hearing anything right now. Thank you also, Monkey Boy, for being a new member. My guess is we might have heard an interception by now if we were going to hear one. Usually it happens pretty fast after an alert. Do you guys want me to play a bit more of the press conference or no? Hold on, I just saw a new rocket alert, so hang on a moment. Going to talk about that first. A bunch of new alerts right now. Is this near Haifa? Near Haifa, a bunch of alerts near Haifa. I'm just seeing it right now. A bunch of alerts near Haifa, I believe. Is that going on? I believe that's new. Do I have a Haifa camera? I don't think I do. There's a bunch of alerts in northwestern Israel. I don't have a Haifa camera. I have a northwestern border camera, I think. Hang on. Let me get the northwestern border camera. A bunch of alerts near Haifa. Oops, sorry, that's not what I wanted to do. Again, there are a bunch of alerts near Haifa. This camera is north of that. This is the closest camera I have here, this one. So I don't know what we're going to hear, but there are a bunch of them. So again, a number of rocket alerts south of here, right there. That's from so far red alert, right here. There you go, northwest. This camera's in Nahariya. This camera is in northwest. So we'll see if we hear anything. We'll see if we hear anything. I'll also see what's being reported. We haven't heard anything so far. Hearing wind. So again, this camera is a bit north of where the alerts are, but I haven't heard anything on this camera yet. I'll check some Israeli sources. The account that I follow called Current News on Telegram says that there are some rocket falls in the north. That's unconfirmed right now. I don't know why we're hearing that water sound. Some people claim they saw an interceptor 2 minutes ago. I didn't see it. I didn't see one. I'm not hearing anything. It would be a bit late to hear the interceptors at this point because the alert was a couple minutes ago. Thank you, our new member Eaton. Thank you. Also, the info dude. I'll have to see. I haven't heard much from Israeli media about what's going on. IL Red Alert says interceptions reported near Haifa. Haifa is south of here. Seeing some reports of interceptions. Al Jazeera reports that there are new Israeli airstrikes in southern Lebanon, in Hayam and Kafr Kila. Hang on one sec. I haven't seen many updates. Checking Israeli media. Thank you so much, Chris Canada, Quebec City. I really appreciate that. Also, Bloomin' Chaos, thank you. And Carrie Kyle, thank you. Not much else to report on this at the moment. I may go back to the Beirut camp because unless there's another rocket alert here, I don't think we're going to hear anything on this picture. So I think I'm going to go back to the Beirut camera. Get the Beirut camera on. Hold on. Got to turn it up a bit. There is Beirut. Thank you to Cecilia from Norway, by the way. Thank you also, Hammerhead 716. We're bringing you live coverage. I don't know that I'm going to go back to the Pentagon press conference. I don't know that we're going to hear really much more at this point from that press conference. We saw the beginning of it. We saw the State Department press conference. So we'll just keep going here. It's almost 10 o'clock, guys. 10 o'clock p.m. local time. We haven't heard much going on in Beirut. The last couple nights, Israel has conducted a bunch of airstrikes in the Beirut area. Don't know if that's going to happen tonight. Thank you, Quackers, as well. Let me get you some other updates now. By the way, Israel, around a couple hours ago, Israel announced that another soldier had gotten killed in the fighting in southern Lebanon. 21 years old Captain Ben Zion Falak, Manny Fabian of Times of Israel reports. That brings the death toll of the IDF to 9 people who have been killed in the IDF fighting across the border in Lebanon, in southern Lebanon. Our viewer Ariel said there were no alerts actually in Haifa. Jen sent me this from OSINT Technical, which is commenting on what Tanker Tracker said. So Tanker Trackers, which is a news site, news feed that tracks oil stuff, they said that the national Iranian, they're at Tanker Trackers on X. They said the national Iranian tanker company appears to be fearing an imminent attack by Israel. Their empty super tankers vacated the country's largest oil terminal, Karg Island, yesterday. I believe we read this earlier. Most of the oil, I think around 90% of the exports of oil from Iran, pass through Karg Island. OSINT Technical said every Iranian tanker left Karg Island's oil terminal anchorage. The account Hunterbrook says, which OSINT Technical cited, says this image is dating back to last year, show this is the first time all Iranian tankers have been gone from the anchorage at Karg Island. I should show you something about Karg Island. Speculation on whether Israel could target it. Karg Island, there it is. Karg Island, off the coast of Iran, an Iranian island. Look at, see all the tanks on Karg Island? Look at this. It's Karg Island. It's not that big. It's spelled Kark on some spellings and Karg in others. We can probably put a... Can we get a view? I thought maybe we could get a view here. Look, it's Karg Island right there from Google. Some of it. So could that be a target? From Wikipedia, Karg Island. Pelly Smith thinks it could be targeted. So the New York Times yesterday said Israel could attack Iran's main export terminal on Karg Island in the Persian Gulf with the aim of denying Iran oil revenue. Iran pumps about 2 million barrels a day. That sounded like a boom. That sounded like a boom right there. That sounded like a boom from Beirut. We just heard a boom in Beirut, I think, guys. I think we just heard a boom in Beirut. Somewhere there. That sounded like one. That's the Beirut camera sound. I don't know for sure, but it certainly sounded like it. Let me check local media. Are these cameras going to move? But that certainly sounded like an airstrike. Nothing yet in Lebanese media, though. Nothing yet in Lebanese media that I've seen. Sounded like it to me. Unless it was something else. Still have not seen any reports in Lebanese media about it. That certainly sounded like a boom. No other reports about it yet. Not seeing the cameras moving? I don't know. What can I say? What can I say? Still nothing in Lebanese media. If there was a strike, you'll see about it. You'll see it in Lebanese media. They'll talk about it. And I have not yet seen any report of it. Nothing. I guess maybe it was something else. Something made it. Something made a noise. Something made a noise. Zepp says something definitely blew up. I just saw something else I want to mention, but hold on. Yeah, nothing yet. Breaking news, there was a strike. MTV Lebanon News has a pic. Yes, there was a strike. MTV Lebanon News reports a new strike, southern suburbs of Beirut, somewhere in this area. There was a new strike. Oh, I don't think we can see it. There has been a new strike in the southern suburbs of Beirut. Oh, I'm sorry, my label is wrong. This is Beirut and southern suburbs, Lebanon. Sorry, I didn't switch it back. Look, I bet we're going to see it right now. I bet we're going to see it right now. Let me bump up the brightness here, if I can. We seeing anything? It's so hard to see. The brightness is not really giving us much. But this is confirmed a new strike. A new strike. I can't really get it on this camera. How about the other camera? I don't see anything on that camera. I mean, that's just far away. But this is, I'll post a picture in the chat. This is a new strike. There was just a new one. I can tell you that is the case. The MTV Lebanon posted a picture with a big column of smoke. Oh, the camera's moving. The camera's moving. The camera is moving. Contrast? I don't know if contrast is going to help us. The contrast does not seem to help much. I'm messing with the contrast. I don't see it on any of the cameras, but it did happen. Let me check Lebanese media again. An update on the rockets, an update on the rocket alerts we heard outside of Haifa. Manny Fabian of Times of Israel says the IDF says a barrage of 10 rockets was fired from Lebanon at the Haifa Bay area, setting off sirens in the Krayot and nearby towns. The IDF says some of the rockets were intercepted and the rest struck open areas. No injuries are reported. Meanwhile, there was a strike in the southern suburbs of Beirut. Am I seeing smoke on that shot? I can't tell. The camera just moved. I mean, I don't really see anything at the moment. Quick thanks to Mauricio Corbin. Thank you, Mauricio. Also, A-Rod, thank you. A-Rod thinks Karg Island would be a target, but you would want to take it intact. That's what A-Rod thinks. Thank you, Brian, for the gift membership. Thank you also, Dodger Blue and DEFCON and Quackers. I'll post it again. There is a picture of this strike posted by MTV Lebanon News. Although I don't really seem to see it on any of the cameras. There may be more because last night there were a bunch of them and the night before. Also, MTV Lebanon News says Lebanese National News Agency says intense Israeli airstrikes on Kafr Kila. About 14 airstrikes so far on Kafr Kila, and that's in Lebanon near the border. Let me show you where this is. Kafr Kila is right near the border. You can see it there. I mean, it's within feet of the border, basically. Just to show you, that is about that's like less than a half a mile. So it's not, well, I don't know. It looks like Kafr Kila stretches the border, but anyways, that is Kafr Kila right there. And MTV Lebanon says there have been 14 airstrikes there recently. Now, just so you're aware, I mean, there have been smoke coming out of various buildings in Beirut today. So if you see smoke coming out of a building now, that doesn't mean it just got hit, because there have been buildings smoking all day. Looks like smoke on the red lighting. I don't know. I also don't know if that's smoke from now or earlier. Thank you, our new member, Chosen One. Thank you, Eric, our member. Thank you, Alexander Dubois, our member. Also, Kenny K22298 and TechSlug and Kiter808. Thank you. Well, we have not found out much about that most recent strike. Thank you also, HomeAwares, for the new memberships, for the gift memberships. It's really nice of you, HomeAwares. Thank you. I saw an article, we'll keep an eye on this. I saw an article today, this was from yesterday, but I just saw it. Israeli military deaths in Lebanon raise questions over war's scope. Israel has ordered a bunch of evacuations in southern Lebanon, some not right next to the border, which makes it seem like maybe that this is going to be more than a limited ground operation. I showed you this before from the Institute for the Study of War. Everything in yellow is under evacuations warnings, and that doesn't even include today, because today the city of this one up here, Nabatea, they were ordered to evacuate. So this is just before today, but look at a bunch of these areas are really not close at all. They're over, a dozen miles away from the border here. So all these yellow areas have been ordered under evacuation. And there's actually more than that, because more happened today. So the Washington Post says, Israeli military deaths in Lebanon raise questions over war scope. So yesterday it was announced that 8 Israeli soldiers had been killed in Lebanon Wednesday, one more today, by the way, in the first fatalities of Israel's ground campaign against Hezbollah. A signal of the potentially bloody toll such an offensive could take. The IDF says the 8 soldiers were killed in 3 separate incidents, with 7 others seriously injured. That came after the military said it was engaged in close-range firefights inside Lebanese territory. If the pace of Israeli casualties continues in Lebanon, experts say, it could shape the depth and scope of the offensive. For Israel, the deaths will revive difficult memories of the invasion of Lebanon in 2006, when the first tank to cross the border hit a roadside bomb and 4 soldiers were killed. A former major general with Israel, Yaakov Amidtoror, told the Washington Post, "What will be the depth of the invasion? How much will be cleared? We don't know. It will be decided depending on the achievements on the ground." The IDF has said the ground operations will be limited, localized, and targeted, but the large amount of tanks and thousands of troops now amassed in the north point to planning for a much larger foray than the one Israel has telegraphed. I gotta say also, when we were listening today to the State Department press briefing, Matthew Miller, I think it is, who is the spokesperson, he a couple times said something like, Israel says it'll be limited. He said, we're gonna watch and see. That's what he said, we're gonna watch and see. So the State Department seems a bit skeptical of Israel's claims that this is going to be a very limited ground operation. The Washington Post says, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu's given little away in terms of plans. He says that Israel will strike with full force until it is possible for the more than 60,000 residents displaced along Israel's northern border to return home. Hezbollah began firing rockets into northern Israel last October 8th, a day after the Hamas-led attack in southern Israel that killed over about 1,200 people and saw more than 250 taken hostage. Since last October, Israel has embarked on a sweeping push against Iran-backed proxies on its borders and beyond, in an effort to restore deterrence, shift regional power dynamics, and prevent further attacks. Netanyahu will need to navigate domestic calls for decisive military action in Lebanon, while also addressing concerns that troops could get bogged down in skirmishes with fighters and struggle to achieve the offensive's broader aims. Far-right hawks, including in the Israeli government, have called for a more permanent buffer zone to be established on Lebanese territory. I mean, that would be where Israeli troops capture and hold some land inside the border. The IDF assessed that Hezbollah had 2,000 to 3,000 elite Hezbollah fighters known as the Radwan Force operating roughly 2 miles from the border. An additional 6,000 to 8,000 militants were stationed 6 miles from the border, according to an Israeli military official. The official claimed that Israeli forces would need, quote, a few weeks to destroy infrastructure in the area. Some of Hezbollah's attack tunnels and materiel were already dismantled, according to the military, which said commandos had staged more than 70 raids in recent months. But the ground forces going in now are part of a different phase and could do more damage to the group, the official said. A former senior intelligence officer in the Israeli military told the Washington Post, the military is aware it could get stuck battling militants in southern Lebanon where Hezbollah are the locals. They know where the booby traps are. They know where they can hide. Also, very interestingly, this former intelligence officer of Israel told the Washington Post, as the ground operation moves forward, the military will probably pivot to fighting at night when it has the most advantage. Over the past year, Israel has been clear it expects Hezbollah to pull back behind the Lebanon's Litani River, which is about 18 miles north of the border. And, I've been talking to you about this, while the military has insisted it won't stage a full-scale invasion, it has ordered residents of 30 villages, it's actually more than that now, in southern Lebanon to move even farther north. The Israeli military said the people in these various villages should move above the Awali River more than 30 miles from the demarcation line. Then on Wednesday, yesterday, the IDF announced that infantry and armored units were joining the fight, indicates the military is preparing for a much larger ground campaign. Michael Horowitz, who I follow, head of intelligence at Lebec Risk Consultancy, says, while the military might want to focus on the first-line villages within 6 miles of the border, there's a risk fighting could spread. What happens if the IDF troops get fired on from positions north of that, said Michael Horowitz. There is a historical precedent for mission creep in southern Lebanon, says the Washington Post. The first time Israel invaded in 1978, in a bid to destroy bases set up by Palestinian militants. It initially sought to occupy 6 miles of territory, but 3 days in, they decided to advance as far as the Litani River, 18 miles in. Troops did not leave for another 22 years. So, next, a little more of this article I want to mention about the Israeli ground invasion. You know, one thing we've talked here about, I've mentioned it on the streams, is, so what is Israel's plan? Israel says it's going to make it safe for the tens of thousands of Israelis to move back to northern Israel and make it so that they will not be attacked by Hezbollah, and Hezbollah is not near the border. Well, something I've asked is, how does Israel, if they're not planning on creating a buffer zone and not planning on occupying Lebanese territory, how do they guarantee that Hezbollah stays away from the southern border? So the Washington Post says, how will Israel hold on to any gains against Hezbollah? A buffer zone inside the border would leave its troops vulnerable and be a gift to the militant group, Michael Horowitz said. But as time goes on, there will be more pressure inside Israel to establish a buffer zone. The calls for a buffer zone are already coming from Israel's far right. A far-right Israeli minister said on X late last month that a renewed buffer zone free of enemy population is the order of the hour. Israel is no stranger to occupying ground in Lebanon, says the Post. In 1982, Israel launched a second invasion of Lebanon that reached the capital Beirut, withdrawing 3 years later to a broader security zone along the border that ranged from 3 to 12 miles and covered about 10% of Lebanon's territory. But not everyone believes Israel needs to occupy the buffer zone to maintain it. The zone could instead be enforced by a very strict Israeli policy that targets anyone who enters the area, said a former Israeli defense minister and commander. Ideally, an effective Lebanese or international force would be deployed on the ground to keep Hezbollah from rebuilding its military capacities, this former commander said. So, but Michael Horowitz says eventually, whatever Israel does militarily, a diplomatic resolution will be needed if Israel wants to avoid being stuck in Lebanon. So again, Israel says it's going to stop Hezbollah from firing into northern Lebanon and clear them away from the border. How does it do that exactly? Especially with a limited ground operation, I do not know. I do not know. Let me know what you guys think. Booms going off on the east camera? I just put the audio on and the camera from the eastern border. But I have the audio still on from Beirut because I want to keep that too. I want to keep all the audio up. Rock and Roller says no booms. This is the eastern camera. That's a boom. Is that the eastern? That might be the eastern border. That sounds like maybe artillery or something. One of our viewers had said he had heard booms which sounded like artillery from the eastern camera as well. So that seems like it maybe is coming from the eastern border. Hang on a second here. Hold on. What I can do is, I'll do this. I'll do this. I have audio on from both of them. See, I just heard like a little boom there, and I don't know which camera it was on, because I have audio on from Beirut and also from the border, so I just don't know. But I want to be able to listen to both of them. Thomas O says the eastern border camera has been recording booms for a while now. Well, I mean, there is a lot of, I mean, Israel's conducting ground operations on the border. This camera is in, and something else to mention, this camera is in Kiryat Shimona, which is here. I read you a report of numerous Israeli strikes in Kfar Kila, which is up here. But this camera is about, well, I don't know which direction it's looking in, just a few miles from the border. Don't know if it's looking north or northeast or what. I'll check some local reporting and see what I see here. I'm also hearing like coyotes or something. By the way, the we hear that regularly on the cameras. We hear that regular. I don't know what kind of animal it is, but I do believe it is animals, because we hear it all the time. The IDF says that as part of a joint IDF and ISA operational activity, the Israeli Air Force conducted a strike with a jet fighter in Tulkarm in the West Bank. I don't know what that's all about, but Manny Fabian of the Times of Israel, Manny Fabian of the Times of Israel says the IDF carried out an airstrike with a fighter jet in the West Bank city of Tulkarm. So that's a boom, and I don't know which camera it was on. Was that boom on, was that on the border camera or the Beirut camera? I don't know. I'll have to see if there's a new Beirut, any news reporting from Beirut that there was a explosion there. That sounds like it was from the border camera. My guess is that that one was for the border camera. The really clear ones, I think, are from the border camera. But the one before that, I don't know. If there was a strike in Beirut area, the Lebanese media will be talking about it. I haven't seen anything in Lebanese media about... The Lebanese National News Agency says there's Israeli strikes in entire Lebanon. I'm seeing a number of reports from Lebanese media of different airstrikes in different parts of Lebanon. But I have not seen one in the last few minutes about Beirut area. Gitmo holiday since what time is that, Gitmo? Oh, since 20 minutes ago I counted 15 heavy explosions, Gitmo says, at the border. Damon says, how, even though we have so many cameras watching Lebanon, we never see any of the rockets launched from Hezbollah? Well, first of all, sometimes we do. So the Tyre Lebanon camera, we've sometimes seen some of the rockets launch. But remember, like, so I know what you're saying. I get your question, but like, these cameras, like, don't see, I just heard another boom, maybe artillery. We're not seeing that much of an area. Also, like this camera is in Israel, so it's looking at the border, but there's hills in the border. So it's a good question, but I don't know how far these can really see and what angle you'd need to be at to see the rockets going up. We don't have many cameras in Lebanon. If we did, maybe we'd see more rockets being fired. Once in a while on the tired Lebanon camera, we would see rockets being fired. Tyre, Lebanon's about 10 miles north of Israel. 10 miles north of the border. Tara thinks not enough scope on the cameras. It's an interesting question. I'm assuming all these booms we're hearing are on the Israeli border, where Israelis conducting, ground operations. And also, they might not, they could just be tanks and artillery on the Israeli side of the border firing into Lebanon. There's another one. Wow. So we're hearing a bunch of booms in the eastern border right now. I have not heard. I do have the audio on from Beirut, but there's no reporting of new strikes in Beirut at the moment. I should probably change this. Fighting heard on northern border. Israel response to Iran expected. How's that? For a different headline. We'll go with that headline for now. Do I even need northern border? It's the border. How about just fighting heard on border? Israel response. Wow. Okay. We're hearing a bunch of booms here. How about on Lebanon border? And I'll just make it smaller. Thank you to Weaponized Democracy for your support, and Bianca NZ. Suni. Cecilia, thank you. Mellow Mimi. Leah Dushek. Dodger Blue. Yeah, presumably these booms are like artillery or tanks, either firing into Lebanon from Israel or already over the border and firing into Lebanon from Lebanon. Thanks to Rogan Mitch and Tech Slug over there on Twitch for your support. Factual News says Palestinian media reports injuries after Israeli fighter jet strike in Tulkarm in the West Bank. Yes, Israel did say, their military, they carried out a strike in the West Bank. It's a jet fighter strike in the West Bank. Hezbollah released a statement claiming, and Hezbollah regularly makes exaggerated claims. But for what it's worth, Hezbollah released a statement claiming that they said that, hold on, as we hear more from the northern border. So the new Hezbollah statement claims that their fighters were able to plant bombs that were detonated today, and that they exploded next to the elite Israeli forces who attempted to advance outside of certain Lebanese towns. Hezbollah claims that more than 20 officers and soldiers were killed and wounded of Israel. But, again, that is not confirmed, and they frequently make exaggerated claims. So, I don't know. We'll have to see if Israel reports more injuries and deaths among their soldiers. They posted that about 15 minutes ago. Yes, I mentioned earlier Israel confirmed a 9th death today among their soldiers after confirming 8 yesterday. MW9 says there's videos of these engagements. I have not seen those videos yet, if there are. Sky News Arabia says the Palestinian Red Crescent says the Israeli jet fighter attack on Tulkarm in the West Bank left 5 dead. Joe Truzman, who I follow, says initial reports say up to 5 Palestinians killed in the Israeli airstrike in Tulkarm in the West Bank. A rare airstrike in the West Bank. One of the Palestinians killed in the airstrike is said to be Gaith Radwan, a senior member of Islamic Jihad group in Tulkarm, says Joe Truzman. Another boom in the distance. Again, I believe all these booms we're hearing are Israeli artillery and tanks on the northern border. Our viewer, Kentucky Freedom, sent me an article from Market Watch saying Israeli strikes on Iran's oil island could send crude prices soaring. They say Karg Island is where Iran loads the majority of its crude exports, says MarketWatch. They talked to an expert who said that. We talked about that earlier, how one possible target for Israel in Iran is Karg Island. Most of the Iranian exports leave through Karg Island. The article says around 90% of Iran's oil exports pass through Karg Island. One expert said if Israel hits Karg Island, oil prices can be expected to immediately spike more than 10% and continue increasing. Also, he said it would be devastating to the Iranian economy, which is reliant on oil exports for dollars, US dollars in the global market. However, another expert said the rest of the world could make up for the Iranian oil production loss. However, remember, there's a chance that if Israel hits Iranian oil facilities, that Iran could strike back and try to hit other countries' oil facilities, or blockade the Strait of Hormuz, where 20% of the world's oil, I believe, passes through, or something like that. So you could have further supply disruptions. The aircraft you hear sounds like I'm hearing some aircraft from the north border and some aircraft from one aircraft from Beirut. That droney sound is from the northern border. That sounded like artillery or tank fire. Again, northern border. Once in a while we hear that. Scary. PW360 and some of our other viewers are wondering if Iran could wait until the anniversary of October 7th to respond to Iran. Oh, new warning for Beirut. Watching the Crumble mention this. Guys, 6 minutes ago, new warning from the IDF to people near 2 buildings in southern suburb of Beirut. New warning. So this is This is the northern border, but we got to keep our eyes on Beirut because Israel is saying that it's going to target 2 more buildings in the southern suburbs of Beirut. Told people to get away. They are located near Hezbollah facilities. The IDF will act against them in the near future. For your safety and your family members, you must evacuate from this building and neighboring buildings immediately and stay away from them from a distance of no less than 500 meters. New evacuation orders from IDF for people who live near certain buildings in Beirut's southern suburbs. So there's going to be, once again, more strikes in Beirut. I wonder if we should make the Beirut the big camera. I don't know. I have the sound on from both. It's kind of hard. Because we want to leave the sound on from the border, of course, but we also want to see what's going on in Beirut. Yeah, I think we're going to make Beirut the big camera. We'll make this the small camera. Yeah, that's what we got to do. Now what's happening? Now what's happening? Why can't I see it? I messed up something. Hang on a moment. That's that. Oh, I didn't do it right. I didn't do it right there. There we go. Now that's better. That's what I wanted to do. Because we're not seeing much on the northern border camera. We're just hearing stuff on the northern border camera. So there are going to be new airstrikes in Beirut because 2 people living near 2 buildings have been told to evacuate immediately. Wow. That is from the border. So on the bottom we have, on the top we have Israel-Lebanon border, and on the rest we have the Beirut cam. And we are expecting airstrikes somewhat soon to take place in southern suburbs of Beirut. So a lot going on. And of course, I mean, we're not seeing the vast majority of Lebanon. There could be intense fighting going on the border area right now. Could be all kinds of airstrikes. I mean, there's been reports of airstrikes throughout the day and night in Lebanon in different places. Thank you, Corrine Amos, for your support. I really appreciate that, Corrine. Thank you. Also, V2 plus 10 from South Africa. Thank you. Rick Bennett, thanks for being a new member. Dodger Blue, thank you so much. Yeah, the booms are going to be, that we're hearing from the border, would be artillery or tanks, I assume. Thank you, Bianca and Z and Sunny, for the gift membership. Thank you to Relila for your support, and Rogan Mitch, and Ace High 1983 on Twitch, and Super K-Man. Tech Slug as well. Thank you, Lord Cog, for giving out gift memberships. So nice of you. Thank you, Lord Cog. As we hear more firing from the northern border. I want to thank our moderators who are with us. We have right now Sarah55 and Ruth Krafasi on YouTube. Thanks so much. We have on Twitch Big Ball of Yarn, Good Luck Duck, I Got That Fired. Sarah, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev. Thank you. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley on Facebook, Paul Anderson, thanks so much. Linda Belk and Larry on X, thank you. Again, Israel has issued a warning for people living near two buildings in the southern suburbs of Beirut, in the Burj El Barajneh neighborhood, saying you need to get away immediately from those in surrounding buildings. They are Hezbollah facilities and interests. We are going to act against them soon. You must get away from a distance of no less than 500 meters. So we will expect to have airstrikes soon in that area. The Burj El Barajneh. By the way, Burj El Barajneh is right just north of the airport. I'm looking at a map right now of Burj El Barajneh. So if you look at the map right here, there's central Beirut right there. There's central Beirut. Burj El Barajneh is right here. It's just north of the airport. Actually, some of the airport is in Burj El Barajneh. That is where the two buildings are, where the Israeli military is saying, you need to get away from there. How long before the strike? I don't know, Aston Martin, how long the warnings normally come. I mean, I've seen it before where it can be like 45 minutes, but that's a very rough estimate, and it's very possible that there's all kinds of time. It's not hours. Usually it's sooner than hours. But, I mean, I think last night there were a couple that were around 45 minutes, but I might be wrong about that. And maybe some a lot sooner, so. But it won't be, usually it's not like 2 or 3 hours. Usually it's within the hour. Uh-oh. I have a typo. Thanks for reminding me. Oops. Thank you, Scully, our new member. Robert R. When will Israel strike back? I don't know. President Biden said it's not going to be today. Some people think maybe once Rosh Hashanah is over, which is tomorrow at sundown. Will it be oil facilities? I have no idea. We just saw two big flashes. We just saw two big flashes. Are we going to hear booms? We just saw two big flashes. What happened? Two big flashes. What was that? Was that just a weird camera thing? Hold on. I just saw flashes myself right now. Hold on. I just saw them on the other camera. Hold on. I'll show you. There were two on this camera. I gotta rewind it. We just saw them on this camera. I will get you a rewind of this because I just saw it on this camera right now. You could see them in the distance. You can't see them right now, but you could see them in the distance. I will get you a replay of it because I was peeking. I have two cameras from, we saw the two flashes on the screen on the AFP camera, and then on this camera you could really see them in the distance. So all right, this camera is zooming in. There were just strikes. That was probably it. This camera is zooming in right now, but I will get you the other camera so you can see the flashes on the other camera because I just saw it. It wasn't on the screen though when I saw it. I didn't hear booms though. I just saw the flashes. I didn't hear the booms. We should be able to hear the booms. Yeah, I mean, I got the volume up, so I'll put the volume up some more. All right, so that looks like there were a couple strikes there in the Beirut area. Again, let me just give me a moment. I will get you the video. I just need to pull it up here. All right, so the camera says 343. 344. 336 to 344. So it looks like there were just a couple strikes. In southern Beirut. Let me check Lebanese media as well. But we could see the big flashes on this screen. Yes, Lebanese media reports, MTV Lebanon News, an airstrike in the southern suburb. Al Jadid News says 2 enemy airstrikes in the southern suburb of Beirut. So we saw 2 flashes. All right, I'm going to show you the video now. Borj El Barajne, I believe, is in Dahia, if I have that right. All right, so the camera's panning around now. Is the camera going to focus on smoke maybe? It might be tough to see. The camera's zooming in. Even if I make it brighter, I can't see anything. Can't see anything even if I make it brighter. But I'm going to show you the flashes in a second. I actually just got the video with the flashes. I'll show you guys. No, there were just airstrikes. It's been confirmed from local media that there were just airstrikes. Just happened. Yes, you're looking at the airport in the distance. This neighborhood is right next to the airport. I just have to find exactly where it was. I have camera right now. I literally just have to watch this camera in front of me, this video, and find out exactly when it happened because it was fast. Give me a moment. I'm watching the video to see when it happened. I just have to pinpoint the time code on the video. Camera is pointing south, or roughly south, I believe. So again, I'm going to pull up the video with the flashes on it so you can see it. Just need to find where they happen. I'm watching this video. They have not happened yet. Hearing some distant booms, which I believe are from the northern border. Hearing a bunch of those distant booms from the northern border. Okay, I just saw one. I just saw two. There they are. I'm going to show you right now, I'm going to replay for you now when those airstrikes happened in the southern suburb of Beirut. Watch this video right now. You're going to see it right now. Watch this. Watch this. Ready? You're going to see two flashes. There's one. There's two. See those two? We'll play it again for you. One, two. Those were the two. Those were the two. Again, I couldn't get that shot on the screen on time, but I'll be able to get the video for you. So that was about 5 minutes ago. That was about 5 minutes ago. Those are the two airstrikes. Wow. So I'll see if I get any more updates on that. You know what? I think this camera, I don't know what it was. This camera might have been too zoomed in at the time because it flashed on this camera, but we didn't really see them. Or maybe it just wasn't looking in the right place, or it felt like you saw them on the side or something. I'll see if I can get you any more reporting. So Al Jadid News, which I don't have access to Al Jadid News. Al Jadid News is a Lebanese news channel. They are showing smoke coming from very close to the airport. Al Jadid News, again, is showing smoke very close to the airport. Now, I don't think we can really make it out on the two cameras I have, but Al Jadid News has a camera very close to the airport, and they're showing smoke coming up from the ground. It looked like this was quite close to the airport. Was it enough time for people to evacuate? I don't know. It seems like it was about 20 minutes after the warning. Now, by the way, there might have been another one. We've been hearing some kind of distant booms just in the last couple of minutes. Lebanese media is reporting another strike in the southern suburbs of Beirut. So there just might have been another one that we just didn't even see. The camera's moving now, but there was. And it's a little. We have audio on from the northern border and Beirut, and there's a bunch of booms on the northern border. So any given boom, it can be a bit hard to say which camera it's coming from. But again, I am seeing in the last couple minutes reports of a new strike. But we saw 2 of them. We definitely saw the 2 from, like, 7, 8 minutes ago. (11:18 p.m.) Israel says that today Hezbollah has launched approximately 230 rockets from Lebanon into Israel. One of our viewers mentioned that there is a, well, I don't know if it is. Hold on. What is that, the smoke? Hey, I think that's the smoke. I think that might be the smoke right there. Look at that. I think that's it, guys. I think. Oh, I just saw another flash. I just saw another flash on the other camera. I think this just happened. That just happened. Did you guys see a flash? Because I missed the flash. That's new. I just saw it on the other camera. Sorry. Yeah, there was another flash. I missed the new flash. I guess some of you guys saw this new flash, but I just saw it on the second camera, which unfortunately wasn't on. I got to get the second camera up small or something. Maybe I'll do that. I'll put the second camera up in a small box because there's too much going on. So give me a moment, but that's another strike that just happened. So what I'm going to do is take this. No, I don't want that camera. I want, hold on. I did the wrong thing. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. So I'm going to take this camera and I'm going to make it small just so we have it up there. Just so we can see it. Because that's another Beirut one right there. Because sometimes you see it on one and not the other. When I get a chance, there was another flash, which you guys, I guess, saw on the big camera. And I wasn't looking, but I saw it on the little camera. So a new strike just happened. And we could see the smoke coming from near the airport. These booms, I believe, are from the northern border. I know there's a lot going on right now. Let me try to get you, I'm going to get you a video of the new strike, if you give me a second. 350. So you guys saw the flash on this broadcast, people are saying. I can also just rewind it. Let me rewind my own broadcast. Wrestler thinks the fire is 100 feet from the airport. Looks like it's close. Somebody have a time code for that? The latest flash, does anybody have a time code? Oh, I think I know where it is. (1:18:05). Oh no, I saw it. I got it. I saw it. I just saw it. I'm going to show it to you. Guys. Watch this. This is from a couple minutes ago. Check this out. Replay from a couple minutes ago. Look, Watch right where the airport is. Watch, see where my pointer is right here? Watch right in here, watch. You'll see the flash right in here. There it is, right there. There's the flash. You guys see that? Watch again. Here's the flash right in here. You see that flash? And then the camera zooms in, and then you see the smoke coming up. Now you'll see the smoke coming up. That was like 3 minutes ago. Right near the airport. I think there was another strike right near there a few minutes ago. And now you see the smoke column coming up. Let me rewind it again, but you'll see it. Right here. Flash right there, and then the camera zooms in. And again, near the airport. I missed that first flash. I got it on another camera. Tom Lewis says, surely planes can't land now. Hold on a second. So very active. Southern suburbs of Beirut. All right, so that just happened. Let me go back to. All right, let me go back. That's live. That's live now. And then if I can, I'll show you the one we just saw on a different camera. I just got to figure out where it is. I don't know when that one happened. Oh, I found it. I found it. The airport is about, Beirut is well north of the northern border. Beirut is not on the northern border. Beirut is about, I'll give you the distance, but it is dozens of miles from the border. Roughly 50 miles north of the border. Beirut is not on the southern border. Look, this is the flash that happened on the other camera. This is the same one that happened near the airport, but this is what was on the other camera. Watch. Boom, see that right there? There's the airport back there. There's the strike. That was it. So several strikes, airstrikes have taken place in the last few minutes in the southern suburbs of Beirut, specifically near the airport, in addition to fighting near the northern border. Thank you, Robin Person, Hugh Crumman, thanks for the gift memberships. Thank you, Sneezing Eagle. Thank you also, Lauer, for your support from Canada. Ronald Kame, thank you for the gift memberships. Connor Jackson, thanks for being a member. And thanks to Christopher Anderson for the gift memberships. Inedible Fairy, thank you. Martin Gingrich. Yeah, Martin, I'm not sure why we're not hearing the booms on the Beirut cameras. It might just be a distance thing. I mean, these are pretty near the airport, so they're several miles away. Again, I don't know why we're not hearing the booms, but I haven't heard the boom on either camera on for the Beirut strikes, but they're clearly airstrikes, and they're clearly several miles away because you can see where the camera is located here. Thank you, Martin. Thank you, Adrian Goodman, for the gift memberships, and Scully, and also hang on a moment here. Give me a moment, guys. Hang on. I was going to check local media. Oops, I'm disappeared. I disappeared. Sky News Arabia says that the Palestinian Ministry of Health says Israel did launch an airstrike, from what I understand, a rare airstrike, on the West Bank in Tulkarm tonight against militants in the West Bank. The Palestinian Ministry of Health claims that 16 people have died in that airstrike. That's in the West Bank. When is this? Hold on. Okay, so I just saw an update. About these airstrikes in southern suburb of Beirut. If this is correct. According to Al Jadid News, the 3 airstrikes targeted the same point at the intersection of the Al Ramal neighborhood in the vicinity of Al Wafa bakeries. Now, I looked up Al Wafa bakery and I did find one Al Wafa bakery, I don't know if it's the same one, kind of near the airport. So maybe it's that one, but I don't know. Yes, Al Jadid News said opposite Al Wafa bakeries was the 3rd strike. There have been 3. Al Jadid News said a few minutes ago, Israel carries out a 3rd airstrike on the southern suburb. We have seen 3 strikes. We saw 2 explosions, looked like they were in different locations, and then another one, which looked kind of near one of the first 2. So, by my count, there's been 3 that we're aware of. Now, I missed a flash, 11:29:02. Some people are saying I missed one. Maybe I did miss one. Some people just saw another one. I just missed another one? Okay, sorry. I'm trying to get you updates, and I guess I just missed one. If you give me a time code, I can look it up. The one we just missed, what happened? 11:29:02, and then what was the one that just happened? I'll show you a replay. Sorry, I mean, I can only do so much, guys. I can't have my eyes 2 places at once. 11:29, what? No, now doesn't help me. Just tell me the time code, and I'll look it up and I'll show people. 11:31:37. Okay, I just saw one, and I will show you that one, 11:31:37. And then 11:29:02 is the other one. I'll show you both of them. I mean, some of you have seen them. Sorry, yeah, again, I can't have my eyes 10 places at once, so I can only do one thing at a time. Yes, about 11:29. Okay, I'm going to show you guys there were 2 more. There were actually 2 more. At the risk of missing something, let me just show you really quick 2 more. Ready? Here's one. Oops, that's not what I want to do. Here's one. Watch. Watch right now on the left side of your screen. Watch on the left side of your screen. Right. Up. I went by it. Hold on. Get ready. Right now. Right now. Coming up right now. Right over here. Right over here. Right there. Do you see that? Right there, guys. See that one? I'll show it one more time. Right here. Get ready. Right in there. So we missed that one. That was the one about 3 minutes ago. I missed that one. That's 11:29:02. Okay, and the next one is at 11:31:37. Thanks for the time codes. Here's the next one. Coming up right now. Next one is coming up right now. Right there. Right in here. Boom. Okay? I'm going to go back to the live in a second. All right, so anyways, there were two more. So there have been a bunch of them, a bunch of airstrikes. I think you might be seeing smoke here on this shot right now. So smoke coming up near the airport. So a number of strikes. I got to change the headline. Multiple new airstrikes in southern suburbs of Beirut, near airport. So let me check some of the local media and see what they have to say. Let me check some of the Lebanese media. This is the third straight night of significant airstrikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut. Thank you, Robin Person, our new member. Thanks to you guys also for letting me know when I miss flashes in the time codes so I can show them to you again and see them. Right, so there have been 5 so far. Al Jadid News from Lebanon says 5 airstrikes in less than a half an hour in the vicinity of the Sayed Hadi Nasrallah Highway. So there you go. Oh, a typo. Sorry, typo. Typo, sorry. Thank you for letting me know. An R got left out. Better. Nope. Yes. Okay. So, we have seen 5, and there have been 5. Because we've seen 5 different flashes. All of them look like they were near the airport. Al Jadid News from Lebanon says there have been 5 airstrikes in less than a half an hour. Typo emoji somebody wants. You never know. Thank you, Ooms World. I appreciate that. And Deshark, thanks for the gift memberships. The Nasrallah Highway. Where is that at? I don't know where it is. Anyways, it's pretty clear that these are close to the airport. I don't know the exact distance. Oh, I think I found it. Did I find it? Hadi Hassan Nasrallah? I don't know if that's it. That's not right. Anyways. Let me just keep checking for some more updates here. Give me a moment. I think we've seen all 5 of them. Now that boom we just heard, that could have been on either camera. I don't know which camera it was. Thank you, Miss Dutch and George Tincher, for the gift memberships. I appreciate that. Hang on a moment. Give me one moment. Another story keeping an eye on is Israel conducted an airstrike with a jet fighter tonight in the West Bank town of Tulkarm. There are reports of over a dozen dead, unconfirmed reports. Oh, there's smoke right there. Guys, look, was that a new one? Look at the smoke. More smoke. Oh my gosh, look at this. Look at this, guys. Wow. Was there another flash? I was reading something. More smoke. Another attack. Look, it looks like another airstrike. Wow. Wow. Look at the huge smoke column there. Uh, 11:40, I missed that one. I was again, every time I'm trying to keep up with the news, but I will show you a replay of it. I'm not seeing, people told me there was a flash. I haven't seen it. I looked up the time code and I did not see a flash. It could be a secondary, I don't know what it was, secondary explosion? But I have not seen, there's definitely smoke. There's definitely a lot of smoke. I looked up 11:41:51. Didn't see it. Oh, it's a, yes, yes. This could have been a secondary explosion. Let me show you this. Let me show you this, guys. It could have been, I don't know if this was an airstrike. So look, let me show you. So look at right in here. Look right in here. You'll see like a flashing and then the smoke come up. Right in there. See, right in there, right in there. It's kind of hard to see right where my pointer is. Let me show you again. Right where my pointer is, right in here. Look. Watch. If I queued it up right, I probably queued it up wrong. No, hold on, wait. Hold on, right in here. Watch, right now. See the flashing? You see a little bit of flashing in there, little bit, and then the smoke starts coming up. Then the smoke starts coming up right there. There you go. There were multiple flashes. Yeah, so anyways. I don't know if that was an airstrike or a secondary explosion or what. It was smaller than, it was not a big flash. Hang on a second. Again, I have the volume on these cameras. We're just not hearing a lot on the cameras. But the volume is on. I'll turn it up more. Wow, all right, that I think was the northern border. I think that was the northern border. I gotta turn the northern border down. That's too loud. That's the northern border. I'll turn that down a bit. I'll turn that down a bit. That's too loud. That's not in Beirut, that's the northern border. That is the northern border. I turned up the Beirut sound some, but I got to turn down the northern border sound. I think that was the northern border. Al Jadid News. Oh, I'm seeing glowing. I'm seeing fire. Hold on. Time out. I'm seeing fire. I'm seeing fire on the bottom. Look, we can see a fire on the bottom. We're seeing fire on the bottom right now. We are seeing fire on the bottom of this shot, kind of. Let me mess with the brightness, but you can definitely see it there. You can't. Hold on. I can see the smoke though. Look at that. I got the brightness up. You can really see the smoke there. This is not that far from the airport, it looks like. Again, southern suburbs of Beirut. But for a moment, you could see the red glow. And also, Al Jadid News reports that fires have broken out and clouds of smoke rise following recent enemy airstrikes on the southern suburb. And that is what we're looking at. Hey guys, I cannot show other, let me just say this, I can't show feeds I don't have the rights to. I don't steal footage. I pay for whatever I'm showing you. I can't show feeds I don't have the rights to. I don't have the rights to use the whole internet for my own personal use, okay? So I will show you what I have the rights to, the best of that. Thank you to Tilly Riley and Nicole Hammett and Owl 101. Uh-oh. Hold on. MTV Lebanon News says the airstrikes targeted more than one point in the southern suburbs, including Al Kafat and Hadi Nasrallah Highway, and fires are burning in more than one place. Yes, we have seen strikes in more than one place. Sky News Arabia says there's been 6 airstrikes. If you are watching on Facebook, for those watching on Facebook, Facebook automatically ends the stream after 8 hours. So if you are watching on Facebook in about 15 minutes, Facebook will end the stream, and then I will restart the Facebook stream and we'll have a new Facebook stream. Other platforms, don't worry about it, but Facebook, I will have to restart the Facebook stream in about 15 minutes. So for the third straight night, significant airstrikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut, which is a Hezbollah stronghold. And by suburbs of Beirut, you shouldn't be thinking 20 miles away. Central Beirut is only 2 miles by 2 miles roughly, and it's just a big. I mean, it's a big city, and the inner part of it is called Central Beirut, but if you look at a map, it looks like kind of one city, and you just kind of keep going and you get to the southern suburbs and then you get to the airport. But we're just talking like a mile or two south of Beirut and north of the airport. And it's a very urban area. So, in Manhattan, it would be, it might all be, Manhattan, it's 2 miles is 40 blocks in Manhattan. So it's like what, 20 to 40 blocks south of Beirut proper is where we're looking at now. in Manhattan blocks terms. So, you know, don't, when you hear a southern suburb of Beirut, don't think, oh, this is way out there. No, no, no. It's like right next to it, basically. Part of the same city. You can think of it as like Greater Beirut, you know, just a couple miles to the south. Wow, just unbelievable. Look at this. Oops, sorry. Let me get the headline back up. But big column of smoke coming there from southern Beirut. And I wouldn't be surprised if there are more strikes. That is not from Beirut. That is from the Israel-Lebanon border, which I have on the screen for you. There has been periodic artillery and tank fire coming from the Israel-Lebanon border. So you just heard some right now. So I have that sound on as well. I know it's loud. I kind of lowered it a little bit, but you can see that camera on the top. So I'm letting you hear that as well. I'm just checking for some updates here, guys. Give me a moment as we show you the smoke pouring out there. Here's a little update on that strike in the West Bank, the jet fighter strike. AP says the Palestinian Health Ministry says 16 people were killed in an Israeli strike, a jet fighter strike. It is reported elsewhere. On the Tulkarm refugee camp in the West Bank. It was the deadliest strike in the West Bank since the Israel-Hamas war erupted last October. The Israeli military said the strike was carried out in coordination with the Shin Bet Internal Security Service, but it gave no details on the target. Tulkarm is a militant stronghold. I think a plane is landing. Do I see a plane coming in? Is that a plane coming in to land on the right there? Hold on. Or am I wrong? Looks like a plane is coming in. I don't see it on flight radar, though. I don't see it on flight radar, so I didn't see it on flight radar 24, but it certainly did look like a plane was coming in to land. I mean, they do land shortly after airstrikes. I've seen it happen before. Again, I pulled up flight radar 24 and I didn't spot it there, but did look like it. Anyways. AP says Tulkarm in the West Bank is a militant stronghold in the northern West Bank. It remained unclear how many people were wounded in the blast. Violence has flared in the West Bank since the Israeli-Hamas war erupted last October. Tulkarm and other northern Palestinian cities have seen some of the worst violence. Palestinian militant groups are active across the northern West Bank, areas where the Palestinian Authority has limited foothold. So again, that's a whole different story, is that Israel has conducted reportedly a jet fighter strike on Tulkarm in the West Bank, a militant stronghold in the northern West Bank, and at least 16 people are reported killed. That was from the northern border. That was from the northern border. Probably artillery or a tank. The Times of Israel reports that the Palestinian Health Ministry now says 18 people are dead in that strike in Tulkarm. Big flash, big explosion, oh my gosh, whoa, huge explosion, huge explosions right now, unbelievable, look at that, incredible, wow, huge explosions, right now, huge explosions going on, whoa, enormous, you can see it on both cameras, look at the top camera too, huge explosions, wow, unbelievable, whoa. We saw it and heard it on both cameras, that's what, so the audio was double audio because you could see it on the top camera and the bottom camera. I don't know if that was a new strike or if that was a secondary explosion, but that was gigantic. So again, that might have been a secondary, or it may have been new airstrikes. New fire coming up, but that was enormous. That was just enormous. Multiple explosions. Unbelievable. Now I do have the brightness turned up some on this camera, so it's probably a bit brighter than it would normally be, but you could definitely see it on the other camera as well. So, that was just enormous. Let me try to get you some reportings on that, but I'm guessing people all over Beirut might have heard that. Wow. Multiple explosions. Wow. Al Jadid News reports very violent and successive airstrikes launched by Israel. Al Jadid News in Lebanon says very violent and successive airstrikes launched by Israel in the southern suburbs. Nishan, who I follow from Lebanon, says he's a popular, I think, a TV host. That boom is probably from the northern border. Nishan, who is a popular, I believe, TV host in Lebanon, writes on X, bombing raid in Beirut now, may God protect us. That was very violent, very noisy, very bright, multiple explosions. Wow. That is in northern. You're hearing the northern border now, too. Okay, wow. So Bisan, who I follow, Amnesty campaigner Bisan says those are the loudest Israeli strikes I've heard in Beirut. The last ones I heard like this was in the south on Monday morning. So this guy Bisan I follow, is it a guy? No, it might be a woman. This woman, Bisan, who I follow, she says those are the loudest Israeli strikes I've heard in Beirut. The loudest she has heard since South Lebanon Monday morning. Those were enormous. Look at the smoke and the fire. Look at it on the left there. Unbelievable. I will replay that in a little bit. But look at that. You're looking at it right now. Smoke and fire, southern Beirut, enormous strikes. Yeah, I can't really turn the brightness up that much more. I got it up pretty high. Wow, unbelievable. Huge violent airstrikes in the Beirut southern suburbs by Israel. Marks, who I follow, says absolutely massive series of strikes. And periodically you're hearing booms. You're hearing booms from the northern border as well. Look at this. Look at the smoke. Look at the smoke coming up there. Wow. That is from the northern border. That explosion was from the northern border. Sky News Arabia says that the explosion caused by those recent airstrikes was heard throughout the capital of Beirut. Yes, Al Jadid News says the recent Israeli airstrikes were very violent and their echoes reached various Lebanese regions. This person, Ziad Yagi, who is in Lebanon, says, I heard like 20 plus loud booms. The last one almost broke my windows. He is in Beirut. I'm going to show you that again when I get a chance. That was just crazy. Wow. Massive airstrikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut. You are seeing a glowing red on the lower left there. On the right, oh, look at the bottom right. Look at the bottom right, guys. Look at the bottom right. Look at the glowing in the bottom right. You really see that orange glow on the bottom right there. Wow. Unbelievable. You see some orange glow on the left. You see some orange glow on the right. Massive smoke coming up from these airstrikes. I'll replay it in a second. Thank you to Mauricio Corbin, Robert R. Any response from Hezbollah? Hezbollah has released a number of statements today. No response to these airstrikes. Hezbollah has been releasing statements today. They've claimed that they've been attacking Israeli soldiers with explosives, for example, but I can't confirm that information. But I haven't seen a Hezbollah response to these specific airstrikes. Thank you, Robert R. Thank you to Just Facts. That you're hearing is from the northern border. That's not from Beirut. That's the northern border. Pale Rider 747. Thank you. Liquid DNBFTW. Thanks. David Fury. Thank you. David says he remembers his time with the Canadian Army in the Golan Heights in 1982. We could do whatever we wanted, really. We could go wherever in Israel and do whatever we really. I never would have thought then. Thanks, David Fury. Also, Lauren M. Scott. And Dangerous Mind Zero. And Vinny TV Adventures and Russell Bach, who thinks that was a hit on an ammo dump or something. Thank you, Val, Klondike Hunter, Rita, Owl 101, and Uncle Artie's Bar and Grill of Stupidity. And also Night Fox 92 and John Deeds on Twitch, and Rogan Mitch. Let's do a replay of these airstrikes. We're going to do a replay. We are going to do a replay of what happened. Unbelievable. Also, thank you, Steve of Taos. Look at the on the right, the orange glow there. Lots of smoke. These were massive airstrikes. All right, guys, I'm going to do a replay for you. I think I need to turn the sound on for the replay. So I'm going to leave the sound, the live sound on, but I'll have the sound on for the replay as well. So here is the replay. This is the replay coming up. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Let me get the replay. Okay, actually, hang on. I'm going to put the replay up now, and it says moments ago because I'm about to put the replay up. Here's the replay from moments ago. Watch this. Hold on. I got to get rid of the cameras. Oh, no. That's what's up there. You're going to see it right now. All right. Here's the replay. Here is the replay. Watch. Get ready. Get ready. Big flash. Big flash. Big explosion. Big explosion. Oh my gosh. Whoa, huge explosion. Huge explosions. Huge explosions right now. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Look at that. Incredible. Wow. Huge explosions. Right now. Huge explosions going on. Whoa. Enormous. 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 You can see it on both cameras. Look at the top camera too. Huge explosions. Huge explosions. Wow. Unbelievable. Whoa. We saw it and heard it on both cameras. Both cameras. That's what. So the audio was double audio because you could see it on the top camera and the bottom camera. I don't know if that was a new strike or if that was a secondary explosion, but that was, turns out it was a new airstrikes. Turns out it was new airstrikes. All right, let's go back to the present. Now we're back at the present. But that was ridiculous. That was, yeah, that was new airstrikes. But we heard so many explosions that it's possible that it was an airstrike on some sort of weapons facility, and then, you know, secondary stuff was exploding too. But that was just crazy. Again, I do have the brightness kicked up on the wide shot, just because I need to, because it's very dark. So, but you could see it on both shots. So it's probably a bit brighter than it would be if I had the brighter than regular brightness. But these were still enormous explosions. People saying heard throughout the city. Oh, I gotta restart the Facebook stream. Let me restart the Facebook stream. Hang on a moment. I'm just gonna restart the Facebook stream right now. Enormous airstrikes. Wow. Thank you to Jake95. Thank you to Joanne Butler. Thank you to Austin Caton. Thank you, Austin. Thank you, Andres Garcia. Adi Chevris. Jake95, Scott Woodworth, Tragus44, Chris the Toffee, and also Steve of Teos. Also a thank you to hang on a moment. Thank you to Thomas Williams. Thank you, Thomas Williams. And the BB88. Thank you. The BB88. And thanks to all of our moderators. I really appreciate all of our moderators. Over there on Twitch, we have moderating right now. Big Ball of Yarn, Good Luck Duck, I Got That Fire, Sarah, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev. Margaret Riley over on Facebook, we have a new stream. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Christina Neal, thanks for moderating over there. Thanks to Marie Goodson Hamilton for subscribing, and Kay and Margaret, and Ronald Egnor is moderating. Thanks, Ronald, for subscribing as well, and all of our other Facebook viewers and subscribers. Thanks also to Veritas Justice, Darcy McElveny, Tony Leone, Pan Spray, for your support. And then thanks to our YouTube moderators, Sabrina, Ruth Profasi, and Linda Belk and Larry on X. Thank you so much. Wow. Just wow. So guys, Timur Azari, who is with Reuters, says those last strikes, which were it was a bunch of strikes and a bunch of powerful strikes in succession. Timur Azari of Reuters said these last strikes came one after the other, very similar to the attack that killed the Hezbollah leader less than a week ago. But they seem even more prolonged and powerful. He actually posted a video that I just reposted on my X account. So he says that these were more powerful than the ones that killed Nasrallah. It was a series of strikes. Oh, there's like a fire burning or something. Hold on, hold on, hold on. I mean, I'm sure there's fire, but you can see visibly something orange there. I'm seeing a report that Reuters, yes. Again, the person from Reuters, the reporter from Reuters, Timur Azari, says these were more powerful airstrikes than the ones that killed Nasrallah. Yeah, Timur Azari also said, looks like a massive strike on the Dahia southern suburbs of Beirut. Some sources saying bigger than the strike that killed Nasrallah. Again, I can't confirm that, but just massive. Wow. What was the target? Are we going to hear something from the Israeli military about this? We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Just enormous. We're seeing, I'm sorry, on the bottom there, you are seeing fire, I assume from these powerful airstrikes. Smoke rising near the airport there in the southern suburbs. See the orange glow there? Thank you so much, Richard Foley, for your support. Really appreciate it, Richard. Thank you also, Robert Myers. Robert says, Israel said the other day there were weapons near the airport, could have hit it. Yeah, I mean, maybe part of the reason the explosions were so big is that they hit weapons. You know, I don't know. Thank you, Pan Spray, and Chuck Pearson, and Tanya C. Wow. Again, some believe that these strikes were more powerful than the strikes that killed Nasrallah. They were that powerful. Al Jazeera reports that the Israeli airstrikes targeted several buildings that were completely destroyed. No, the airport itself was not hit. I have not seen any reports that the airport was hit. This is not far from the airport. The southern suburbs run right up to the airport. But I have not heard any reports that the airport itself was hit. Maybe we'll get some sort of statement from Israel on these latest strikes. I mean, you can actually see a glow on the lower left there, orange glow. You know, about an hour ago or something like that, Israel had issued an evacuation order for like 2 buildings in the southern suburbs, the area around 2 buildings. And then about maybe 15, 20 minutes after that, there were some airstrikes, you know, the regular powerful airstrikes. But then, like 20 minutes after that, it was just crazy. And I don't even know if the series of airstrikes was where the 2 evacuation orders are. I don't know. That was unbelievable. I'll play it one more time in a second. People said they heard it definitely throughout the city. When Merck says, when was the last rocket alert? I honestly don't know. I have to look it up. The last one was 3 hours ago. Israeli military said there were about 230 rockets fired today from Lebanon. The last one was, according to so far, it was 3 hours ago. Maybe we should replay that one more time, just to show you what happened if you missed it. Thank you, Russell Bach. It says Lebanon transport minister said it hit outside airport grounds. I haven't seen that. I'll check, Russell. Again, I haven't seen anything that said it hit inside the airport. Thank you, Russell. This person, Lucian Borgili, who was in Lebanon, posted, "The whole city shook in terror. We just felt it in every home in Beirut." Thank you again, Russell Bach, Floris93. I don't think this had anything to do with the Belgium journalists. There were 2 Belgium journalists who were attacked by a crowd in Beirut last night, their news organization said, when the crowd accused them being of Israeli spies. I posted about that earlier on my X account, @Lookner. Thank you, Floris. TLR, thank you, and Michelle M. MTV Lebanon News reports that several buildings have been completely destroyed in these airstrikes. You can still see the orange glow on the lower left there. Yeah, I'll replay it in a second. Breaking news, the target of the attack is Nasrallah's successor. Unconfirmed report, Israeli report that the target of the attack in Beirut is Nasrallah's successor. Guys, Hillel Biton Rosen, an Israeli reporter says the target was Nasrallah's successor. Hillel Biton Rosen says the target of the attack in Beirut is Nasrallah's successor, Hashem Safi al-Din. So again, Hillel Biton Rosen is he is with Channel 14 Israel Army and Defense correspondent. He says that the target of the attack is Nasrallah's successor, Hashem Safi al-Din. Wow. That's the first I've heard of that. We'll see if anybody else reports it. He said it. The IDF has released a statement on the airstrike in Tulkarm, West Bank. They said the IDF and Shin Bet eliminated the head of the Hamas terrorist infrastructure in Tulkarm, who was planning an attack in the immediate time frame. Other operatives in the infrastructure were eliminated in the attack. Fighter jets of the Air Force attacked the West Bank. Again, they said they killed, they said the head of Hamas terrorist infrastructure in Tulkarm, West Bank, who was planning an attack in the immediate time frame, and other key operatives in the infrastructure were eliminated in the attack. That is from the IDF. Over a dozen people have been reported killed in that airstrike in the West Bank. Give me a second, just catching up on everything. Hang on. Okay, so we have a report. There's one report from an Israeli reporter with Channel 14 Hillel Beton Rosen, who claims that the enormous airstrikes from about 20 minutes ago in southern suburbs of Beirut were designed to kill the successor to Nasrallah, the head of Hezbollah. It's interesting because these were massive strikes. Some people said they were, Reuters reporters said that they were, I believe the Reuters bureau chief, a Reuters bureau chief in the Middle East said that they could have been bigger than the Nasrallah airstrikes. I'm going to show you again what those looked like. Timur Azari said they seemed even more prolonged and powerful than the huge airstrikes that killed Nasrallah. He's the Iraq bureau chief, Timur Azari, who I think he is in Lebanon now. I don't know if he's in Lebanon now. He might be, but that's what he said. And then again, Channel 14 reporter Hillel Beton Rosen in Israel says the target of the attack was Nasrallah's successor, Hashem Safi al-Din. Now I didn't know did they name an official successor? I don't know if he was officially named successor. I don't know if they'd named an official successor. I'm not seeing that, but let me show you the replay of the airstrikes. All right, we're going to watch a replay right now. Here's a replay of these just massive airstrikes that hit the southern suburbs of Beirut about a half an hour ago. Just enormous. Just enormous. It was crazy. Okay, here we go. Hold on. Oh, I got to turn the audio back on from the northern border. Remind me to do that. But here are the airstrikes from, hang on. Here's the moments ago, the airstrikes from about a half an hour ago. The enormous airstrikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut. Big flash, big explosion, big explosion. Oh my gosh, whoa, huge explosion, huge explosions right now. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Look at that, incredible. Wow, huge explosions. Right now, huge explosions going on. Whoa, enormous, enormous, enormous. You can see it on both cameras, Look at the top camera too. Huge explosions, huge explosions. Wow, unbelievable. Whoa. We saw it and heard it on both cameras. Both cameras. That's what. So just crazy. Did I get the whole thing? I think I got the whole thing. Yeah, I got it. So let me just show you again. I'll play it one more time. But again, this may have been targeting the potential successor to Nasrallah. Big flash, big explosion, big explosion. Oh my gosh, whoa, huge explosion, huge explosions right now. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Look at that, incredible. Wow, huge explosions. Right now, huge explosions going on. Whoa, enormous, enormous, enormous. You can see it on both cameras, Look at the top camera too. Huge explosions, huge explosions. Wow, unbelievable. Whoa. We saw it and heard it on both cameras. Both cameras. That's what. So the. All right. Well, that was just crazy. Just crazy. Was that designed to kill the successor to Nasrallah? I don't know. It's being reported by one reporter. I'll see if anyone else is reporting it. I haven't seen anyone else report about the target except for that one reporter. Sky News Arabia also reports it. Sky News Arabia also says that the target in the airstrikes was Hashem Safi al-Din, who's the head of the Executive Council of Hezbollah, who is the candidate to succeed Hassan Nasrallah. So Sky News Arabia is saying that the same person as the Israeli reporter was the target of the strike, who I don't think Hezbollah had officially designated a successor, but he was apparently seen as a leading candidate, if not the leading candidate, to be the successor. Hashem Safi al-Din. Right here. Hashem Safi al-Din. I believe that's him. That's from Wikipedia. A cousin of Hassan Nasrallah. Generally considered the number 2 in Nasrallah before Nasrallah's assassination. generally considered the number 2 in Hezbollah before Nasrallah's assassination. The number 2 in Hezbollah. That is the person that Sky News Arabia is saying, and Hillel Bitten Rosen says was the target of this powerful series of attacks. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So multiple reports now say, and again, these are unconfirmed, multiple reports now say that the target of these massive airstrikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut were Hashem Safi al-Din, who was the number 2 below, he was second to Nasrallah and considered, a leading candidate to replace Nasrallah. Now, I can't confirm that yet. Oh, Israel announced. Did IDF announce it? Did the IDF announce it? Did the IDF announce it? I haven't seen the IDF announce it yet. Another report said Israel announced it, but they have not announced it. I have not seen them announce it yet. A source, Aya Iskandarani of AFP says, a source close to Hezbollah said Israel conducted 11 consecutive strikes on southern Beirut in one of the most violent raids since Israel intensified its bombardment campaign. So AFP is reporting this was 11 consecutive strikes. Oh, Barak Ravid said it? Did Barak Ravid report it? Yes, Barak Ravid reports it. Another report. Barak Ravid, the target of the Israeli strike in Beirut was Hezbollah senior leader Hashem Safi al-Din, who was Hassan Nasrallah's likely successor. Oh my gosh. Wow. Breaking news. Huge airstrikes reportedly target Nasrallah's likely successor. Oh my gosh. Huge news. Huge news. unbelievable. Wow. Wow. I got to turn the north border on, sorry. All right, guys, I need to take a minute here. I got to take a minute. I might just have a little snack or something. I need to take a minute. Can you guys give me like 5 minutes or so? Because I just got to take a couple minutes and maybe eat something real quick. So let me just put something on the screen. It's been very busy. Let me do that. By the way, quick thanks to Trouble with the Trees, Dragan Milutinovic, Tribune Pepe, Emily Flotilla, Pathfinders, Kelly Me, MD, Casey Promise, Corrine Amos. No, I didn't restart YouTube. I restarted the Facebook stream. The Facebook stream is the one I had to restart. And also, you know what? I'm not going to take a bit. I'm just gonna take a quick bathroom break. I think, to be honest, I won't take the snack break yet because we're waiting for more news to come out. So I'm just going to take like a 1 minute break. All right, I'm just going to take a minute. Give me a minute. I'll take a snack break after, but we could get an announcement from Israel coming up soon, and I don't want to miss that. So just give me a minute. You may hear some booms coming from the northern border, by the way. Just give me one. I'm just going to take a 1 minute break. Okay? So just give me a minute. I'll have a snack in a little bit. There's too much going on. I'll have a snack soon enough. So just give me a minute. I'm coming back in 1 minute. Steve will be back in 1 minute. I'll be right back. All right, we are back. Just unbelievable what we've seen in the last hour or two and heard reported. We saw massive airstrikes, a series of huge, massive airstrikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut. Some said it was bigger than the airstrikes that killed Nasrallah. Well, it turns out, according to multiple reports, that the target of these strikes was the previous number 2. The previous number 2. What's that? I'm seeing a light in the bottom left. I don't know what that is. Is that something on fire there? I'm not sure. But the target of the strikes was reportedly the previous number 2 in Hezbollah, the number 2 to Nasrallah. And he was the likely successor to Nasrallah, Hashem Safi Adin. So did Israel take out the likely successor to Nasrallah? In another massive airstrike. One of our viewers said there were new evacuation orders. Hold on. New evacuation order, apparently. Hold on. Yes, new evacuation order. For a building in the Hadath Beirut neighborhood. New evacuation order. Urgent warning. Southern suburb. Hadath Beirut neighborhood. You must get away from this building. Another evacuation order. There you go. So more more airstrikes expected. You are near Hezbollah facilities and interests against which the IDF will operate in the near future. You must evacuate this building. I'm assuming the strike, the huge strike, was not the subject of an evacuation order. I'm assuming that one they didn't tell the people. Well, looks like more airstrikes coming up. Again, I'm assuming that the major, huge airstrike, which reportedly targeted the designated the likely successor to Nasrallah, I'm assuming that one was no evacuation order. I don't think they would have given an evacuation order for that one. But it really does seem like Israel may have taken out the successor, the likely successor and previous number 2 in Hezbollah. Guys, again, I cannot show other cameras. I can't show other cameras that I don't have the rights to. Were the buildings where people were warned? One of our viewers said, were people warned in the buildings that were hit? Well, I am pretty darn sure that the people in the Nasrallah strike were not warned. And for the same reason, if Israel was targeting the successor to Nasrallah, or the likely successor, I think we can be pretty sure that nobody was warned. Is that a new strike right there? I'm seeing more smoke. I'm seeing more smoke. Was there another strike? I don't know, but there's more smoke coming up. But I mean, there was smoke there before. There was smoke there before. There are some booms. You may be hearing booms from the northern border. We've been hearing booms on the northern border camera as well. Oh, Axios has a new report. Hold on a second here. Hold on a moment here. Barak Ravid says 2 additional sources say that Hashem Safi al-Din was the target of the attack. He stayed in the deepest bunker. So Barak Ravid reports that the target was in a deep underground bunker. You're hearing like animals in the northern border. That's what you're hearing. Let's see. We'll have to see if we get an announcement. We'll have to see if we get an announcement from. Sorry, let me put something on the screen. Let me fix this picture for you. I'm going to adjust this a little bit here. We'll have to see if we get an announcement from Israel. Remember, it took a while. It took a little while. It probably took what, about 12 hours or something, for Israel to confirm that Nasrallah had been killed. And this was near the airport. Near the airport is where these huge strikes were. So this smoke that we're seeing there, that might be a new airstrike because like LBCI, Lebanon News, just said there was a new strike in the southern suburbs. So I didn't see a flash. I don't see people in the chat that said there was a flash, but the camera kind of panned over and focused on that smoke there. So it's possible that that's a new airstrike right there. MTV Lebanon also says there was a new strike. Joe Truzman, who I follow, who is a Middle East expert, Joe just posted and said, following the news that Israel military targeted Hashem Safi-Din, a possible successor to Nasrallah, I think it's clear that Hezbollah and Iran have not been able to figure out how Israel is able to identify, locate, and target Hezbollah leaders. Embarrassing. It's really interesting. Yeah, are they just not able to, they just can't protect people? Unless they thought he was so far underground that he'd be safe. I don't know. Maybe he is safe. So that we just heard another boom, and I don't know if that boom was from, is that boom from Beirut or is that boom from the northern border? I just don't know. We'll see. Again, I have the sound on for both because we have been hearing a lot of activity at the northern border. Ashley Mullaney from 7 News Australia says when those huge explosions happened, a flight from Paris had just landed and was still taxiing right near the explosions. Again, we're hearing some booms. I think those may be artillery from the north. I can tell, well, it's hard for me to tell. I'd have to turn one off, but if I hear more, maybe I'll try. Has Israel killed the likely successor to Hassan Nasrallah? Wow. Hang on one moment, guys. Give me one moment. I haven't really seen, I'm sure we will, it's nighttime right now. I haven't really seen any kind of detailed footage from that location where that massive series of airstrikes, reportedly around 11 airstrikes took place. So, you know, when Nasrallah was killed, it was during the day. This is at night. I'm sure there will be video coming out of that location, but I just saw a short video that purported to be the location, but you really couldn't see much. Thai Coffee says, who is the number 3 in Hezbollah? That I do not know. Thank you, Thai Coffee and MD and Vanessa. And Skippa and Blaine Walter and Dragan Milutinovic. Also Thai Crom and Spicy Curry. We are waiting to hear more. Where is this? Hold on. Oh, by the way, Barak Ravid said that the results of the strike are still unclear. Vanessa says, is he the one who spoke on a video recently from saying business as usual for Hezbollah? I don't know. I don't know. I don't remember seeing him, but I haven't been watching lots of Hezbollah videos, so I don't know. I don't know, Vanessa. Thank you, Vanessa. I really appreciate it. Also, Craig Doherty and Aslin. One of the comments, War Watcher, responded to me on X saying, if this is confirmed, will Iran act again? But I mean, it's unbelievable. If Israel knew where the designated successor was, that even, you know, days after they killed Nasrallah, that if they couldn't keep his location secure, this is interesting. This is very interesting. So, MTV Lebanon. So the area, there's an area, I don't know if this is where the explosions were, but there's an area, well, there's an area called Borj el Brajna. There's an area, one of the suburb areas is called Borj el Brajna. And it's right near the airport. I don't know if that's where the huge strikes were, but there were a couple evacuation orders there before, and I believe there were some strikes there before. So MTV Lebanon News now reports that there is a massive displacement movement from that neighborhood. So lots of people are just leaving the neighborhood, probably because they're scared. This has happened before, where people left. I want to say when strikes first started happening, what was it, last week or a few days ago in southern suburbs of Beirut, a bunch of people just left their homes and they slept on the street and stuff because they were scared to be in their neighborhoods. Supposedly this neighborhood, there's, again, MTV Lebanon News says that there's a massive displacement movement from this neighborhood near the airport. I don't have numbers on the population in there and how many people are leaving, but that's an interesting report. That's from Lebanese News. Gary Myers says, I'll bet that Supreme Leader of Iran, Khamenei, is shaking in his boots. As Manny Fabian says, the IDF has not commented on the strike. These were I'll show it again in a second. These were enormous airstrikes. Enormous. Some said bigger than the ones that killed Nasrallah. Everybody's just waiting now to hear. Again, Barak Ravid reports that the target was in a deep underground bunker. So I'm seeing reports of possibly new strikes, but I don't know if that's true because I haven't seen. Al Mayadeen says there's possibly new strikes in the southern suburb of Beirut. I haven't seen anything on the cameras yet. Okay, so Axios says that, again, the target of these enormous strikes were Axios and Sky News Arabia and this Channel 14 reporter in Israel, Hillel Biton Rosen. They all say the same thing. They all say the target of this airstrike was Hashim Safi al-Din, who was previously the number 2 in Hezbollah when Nasrallah was alive and seen as likely successor to Nasrallah. Axios said he is the leading figure to succeed Nasrallah. Axios reports he was in a deep underground bunker, and whether he was killed is not yet clear. And some reports in the press said that this was bigger than the Nasrallah attack, which was enormous. Again, just heard a little boom there. That could be in Beirut. That could also be in the northern suburbs. Thank you, Thai Coffee and Alex S. for your support, who says Iran is watching this with anxiety. Also, Nostrich, who says the level of paranoia in Hezbollah right now has to be insane. IDF clearly has a mole. I don't know what they have, but there's something there. Obviously, they just have a way of getting so much information. Thank you, Todd Sanders, David Fury, David, I don't control the amount of text in Super Chat. You can write to Facebook, write to YouTube about that. Suggest it to them. David says he served in Lebanon in the Canadian Armed Forces years ago. Thank you, David. Vanessa as well. Let's just watch one more time, in case you missed it, what happened with these enormous explosions. It was weird, you know, they had come out with a couple warnings for the southern suburbs, and then there were some explosions in the southern suburbs, which just looked like the strikes they had used to target the 2 buildings they had warned about. But they were like the usual, you know, big strikes, but nothing out of the ordinary. And then all of a sudden, it just went crazy. All right, so I'm going to show you this right now. Again, this is, oops, I got to make it say earlier. Replay from earlier. Ugh, why? Replay, ugh, sorry. Replay from earlier. Here we go. This is the replay from earlier. Here we go. Replay from earlier. Big flash, big explosion, oh my gosh, whoa, huge explosion, huge explosions right now, unbelievable, look at that, incredible, wow, huge explosions, right now, huge explosions going on, whoa, enormous, you can see it on both cameras, look at the top camera too, huge explosions, wow, unbelievable, whoa. We saw it and heard it on both cameras, that's what, so the audio, you saw it, just crazy. Again, it is being widely reported that those strikes targeted the Hezbollah, likely successor to Nasrallah. Oops, sorry. Oh, I think there was just another strike. I think there was just another boom. Right now. I think there was just another airstrike. See the cameras moving around? We just heard a boom. Again, I think there was another strike right now there in southern suburbs of Beirut. Certainly sounds like it. We heard a boom, the camera's moving around. Look, they gave an evacuation warning about 15 minutes ago. Let's see, I mean, there's smoke back there from the other strikes, I believe. The camera's moving around right now. Let's see. So, which of the smoke columns is it? I don't know. But certainly that looks like another strike just happened right now. Because we heard a boom. Oh, sorry. This is not a replay from earlier. Yeah. This is the live shot, as I said. I just didn't remove the label. The original strike I showed you was about an hour and 20 minutes ago. That was apparently something new which just happened. So I think there might have just been another strike. Let me check Lebanese media. So, oh, hold on a second. First of all, the Lebanese media is reporting in eastern. All right, that boom you just heard, I think, was artillery from the northern border. I don't know, though, but it might not have been. I have the northern... Should I turn off the northern border camera or not? We've been hearing a bunch in the northern border camera. It's just confusing. I can turn off the northern border camera, but then you guys won't hear if there's artillery in the northern border. So it'll be a little less confusing, but you'll hear less. The audience is mixed. Some people want no and some don't. Yeah, we're mixed on that. I think more people want me to leave the audio from the northern border camera on. So I'm going to leave it on. I know it's a little more confusing, but we've been hearing a bunch of artillery from the northern border, and people want to hear that, a lot of people. So I'm going to leave it up there. Anyways, Al Mayadeen, Lebanese news outlet, said Israeli warplanes launch a series of airstrikes in various areas of the Bekaa Valley. The Bekaa Valley is not on the southern border. It's to the east. It's eastern Lebanon. So reports of Israeli airstrikes in the Bekaa Valley. Yes, so I believe about 5 minutes ago there was another airstrike, one or more airstrikes in the southern suburb of Beirut, because Al Mayadeen says that there was. So, yes, a new airstrike a couple minutes ago. I don't know. I didn't see a flash. One of our viewers said new smoke on left. So I don't know exactly where that happened, but there was a new one or more news airstrikes just happened. One of our viewers thinks it's a follow-on strike. I don't know if it was. That I cannot tell. Oh. AP reports... Jeff Philip Lewis says Detroit AP source, union for 45,000 U.S. dock workers agreed to suspend strike until January 15th to provide time to negotiate new contract. So according to Philip Lewis, AP is reporting that a source tells them that the dock strike will be postponed. The dock workers' strike in the U.S. will be postponed to January 15th to provide time to negotiate a new contract. Just letting you know that. Thank you so much to Andras Stefanik. Hey, thank you, Andras Stefanik, if I'm pronouncing that right. I really appreciate you supporting the channel and watching the channel for that long. Hey, thank you, Andras. Very kind of you. Also, Jesse Kelly, our new member. Zed, thank you, Zed, for watching. I really appreciate it. Zed is in Poland, I believe. Thanks, Zed. Jamie Mitchell. L. Kearney. Heard a little boom there. I don't know. That might be from the north. I can't tell if that's from Beirut area or the northern border. Stu, no, the clock is not behind. If the clock is behind to you, then you're probably behind. The clock is not behind. But sometimes people watching get behind. And you're not live. Thank you, Stu. Also, Manny C, thank you. You know, Manny makes an interesting point. He says, IDF has all the intel in the world but didn't see October 7th coming. What can I say? I mean, it's also a question of, first of all, of interpreting intel, but also maybe their intel on Hezbollah is way better than on Hamas. You know, I don't know. It's a good question. Brian Fatoni, thank you for your support. Mary Dean. Vingham. Mark Westbrook and Yuri. Also Notorious Rob and Steve's Air Fryer and Nightfox 92 and Tickrom on Twitch. So will we get some kind of announcement soon from the IDF? With did the IDF announce it was targeting Nasrallah? If I remember right, didn't the IDF say it targeted Nasrallah before they said they killed Nasrallah? Am I wrong about this? Because, or am I wrong? Am I right or wrong about that? Because what I'm wondering is, will we get a confirmation from the IDF that they were targeting the number 2, even if they don't confirm whether he's killed or not? I don't remember. A bunch of people are saying that they did confirm that they were targeting him. I don't mean before the strike, I mean after the strike. Thank you, Amy, Mackenzie, and Tracy Hoy for watching. I don't remember. I don't remember what they said about it. Maybe they said nothing about it until the next day. I don't know. We just heard another boom, and I don't know if that's on the northern border or in Beirut. I don't know. I think that might have been a new strike. That might have been a new strike because the camera's zooming in. New urgent warning. A new urgent warning for residents of the southern suburb. New urgent warning from the IDF to leave the area of a building. New urgent warning to residents of southern Hadath, Beirut, suburb of Beirut, to leave area of near a building. So it's a new IDF urgent warning. That just came out about 7 minutes ago. It says, new urgent warning to residents of the southern suburb, those in the building specified on the map in the Hadath Beirut neighborhood and the buildings adjacent to it. You are located near Hezbollah facilities and interests against which the IDF will operate in the near future. For your safety and the safety of your family members, you must evacuate this building and neighboring buildings immediately and stay away from them for a distance of no less than 500 meters. See, that boom, I think, was the north. That boom sounded like artillery from the northern border, what you just heard right there. So it sounds like more strikes to come in the southern suburbs of Beirut. Now, you remember after Nasrallah, the Nasrallah strike knocked down numerous residential buildings. I don't know if the same thing happened today. Are there numerous residential buildings and a giant scene of just rubble right now in that area? I do not know. We just don't know. Annie T says, where are these people supposed to go in the middle of the night? I'm thinking of turning off the northern camera because it's too confusing with the booms. I think for a little while I'm going to turn off the northern border camera just because I want to know when the booms happen, when they're happening in the Beirut area. I think that's important to know right now. So I'm going to temporarily turn off the northern border camera. It's just too confusing. And then I'll put the other Beirut camera up here just to have it on. It's helpful to have it there. Sometimes we see stuff on that camera. It's going to make it a little easier for us. Oh, we just saw a flash. Just saw a boom. Just saw a flash right now. We just saw a flash right now. Did you guys see that? I just saw it. I didn't hear a boom though. I don't know what the deal with that was, but that was a bright flash on the left. But no boom after it. Some people think it was a power thing. Did not hear a boom. I believe No, the camera's not frozen because there's traffic. Look. Guys, look, you can see the cars moving. You can see the cars on the bottom of the screen. The camera's not frozen. Look at the cars driving on the bottom of the screen. Okay? So, it's obviously not a frozen camera. You can see the traffic. Look, there's two cars driving by right now. I'll show you the flash real quick. Here's the flash really quick. Here is the flash. Look right down here. Look right down here. Ready? I'm going to play it for you. Right down in the left. There it is right there. Big flash right in there. There it is twice, okay? That was the flash. I don't know what that flash was. Trying to get you updates here. I'm looking at a video now, supposedly from the southern suburbs of Beirut. I don't know if this is from the scene of those strikes, but there's rubble all over the place. I can't tell if this is from the same location. I mean, again, I don't have confirmed video from the scene of those strikes, but I would guess it's enormous devastation. I'm looking at a video right now which may be from there. It's hard to tell. Oh, hold on a second, guys. Hold on a second. I think there's an update here. I think there's an update. The intense Israeli airstrikes, says the New York Times, were targeting a meeting of senior Hezbollah leadership, which included the presumed successor to Hassan Nasrallah, according to three Israeli officials. According to 3 Israeli officials. Wow. Wow. The intense Israeli airstrikes around south of Beirut around midnight were targeting a meeting of senior Hezbollah leadership, which included the presumed successor to Hassan Nasrallah, according to 3 Israeli officials. Wow. Wow. So the New York Times, this counts as breaking news. The New York Times says this was a meeting of senior Hezbollah officials, a meeting of senior Hezbollah leadership, including the presumed successor. I'm kind of surprised they're still meeting in person. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Just crazy. Just crazy. Could that really be true? Could it really be true that, when was it? Didn't Nasrallah get killed last Friday? Nasrallah got killed September 27th, which was last Friday. So could it really be that 6 days after Nasrallah and a bunch of senior people got killed in this underground Hezbollah headquarters, that the number two and the likely successor to him had another meeting with Hezbollah senior officials underground in the southern suburbs of Beirut, like the other meeting, and got killed again? Oh, I gotta switch my headphones. Hang on a moment, guys. Let me switch my headphones. The broadcast will probably pause for about 5 seconds while I take these off. Hold on. Give it a moment. Give it a moment. Give it a moment. We good? We should be good now. Now I have to put my other headphones in. We're back. We are back. It is just unbelievable. Again, the New York Times is saying 3 Israeli officials tell them that the huge airstrikes targeted a meeting of senior Hezbollah leadership, including the presumed successor to Nasrallah, the former number 2 in Hezbollah. Thank you, Rusty BBB. Rusty claims that the smaller flashes are warning bombs, knock-knock bombs. I don't know this. I haven't heard that Israel is using knock-knock strikes. I mean, I know that when Israel would not in October, well, maybe in October, something Israel has done previously in Gaza is use knock-knock strikes where they drop something on the top of a building to let people know to leave. I don't know that they're doing that in Lebanon. I don't know that they're not doing it. I just haven't heard of it. So I don't know. Roof knock strikes is what they call them. I just don't know if that's happening. Roof knock strikes. I just don't know. I haven't heard about it in Lebanon. I don't know if it's happening. I don't know if the people know to know what it is. Like in Gaza, they would know what it is. Thank you, Rusty BBB. If I see anything, I'll let you know. Thank you, Notorious Rob. Also, Marnie and Smup King, Hugh Crummond, McLean 33, who says maybe Israel got rid of all the Hezbollah leadership. RJ Luke, Yastreb, Pickle Truck, Beloved JC sees the day, who says, where do all the people flee to? A lot of them a few days ago were sleeping on the street. Steve Ward, thank you. Steph 1980, Greg Andrew, Yuri. Also, thank you to Marie Goodson. Thanks, Marie. I appreciate that. And Trevor Corja. Thank you, Trevor. And also, I'm going to pronounce this wrong, Sigbjorn Lunner. Sigbjorn, thank you for your support of the channel. I'm seeing the camera move around. Yeah, I'll play it again a little later. If you want to go back and see when the strikes happened, did we just hear a little boom right there? I don't know. I'll play it again a little later, but it was right around midnight. You know, actually, it was really right at midnight. It was right at midnight, basically. Really. So if you go back on this stream to where the clock says midnight, you will see it. I'll play it in a little bit. I don't want to play it 900 times. I know it's not 900 times, but it's like, you know, you can rewind the stream. I'll play it again in a little bit. But basically, if you just go back to where the clock in the top left says midnight, you can watch as much as you want. Thanks so much to our moderators here. Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, Good Luck Duck, LB Prairie Dawn, I Got That Fire, McBritches, Sarah, Papa Bear, and Certainly Dev. On Facebook, Kay Lowry Body, Ronald Egnor, Paul Anderson, Christina Neal, Margaret Riley, Valerie, Gail Griffin, all of our other moderators. Ruth Krafasi over there on YouTube. Thanks, Ruth. Linda Belk and Larry on X. Thank you to K-Dubs. I mean, if that's really true, what the New York Times says, that these strikes targeted, a meeting of Hezbollah senior leadership. The thing is, though, remember, the pagers exploded and the walkie-talkies exploded, and they might not trust, phones or anything. For all I know, they're not using phones. But still, I mean, like, even if you have to, like, write notes or something, it seems surprising that they would all get together in person. I don't know. I can't tell if we just heard another boom or not. It felt like maybe a distant boom or something, but I'm not sure. Oh, we just saw a flash? There was a boom. I missed a flash, I guess. I missed a flash. Okay, I think we just had a flash and a boom. Okay, I'll show it. I'll show it. I missed it. I was reading news. I'll show it to you guys. I heard a boom after. Why can't I see it? Oh, wow, it was big. Okay. Hey, there was just a big boom, guys. Another strike. Let me replay it for you. I'm going to replay it for you right now. Here it is. Here is the replay. Look on the left side of the screen. Look right over here. Look right over here on the left side of the screen. Watch this. Are you ready? I'm going to replay it right now. Here it is. Oh, I got to go. I got to rewind. Right there, right there, right there. Look at that. Wow, big flash. Right there. Whoa. Wow. Wow, that was huge. That was huge. And when did we hear the boom? I think we heard the boom like about 30 seconds after. Hang on. Let it play for a second. We heard a boom. Give it a minute. Is that too long? That seems too long to be that boom. Right there. There. That loud noise. I can't tell if we just... Yeah, hold on. Anyways, what? Watch this again. Watch this again. Watch this again. Whoa. Wow. Wow, huge. Okay, so that was a new, thanks for letting me know that was a new explosion. Now we're back to live. Now we are back, no, we're back to live right now. That's live. But we just saw another big explosion on the left side of the screen. Maybe that was the area they warned about before. I'm not sure if that's the area they warned about before. But we just saw that again. Wow. Let me check for updates on that from Lebanese media. Thank you, Rylan Summer and Billy McFly 90, who says, imagine how they're feeling trying to figure out who is releasing the information to Israel. Thank you, Rob O'Brien. Maybe it's not somebody, maybe it's not a mole. Maybe Israel has some technology that allows them to figure out where people are. I have no idea. Rob O'Brien, thank you. Stephen Anderson, rocking the dad life. Nick Reeves. I don't want to put the map up because I don't want to miss stuff on the screen. If you want to, you can go to my X account. Go to my X account. If you want to see the maps of where these locations are, you can go to my X account. And also, I'll just, I've been reposting the warnings. So you can go to my X account, and you can just use the translate to translate the warnings. I don't want to show the maps because I don't want to miss anything that's happening on the screen. So I appreciate the suggestions, because I'd rather not miss anything. Yeah, I'll post a link to my X account. I'm posting it right now. If you go there, you'll see the announcements. And the latest warning was the Hadath Beirut suburb, which I posted on X. So you can just Google it and look it up. If you put Hadath Beirut into Google Maps, you'll see it there. You know, guys, I will say this. Given the location of Hadath Beirut, that strike we just saw very well could have been the one given in the most recent urgent warning, because it's a bit to the west, like northwest of the airport. If you look at the map, it kind of looks like, I think maybe they just targeted the building that they said they were going to target in that urgent warning. It does look like basically the right location. I can't confirm that though. So again, hey, thank you to Nick Reeves. Thank you, Nick. And K-Dubs, and Jesse James, and Stephen Anderson, and Aiden, and Cartoon Maps. Yeah, I'm really trying to just leave this on as much as possible, and not go away from it as much as I can. I can post, you know what I can do? I can post a link. I can post a link to the neighborhood. I'll post a link to the neighborhood that the latest warning was in from Google Maps. I just posted a link to it. So you can click on that and you can go to the, see it's the Hadath neighborhood. Or did that work right? I think it did. I don't know if it did. It didn't seem like it really did. There's new smoke down there. Is that new smoke by the airport, guys? Yeah, I'm hearing a boom. I'm hearing a boom in new smoke. Was there a flash? Because I'm hearing a boom and there's new smoke back there. There's new smoke back there by the airport. Look, I just heard like a booming sound and there's new smoke back there. New strike right there. Wow. Another one. Did anyone see a flash? Nobody said they saw a flash. I definitely heard something, and we could see the smoke. So that's another strike right now. Nobody saw a flash. No flash, just smoke. So another one. Wow. Yes, Lebanese media says new airstrike. There was a flash? I can go look. It's not hard for me to look. Thank. Some people are saying there was, and some people are saying there wasn't. No, there wasn't a flash. It was just, it got really bright when the smoke, it looks like it got bright when the smoke came up. I'm looking at it again. No, I didn't see an initial flash, but I'll just show you what it looked like again. Here, look. So look in the middle of your, look right here, watch. Watch right here. You'll see the smoke start to come up right here, and then look, you'll see it kind of glowing on the bottom there. See the glow on the bottom there? You can go back and watch it. It's at 2:03, it's at 2:03:30. That's not a flash, that's just glowing. It's already smoky at that point. That's not a flash. Anyways, so we just saw 2 more strikes in the last, what, 5 minutes, 6 minutes? Just intense. It's been going on for hours. It is 2 a.m. This is like the 3rd straight night of intense airstrikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut, but I think this is more intense than the previous 2. Unbelievable. I mean, this is a major city with millions of people, and even the people, you know, in the city proper who are a couple miles north, I'm sure they're hearing this stuff. We're still waiting for official word from Israel, but multiple news outlets report that the target of the enormous airstrikes about 2 hours ago was Nasrallah's likely successor, the former number 2 in Hezbollah under Nasrallah. And the New York Times says there was a meeting of senior Hezbollah leadership that was going on that was targeted in that airstrike. A truly massive strike, some reports said even bigger than the strike that hit Nasrallah. That happened at midnight. You can go back. I'll show it in a little bit, but it happened at midnight on the clock there if you want to rewind to it. Wow. Rayan Musalam, who is in Lebanon, somebody I follow reposted her. She is in Beirut, I believe. And she said of these airstrikes, the big ones, she said, no one will ever understand how this feels like those experience it in person. No matter how many videos you watch, you will only feel 5%. Believe me, it's like hell erupting from earth. People and kids crying and running to the streets. F everything. I haven't seen it. MTV Lebanon is reporting neighborhoods completely wiped out. Was there a new strike? I didn't. Did somebody see something new? I mean, they're zooming in right now. New smoke? I mean, I've said this before, but I gotta think just, 3 weeks ago, I can't imagine anyone in Beirut was thinking 3 weeks ago like this was gonna be going on. Like that whole thing with the pagers seemed to just come out of nowhere. And then all this started happening. Thank you, Colleen Taipon, for your support, and Jeannie Sparks. Do we know when Prime Minister will be visiting? Jeannie, I'm not sure about which Prime Minister you're talking about. The Iranian Foreign Minister, I think maybe was supposed to be visiting soon, but I don't know if that's still happening. Yeah, there was a report that the foreign minister was going to visit tomorrow. So that'd be later today, like on Friday. I don't know that that's happening. Is the Iranian foreign minister really going to want to go there? Also, Michael Horowitz had pointed out that Israel had said it would not allow Iranian planes to land. Thank you again, Jeannie Sparks and Mountain Man and Mo and Anna and Isik Mater. Thanks for our new member, Isik. I appreciate that. with Isaac, I'm blanking. Why am I blank? My brain has stopped working. I love the site. NetBlocks, I believe it is. I love that feed, at NetBlocks. They talk about internet outages around the world. And internet being cut off by governments and such. Thank you, Axel Dad and Cartoon Maps. And hey, Crazy Yoda, that's very kind of you. Very generous of you, Crazy Yoda. Thank you. And Shaft, thanks for the gift membership, Shaft. I really appreciate that. Also, thanks to our subscribers over there on Twitch, like Quake Clouds and Digger66A, Wall Street Shaggy, Allistic, Alyat Sion, Pre-Breakfast Banana, Rourke, Sweeb Hani, Annie Cush, Nikki Newark 1, all of our subscribers on Twitch, thank you. Quake Clouds, I thanked. And our Facebook subscribers, like Kay Lowry Body, Eve Richards, Missy Karate, Lou Green, Diane Allworth, Margaret Riley, all of our subscribers over there, thank you. Also, thanks so much to Burga Bajurga for your support of the channel. Still no official announcement from Israel about whether they were targeting the successor, the presumed successor to Nasrallah. What? Unconfirmed report. There's an unconfirmed report that Seth Frantzman, who I follow, is a Middle East security analyst. And he reposted somebody, Hussein Abdul Hussein, who is with the FDD, which is Foundation for Defense of Democracies. He thinks Israel got the council that was meeting to elect Nasrallah's successor. That's the first I've heard about that. So Hussein Abdul Hussein thinks that they were meeting to elect Nasrallah's successor, and that Israel was waiting for the meeting to take place. I don't know if that's true. I'll repost that right now so you can read it if you want. Again, Hussein Abdul Hussein, who's with the FDD, research fellow, posted this. And again, Seth, who I follow, who's in Israel, who's a journalist and analyst there, posted it. But Hussein Abdul Hussein thinks that they were meeting tonight literally to elect the successor to Nasrallah. Flames on the left. Oh, hey guys, some of our viewers are noticing flames on the left. That's where we saw the strike Was there a new flash? Because on the left, yeah, it does look like we're seeing flames over there glowing. That's where we saw that big strike about 15, 20 minutes ago. So I don't know that there was a new flash over there, but that's right where we saw that big strike about 15, 20 minutes ago on the left. A flare-up, ammo burning. Some people think it might have been like a secondary explosion or something. Yeah, I'm going back to look at it. Yeah, it kind of just started flaring up. It looks like it started flaring up on the left there. I'm just watching it again. Thank you to Bob B, to Lord Cog. Yeah, people keep mentioning the port. I already talked about the port strike. I already posted about the port strike on my X account. Again, AP reported that the port strike was suspended till January 15th. So I did post about that and talk about it earlier. Thank you. AP reported it was suspended until January 15th to provide time to negotiate a new contract. Thank you, Lord Cog and Bob B and Shawnee Landry and McLean 33, who says that would be crazy news if it's confirmed. Loki 1988, Sarah Sharma. Again, that's the first report I've heard of that. But maybe it's true, I don't know. The camera is moving again. Will we get a statement from Israel anytime soon on this giant strike? We'll take one more look at the strike from midnight, which was enormous, and some reported even bigger than the strike which killed Nasrallah, and which is being reported. The target reportedly was the person who was the leading candidate to succeed Nasrallah, and the number 2 under Nasrallah and Hezbollah. Hashem Safi al-Din. And the New York Times reports that he was meeting other senior Hezbollah leaders at the time. Axios, Barak Ravid reported this was they were meeting that he was in a deep underground bunker. That's the Beirut airport back there on the right. Okay, so here is the here we're going to take one more look at the airstrikes that happened at midnight, the giant airstrikes. Oops, sorry. Here they are one more time. Oops, hold on. Hold on. I gotta refresh this. Big flash, big explosion, oh my gosh, whoa, huge explosion, huge explosions right now, unbelievable, look at that, incredible, wow, huge explosions, right now, huge explosions going on, whoa, enormous, you can see it on both cameras, look at the top camera too, huge explosions, wow, unbelievable, whoa. We saw it and heard it on both cameras, that's what, so the audio, I think the lights went out right when it hit. If you rewind it, you see the lights go out. I think you do? Am I crazy? Maybe I'm wrong. I thought I saw some lights go out right as it was about to happen. Where did I see the lights go out? I don't know. Let me just play the beginning again and see. Do we see the lights go out? I'm watching there. I'm watching. They do. They go out right there. They went out right there. See? You can actually see the lights go out right, probably right as the bomb hits or something. Unbelievable. Unreal. Give me 1 second here. Here, I'll play that again in a second. Hold on. Give me 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds. That's the live shot right there. Hold on. I'll play the replay again in a second. Just give me a moment. Give me a moment. So let me just show you that again. Here's the replay again. But you do see those lights go out. It's crazy. Right, watch, right here. Right there, hold on. Watch again. Watch the lights. See, they all go out. They go out right as the explosion starts. All right, let's play it one more time. Big flash, big explosion, big explosion. Oh my gosh, whoa, huge explosion, huge explosions right now. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Look at that, incredible. Wow, huge explosions, right now, huge explosions going on. Whoa, enormous, enormous, enormous. You can see it on both cameras, Look at the top camera too. Huge explosions. Huge explosions. Wow. Unbelievable. Whoa. We saw it and heard it on both cameras. Both cameras. That's what I was just letting people know, that you were hearing the double audio because you heard the series of booms twice because you were getting it delayed on both cameras. But yeah, that was really insane. So did that kill the successor, the likely successor to Hassan Nasrallah and maybe other Hezbollah leaders? There's a purported video from the southern suburbs of somebody walking around in like destruction, but I don't know. I can't confirm the video. Hey, thanks, by the way, so much to Multi-Corker. That's really nice of you, Multi-Corker. I really appreciate that. And thanks for shouting out the moderators. Also, thanks to Rachel for the gift memberships. And SW just gave a ton of people gift memberships. That's really generous of you, SW. Thank you, Rachel, for the gift memberships. And SW, thank you so much. Make sure you thank somebody if they gave you a gift membership or a gift subscription. Thank you, Marks, for your support, and Loki 1988. And the Metalomaniac, Brocolock, Flaps 15, Brainstorm Warning, all over there on Twitch. Amsterdam says, Israel's current actions may lead in the future to the rising of an even worse terrorist entity. That's what Armin Amsterdam says. Thanks on Twitch also to Green Day Sip for your support and Bad Touchery. Thanks on Twitch. I appreciate that. Sorry, just going over to some of the messages people have been sending. Hey, thanks also Relila for the gift subscriptions. Thank you, Relila. Also, Strict Snipes for subscribing on Twitch. Hearthstone Gamer 77 for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you. Sasha says, what happens with Qatar in this process? You know, Qatar they're just, I think they position themselves as a neutral party. They try to act as a go-between. But Sasha is warning if we have a bigger war. Look, that is a worry that there could be a larger war. But I said this before. If there's going to be a larger war, you need two sides in a war. I don't see anyone right now really giving serious opposition to Israel. You know, the Iran missile launches were a lot of missiles, but in the big scheme of things, that's not a really big security threat to Israel, that kind of launch. They shot down most of the missiles. One person got killed, sadly, who was not sheltering at the time. So, I mean, it's going to have to, for it to be a larger war, it has to be a war period. And right now, there doesn't seem to be, very serious, major opposition to Israel. Now, that's not to say that Israel is going to have an easy time of, say, Israel says it wants to make it so that their people can move to the north, back to the north of Israel. So, if Israel's going to prevent Hezbollah from firing rockets at northern Israel, that's hard to do. How are they going to do that? Are they going to occupy southern Lebanon? Well, that presents a bunch of other problems. But that's not, them fighting with Hezbollah in southern Lebanon is not an escalated war. So it's going to have to take something else for it to escalate into a regional war. Everything I've read about Iran suggests they don't want to get in a war with Israel. That they try to avoid it. Thank you, Sasha, for writing in. Ariel thinks it'll be possible to eliminate Hezbollah without their leadership. I will say, though, you know, it's like there's the organization Hezbollah, and then there's the, you know, if you eliminate Hezbollah, it doesn't necessarily eliminate the possibility of Hezbollah 2 forming in the future. Thank you, Bastion Girl and Notorious Rob, for your support. Reed T. Rules on Twitch. Allistic on Twitch, thank you. Good Luck Duck, thank you so much for gifting a sub. Captain Country says, how do you eliminate an ideology? Again, I am aware of this supposed one video of somebody walking around after strikes in the Beirut suburbs. I don't know if it's legit. Even if it is, I don't know if it's from the area of the huge strikes. You know, I just don't know. So I think it'll maybe take until daytime to get a really good picture of the devastation there. You know, it's not like when the Nasrallah attack happened, there were cameras out there. There were live cameras out there. I'm not aware of any live cameras out at this thing. I think people probably don't want to be out. I mean, with all these airstrikes going on, I don't know. The last 3 nights there have been airstrikes. Yeah, Supergram mentioned, we had talked about this a couple days ago, that Hassan Nasrallah was supposed to be leading Friday prayers. Not Hassan Nasrallah, I'm sorry. The Supreme Leader Khamenei was supposed to be leading Friday prayers. I had posted something about that. What is that report? I think Farnaz Fasihi had said something about that. If I can go back and find it. She's with the New York Times. What did she say about that? Yeah, she had said that he would lead the Friday prayer in Tehran this week and deliver a sermon expected to set the tone for Iran's strategy against Israel in retaliation. He only does this under extraordinary circumstances. The last time was in 2020 after the Soleimani assassination. Thanks to our viewer for messaging about that Supergram. Stefan L. thinks the Mossad might have people high up inside Hezbollah feeding information to them. Thank you, Stefan L., for writing in. So I'm just checking some of the I'm getting a lot of messages, so I'm trying to just check some of the messages people are sending. What I might do, MTV Lebanon News says a large fire broke out at the site of one of the raids. I think it's on the left there. I think that's a fire on the left. Seems to have, well, I don't want to say it too much. It seems to have quieted down a little bit in the southern suburbs of Beirut, but who knows? Still no official statement from Israel about that huge airstrike and whether they were targeting the likely successor to Nasrallah. So what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to take a break and just grab a snack right now. Let me do that. Let me grab a snack, and I'll leave the cameras up. Because I need to get a snack. I need to take my contacts out. Appreciate everybody watching the coverage. Thank you for watching, and those chatting, thank you for chatting. And everybody, all the mods as well, thank you so much to our moderators. Okay, so let me just go do that. All right, give me a few minutes. I'm coming back. We'll bring you more coverage. If I hear of any emergencies while I'm having my snack, I will come back in before that. But otherwise, I'll be back after my snack. All right, we'll see you in a few minutes. Oh, I'm gonna take out my headphones again. So when I do this, the broadcast can pause for a second. Give me a moment. All right, I'll be back in a couple minutes, a few minutes. All right, we are back. Thanks for your patience. Let me put my headphones on. I need to put my headphones on. That's done. Hold on. People said there was a red alert of some sort. There was a red alert. I'm seeing some rocket alerts. Haifa, hold on. Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. Give me a second. There was a hostile aircraft alert near the, is it near the Golan Heights? Yes. This is a hostile aircraft alert, which would be a drone alert near Jordan / the Golan Heights. South of the Sea of Galilee. So I'll let you know what I hear about that. That's from the SOFAR interactive map there. That's a hostile aircraft. That's probably a drone, okay? I haven't heard anything about Haifa. People are mentioning Haifa in the chat. I haven't seen anything about Haifa. Nothing. Nothing at all. So, in case you missed it, there was an enormous series of airstrikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut. That was about 3.5 hours ago, and there are reports from Axios, from the New York Times, from others, that the target was the Nasrallah's likely successor in Hezbollah. And the New York Times said he was meeting with senior Hezbollah leadership. Axios said he was meeting in an underground bunker. So Israel has not commented on this yet. We have no official comment from Israel on this. So we're waiting for that. There's been a number of other airstrikes in southern Beirut as well. Thank you, by the way, so much to The Guardian 1 for your support, and Rafterot Blackboard, thank you. Sean TV, very generous of you, Sean TV. I really appreciate that, Sean. Thank you, Colleen Typon, for the gift memberships. Thank you, Jane Jones, for the gift memberships. Very nice of you. Thank you also to Shadows 6530 and Everett Clendenin, thank you, Everett. Ramon Van Ziel, thank you so much, Ramon, for the gift memberships. Roki S, Pamela Swanwick, Fishing 247, and Zen Master, thank you so much for the gift memberships, and Gala Watcher, Soul Rack. Solrak thinks if the U.S. was not backing up Israel, Iran would have struck hard already and not for show. That's what Solrak thinks. Thank you, Solrak. Thank you, Sean Howard. Thank you, Michelle Perkins. Dawn63. Marks, Kendrick Oliver, Cheyenne Perez, Toby's mom, Tammy D. Andreas Mayer, Pops1. Leanne Zappin, Manny C, and Donna Smith, thank you. I really appreciate it. Also, thanks to Who Shot JR on Twitch. Teacher Diana for subscribing, thank you. Notorious Rob and Bastion Girl. Shout out to all of our moderators. On Twitch, we got Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, Good Luck Duck, LB Prairie Dawn, I Got That Fire, McBritches, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev. Margaret Riley and Kay Lowry Body over there on Facebook. All of our other moderators over there. Ronald Egnor, Paul Anderson, Christina Neal, Valerie Gale Griffin. Thanks so much, Jim R, for the gift membership. So nice of you. Make sure you thank somebody if they give you a gift membership or a gift subscription. Thank you, Jim. That's very kind of you. Thanks, Ruth Grafasi and Angel Shark and Sarah55 are all there on YouTube. Really appreciate all of our mods being there. Also, Linda Belk and Larry moderate for us on X. If I hear anything more about the drone alert, I will let you know. The drone alert event has ended. Israel Home Front Command says the drone alert, hostile aircraft alert has ended. What did the IDF say? Nothing yet. But that event is over. I don't know if it was shot down or not, but the IDF probably will say something about it. But Israel Home Front Command says the drone event has ended. The hostile aircraft alert event has ended. Yeah, I am aware about the 12 hours, guys. I am aware about the 12 hours. Thank you for letting me know. YouTube has a limit of 12 hours because the broadcast disappears after 12 hours. Disappears after the fact. Eddie thinks IDF is going to attack Iran very soon. That I don't know. I mean, if they're going to wait until after Rosh Hashanah is over Friday at sundown. John Solomon says, you made a comment, Iran doesn't want a war with Israel. Well, I said there's lots of articles and analysts experts who say that because they say Iran feels it can't win a war with Israel. John says, I disagree. They use their proxies to do the fighting for them. They do want a war. They want to eliminate the state of Israel. They will use others to do the destroying. John, I don't know if you're aware of this. I don't know if you're aware of what's gone on over the last few weeks and over the last year. So in case you didn't know, John, the most important proxy force of Iran has just been utterly decimated. That would be Hezbollah. Also, Hamas is a significant proxy force, and they've been obviously significantly weakened too. So what these various articles and experts argue is that it's an especially, they say that Israel is not, it's like a sort of a unique time for Israel if they want to go hard at Iran, because the normal threat from the proxy forces is not there anymore, or not nearly what it was. So I agree that Iran doesn't like Israel, and in theory would like to, have Israel be in a worse state. But I would say the consensus right now is that Iran's proxy forces are not in a great place, and they're not a big threat to Israel at this point. Now, I can't guarantee that. It's possible that Hezbollah has all kinds of weapons stored that they haven't used. So I don't know. But again, I'm just saying I would say the expert consensus is that Iran's armed forces are no match for Israel's, especially if the U.S. gets involved, but that they just don't want to be involved in a war, all-out war with Israel. The economy is not very good in Iran anyway. I don't think another point that is made is that that a war would not be good for their economy. So again, that is not, when I said it, I was just relaying to you what I would say like the common belief is among the analysts and experts and articles, many of them I have read about this. But you can disagree with me, that's fine. However, what I will say is if you think Iran wants a war with Israel, I think you need to have another reason other than that Iran wants a war with Israel because they'll let the proxies do the fighting for them. Again, by far their most powerful proxy force, Hezbollah, seems like it's in no state to do the fighting for Iran at this point. But I appreciate you writing, John. Again, this is not my personal view. I'm just relaying. I'm just relaying what I believe the common opinion of people who have some degree of knowledge about this region. Excuse me. For example, the Wall Street Journal had an article today that talked about this, called Iran Exposed to Israeli Counterattack After Blows Against Its Allies. And the Wall Street Journal article, oh, we just saw, oh, look at the left. Look at the left right now. Look at the left right now. It's really flaring up over there. It's really, I don't know if this is secondary explosions on the left. Look at on the left. It's really flaring up right now on the left. We saw an airstrike there, what, like 2 hours ago or something? And we've seen that, it looks like a fire burning, but it was just really flaring up there. Again, possibly some sort of secondary explosion, you know, cook off. But that was really bright for a second there. The Wall Street Journal article argues that, you know, if Iran and Israel were to fight, it's not a land war. They're far away from each other. It would be, you know, an air war. And they say that Iran's rudimentary air force and outdated air defenses are severely outmatched by Israel. The feed is a little grainy because I have the brightness turned up. The feed is actually darker than this, but I want you guys to be able to see. So I have the brightness turned up some, and it makes it grainier. This is an AFP feed. Well, the bottom feed is an AFP feed, and the top feed is a Reuters feed. That's where I buy the feeds. I don't just take them, I buy them. Thank you, SRV Poet, for your support. Jeannie Sparks as well. Rear Admiral Zenner. I don't know if I thanked Rear Admiral Zenner before. Thank you. And Connor. Thank you, Connor. And Monty Gluck. And Lynn Z. Thank you. Yeah, the big question right now on this is when are we going to hear from Israel about who they were targeting in this strike, whether it was successful. There's been nothing from Israel on this enormous strike so far. No official pronunciation from Israel. Not a peep. So, I don't know if we'll hear anything till later in the day. Took a while to hear something about Nasrallah. It is 3:36 a.m. there. Hang on a second here. By the way, thanks to Tammy Benny for your support on Patreon. That's really nice of you. Also, Terry Poe. Thanks so much, Terry Poe, for your support. The IDF, hey, we have an update on that hostile aircraft alert. The IDF says, following the sirens that sounded a short while ago regarding a hostile aircraft infiltration, the IAF successfully intercepted a hostile aircraft, I assume that's a drone, that crossed into Israeli territory from the east. Maybe from Iraq? I'm not sure. According to the SOFAR map, well, Iraq by way of Syria. Iraq by way of Syria. Sometimes there are drones launched by Iraq, by a group in Iraq that's supported by Iran. Now, do they send them through Jordan? Maybe they send them through Syria. I don't know. But we have seen that before. So, could have come through Syria too. But sometimes this group in Iraq will take credit for the drone launches. So, I don't know. Could be the Houthis. I would think that would come from the south, but I don't know for sure. If it came from the east, it had to come from immediately from Jordan or Syria. By the way, that is the SOFAR map, which is really good for the alerts. I'll post a link to the SOFAR map in the chat. Ariel thinks Israel wouldn't wait for the New Year's holiday if it was the right time to attack. He thinks it's very close. I do not know. PW360 said he heard Trey Yingst on Fox say that the Iranian foreign minister was supposed to meet Hezbollah's successor tomorrow. That's what, I haven't heard him say that, but that's what PW360 said. Thank you, PW360. I don't know if the Iranian foreign minister is still coming. He was supposed to visit on Friday, reportedly. Lebanon. I don't know if that's still going to happen. Thanks, David H., for your kind words. All right, guys, here's what we're going to think. I think we're going to do. By the way, thanks to Jonathan Sundberg for your support as a new member. We're kind of coming up on the 12 hours. And look, I'd love to be on the air 24 hours a day, but I obviously can't be on the air 24 hours a day. So just like the last 2 nights, I said, there's going to be more news, and you got to take a break at some point. So I think we're getting to that time where we start wrapping up the stream. If there's huge news, I can always come back on the air again. But we're going to be covering more news. So got to get some rest, take a break, and be prepared for the next one. I think that's what we need to do. I think that is what we need to do, you know? Hold on a second here. So, again, if there's some huge developments, I can always come back on the air. But every time we've done this the last few days, I always, at the end, was like, you know what? I'm glad I didn't overdo it, because we end up having a long stream the next day. So you got to take your breaks when you can. And it's 3:45 a.m. there now. So let's start wrapping this up. Hey, but again, I can always come back on the air. Oops, if there's some big news. Subscribe and follow the channel Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. Look, there could be other big news from some other topic too, you know, so you know, got to take a little break. But I really appreciate everybody watching and the channel, and we will do more coverage. Subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV, and turn the notifications on. We have a notification system. We created this notification system to make it, because you know, who knows when I'm coming on the air? Depends on when the big news is. So I can't tell you in advance really, but sign up for the notifications so you don't miss a broadcast, so you know I'm live. They work really well. You sign up once for free, and then you get a notification every time. It's done through Discord. We do it through Discord. The mods will post the link to the notifications in the chat. You can find the notifications link in the description of this video as well on Facebook and YouTube. So sign up for those. Also, I will post updates when I'm not on the air on my X account. Follow me on X, @Lookner. I will post updates there when I'm off the air. That is what I do. I'll put the link in the chat to that. But follow me over there. And let's give a big shout out to our moderators. They're always here. We couldn't have the chat rooms without them. They're an essential part of the channel. They're the ones keeping the chat civil and respectful. So huge, huge shout out to our moderators. Like Ruth Krafasi and Angel Shark. All of our moderators over there on YouTube who've been there. Sarah55 and all the rest of them who've been there today, thank you. On Facebook, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Ronald Egnor, Paul Anderson, Christina Neal, Valerie, Gail Griffin. Thanks to all of our mods over there. Incredible. They're always there, keeping the chat going the right way. Thank you, mods. On Twitch, Bashing Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, David Green, Good Luck Duck, LB Prairie Dawn, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev, and also Linda Belk and Larry on X. Thank you so much, moderators. Also, thank you so much, everybody who donated. You are the ones who allow me to have this channel. It's a viewer-supported channel. Your support is what allows the channel to exist, allows me to buy footage. So, huge, enormous thank you to everybody who donated today. Thank you. I think I thanked everybody. Hey, I owe Notorious Rob a thanks over there on Twitch, and the Only God Yo for your support on Twitch. Thank you. I think I got everybody else, hopefully. Oh, Vicky Healy. Hey, thanks so much, Vicky Healy. That's so nice of you. Thank you, Vicky, for your support as well. If you ever want to donate to the channel, you can go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But huge thanks for supporting the channel and allowing it to exist and cover news. We have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. It's also free. It's on Discord. It's the same link as the notifications link. So check out the Discord chat if you want to chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. A lot of our viewers like doing that. Mods will post that link in the chat for you. Thanks to our Discord mods as well, by the way. Really appreciate it. A reminder for people who watch on YouTube to turn the YouTube notifications on if you want to have those on, which can be very helpful. Tell you when we're on the air. If you want to get the YouTube notifications on, it's not just that you have to subscribe. When you subscribe, you got to click this bell, and then you got to choose all notifications. So if you're going to subscribe, make sure you have the bell checked and you choose all notifications on YouTube. Also, what was I going to mention? I post programming updates also on the Agenda Free TV X account, which is at Agenda Free TV on X. So follow that for programming updates and updates about the channel on X. Huge shout out to our subscribers on Twitch. Thank you, people like Wall Street and Shaggy, Bastion Girl, Ace High, Beautiful Profanity. Really appreciate all of our subscribers on Twitch. It says Nightbot is a subscriber. Is that really true? Thanks, Nightbot, for subscribing. New Dragons, Notorious Rob. Thanks for supporting on Twitch. Extreme Tiger, Chi-Town Bear, Annie Kush, Ascertainment, Allistic, Fweaky Beats, Ranger 910, Dimitri, and all of our other subscribers on Twitch. Really appreciate your support for the channel. And also our Facebook subscribers too. Huge, huge thanks. Lou Green, Eve Richards, Diane Allworth, Robert Real II. Oh, Beth Shepard was modding, and thanks, Beth, for subscribing as well. Thank you for modding too, Beth. And Jane Summers, Billy Joe Drage, all of our subscribers over there on Facebook. Thank you. And also on YouTube, our YouTube members, thank you so much. YouTube members like Eric Johnson, Jimmy ZNJ, Mythical Pony Boy Mama of 6, Kevin Fortson, Babs, Dean R, Nicole Hammett, Pam Bachman, Samurai Conscious, John Flick, JP Valou, Gaga, UV Lightning, Wickedest Witch, Kevin Fortson, Todd Potter, Jen's Crunchy Vax, MC Tigero, Marnie, Kelly Me, Jorge M, Jaquan, Phantom Detailer, Marg 9, Shlomi Sella, H Parsons, Gaga 94, Kelly Me, and everybody, all of our other members on YouTube. Thank you. By the way, if you want to watch when the big explosions happened, the big airstrike, it happened at midnight. If you're watching this video now, you see how there's a clock in Israel, Lebanon time. It says 3:53 a.m. If you rewind and you go back to midnight, right at midnight, I don't know if that was intended, but I don't know if they picked it in advance for some reason, but right at midnight is when it happened. So you can go back to midnight, you can watch it again, but that is the time code. Midnight on the clock is where you have to go back and watch it if you want to see it. Okay? So, if you haven't, you might want to check it out. People have posted different videos about it online, too. Thank you, Holy Toads, for your support for the channel. Thanks to everybody else for watching and everybody for chatting. Artist Caverlin, Susan Parslow Lounsbury, for example, Boston Girl Evelyn Camp, Nanok Q, Spirit of the Shadows, We Don't. Where is it here? Hold on a second. I think it was like We Don't Beat All or something like that. I can't find it now. Again, if there's huge news, I can come back on the air. Also, Jen's Crunchy Vax, Dragon, Milo Tunovic, some of our members, the Gabalam, Ronald Kame, our member, EC for Verdadi, Daisy Dog, Whiskey Girl, Daniel, Ziv, Sebastian, Figurito, Wickedest Witch, all of our viewers over there, thank you. All right, so we're going to take a break now. I'm sure we will have more coverage of this. But for now, we're going to take a little break. Let me just make sure, do a quick check, make sure I'm not missing something right now. All right, I think it's time. All right, guys, so that is it for now. Again, I really appreciate you tuning in. More news to come. We'll have to see if this strike really did target Nasrallah's likely successor, and if it was successful for Israel. Obviously, we're waiting to see how Israel responds to Iran as well. Okay? So more news to come. That is it for now. Thank you so much for watching. Again, thank you to our moderators too. And we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.